Inside a dark cave, the sharp sound of an axe echoed every time it struck the rock walls. A white-haired young man suddenly stopped when he noticed glowing blue droplets seeping through a crack in the ceiling. His eyes widened with excitement. He had finally found what he had been searching for. Carefully, he placed a bottle beneath the glowing drops. The mysterious liquid was ink. Relieved, he thanked the small black cat, resting on his shoulder, Nero. He knew he never would have found it without Nero's help. His gaze then shifted toward the cave entrance. If he could bring this ink back, the pioneering corps might finally accept him. With that hope in mind, he left the cave. Outside, a vast gray wasteland stretched across the horizon. In the distance stood a massive glowing metropolis. Inside that shining city, cheers erupted as elite colorists proudly walked through the streets with their brightly colored hair. Two citizens talked excitedly about how the team had once again defeated a giant creature. As long as heroes like them existed, the city would remain safe. But the atmosphere was completely different in the gloomy Shadow District. A large crowd had gathered in front of a building where the results for the C-Rank Pioneering Corps entrance exam were posted. The notice clearly stated that anyone with color could apply. Then suddenly, the white-haired young man was thrown out of the building and crashed onto the ground. Two examiners looked down at him. One of them harshly declared that this place was not meant for someone like him. Suppressing his frustration, Kay stood up and raised the bottle of blue ink. He demanded an explanation and insisted that the ink proved his qualifications. The examiner immediately pointed at him and revealed the real reason. Kay had been rejected because he was colorless. In this world, a person's role was determined from birth. The examiner mocked Kay for not knowing his place. A red-haired examiner then released a wave of red energy and insulted him as a cursed colorless. Kay staggered backward and groaned as the energy struck his body. Standing above him on the stairs, the examiner proudly explained what it meant to be a pioneer. Only chosen individuals like himself deserved that title. Beyond the city lay the Black Lands, a deadly region filled with dangerous creatures. Pioneers risked their lives exploring those lands, gathering resources, and protecting humanity. That was why they were treated as heroes. His cold gaze returned to Kay. For a colorless person, becoming one of them was impossible. Kay was ordered to accept reality and return to a lowly job. After one final threat, the doors slammed shut. Left alone, Kay lowered his head. A soft sound came from inside his jacket. Nero poked his head out, and Kay gently patted him. He told Nero that they could always try somewhere else. Rejections like this were nothing new. Even though the disappointment clearly hurt, he forced a smile and promised that one day he would become the greatest colorist in the world. A moment later, Nero was quickly hidden again to avoid attracting attention. Kay continued walking through the industrial district while wondering where he should go next. Despite everything, he still hoped there was a place willing to accept them. What he didn't realize was that a green-haired man was silently watching him from above. Sometime later, Kay stopped at a crowded plaza and opened his notebook. Another location was crossed off a page, already filled with rejection marks. When he realized there were no places left to try, he let out a long sigh. He was exhausted and running out of options. Eventually, he stopped in front of a building called Mary Workshop. Muttering that he had no other choice, he pushed open the door and called for the owner. Inside, a white-haired girl wearing protective goggles lifted them from her eyes and greeted him with a bright smile. Mary immediately noticed the gloomy expression on Kay's face and guessed that he had failed again. When Nero jumped onto the table, she greeted the cat warmly as well. Trying to encourage him, Mary said the examiners were blind to his talent, but Kay remained discouraged. He questioned what the value of his abilities was if nobody was willing to accept a colorless person. Mary firmly disagreed. According to her, the fact that Kay repeatedly returned alive from the Black Lands was already proof of his ability. Kay downplayed the achievement and insisted that most of it was thanks to Nero. Changing the subject, he placed the bottle of blue ink on the table and asked if she wanted to buy it. Mary's eyes immediately lit up. She agreed to pay a high price and poured the blue liquid into a pipe system while complaining about how expensive ink had become due to its growing scarcity. As Kay watched, he realized why people kept demanding more pioneers. The shortage of ink was becoming a serious problem. The rows of machines inside the workshop made one thing clear. The entire city depended on that colored liquid to function. Kay could only remain silent, frustrated that not a single corps was willing to accept him. Seeing his reaction, Mary brought up the suggestion she had made before. Kay hesitated. The place she was talking about felt far beyond someone like him. But Mary suddenly slammed a flyer onto the table and insisted that he had to take every opportunity he could get. The flyer was a recruitment notice for the Dawn Pioneering Corps, an S-rank corps. What caught Kay's attention was the requirement. The entrance exam was open to everyone, and applicants would be judged purely on their abilities. Kay stared at the flyer in shock. He had always avoided S-rank core, convinced he would fail before he even had a chance. He couldn't believe a place at that level would ever acknowledge what he could do. Mary encouraged him, saying that if the evaluation was truly based on skill, then this was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. With a gentle smile, she reminded him that becoming a colorist had been his dream for as long as she could remember. A memory flashed through Kay's mind. As a child, he had stood alone in the rain while holding Nero tightly in his arms. Ever since that day, that dream had never faded. Mary assured him that she would always support him. Hearing that, Kay finally smiled. He gripped the flyer firmly and decided to stop doubting himself. With renewed determination, Kay said goodbye and left the workshop. As he walked through the quiet alleys of the Shadow District, his thoughts stayed focused on the upcoming exam and how he should prepare for it. Then Nero suddenly reacted to something behind them. A relaxed voice came from the darkness. A man with green hair stepped forward, holding a wooden staff with a glowing green orb attached to it. It was the same man who had been watching Kay earlier. He quietly aimed the staff at Kay's back. A green blade of energy shot forward. Kay turned in surprise, but he was already too late. The attack struck him directly. He cried out in pain before collapsing to the ground. The green-haired man and his assistant stood over him. The attacker mocked him, saying his death was only a matter of time. Covered in blood, Kay heard the cold reminder that nobody cared when a colorless person died. Using the last of his strength, Kay called out to Nero and forced the small cat to run away. Not long after that, his consciousness faded. When he woke up, he found himself in an industrial area marked as an ink waste disposal site. The green-haired man smiled while grabbing Kay by the collar. He lifted him over a massive tank filled with black sludge. Mocking him, the man explained that the ink waste inside could dissolve anything without leaving a trace behind. Terrified, Kay struggled and demanded an explanation. The man finally revealed the truth. Their target had never been Kay. They wanted the creature hiding inside his jacket. A creature capable of following humans was considered extremely rare. Calling Nero a valuable treasure, the man tightened his grip. Behind him, the assistant raised a small cage. Nero was trapped inside. The frightened cat cried desperately. Kay stared in horror and grabbed the man's collar, begging him to let Nero go. The attacker only sneered. According to him, a creature worth that much should never belong to a colorless person. He planned to sell Nero for a huge profit on the black market. Kay was easily overpowered. His body was lifted into the air as the man squeezed his throat. On the verge of losing consciousness, Kay blamed himself for letting his guard down. He had spent his entire life enduring rejection, but losing Nero was something he refused to accept. Nero was the only family he had. A surge of anger erupted from deep inside him. Kay tightened his grip around the man's arm. The attacker suddenly fell silent. His arrogance turned into shock. Green energy began hissing out of his body and flowed directly into Kay's hand. The man screamed in panic. Something was being forcibly ripped away from him. Terrified, he threw Kay backward. Kay plunged straight into the tank of poisonous ink waste. Annoyed, the man dismissed the whole incident as a waste of time. Meanwhile, Nero's desperate cries echoed from inside the cage. The criminals declared that they were about to become rich and prepared to head for the black market, completely ignoring the cat's tears. Deep beneath the black liquid, Kay watched the remaining light slowly disappear. Nero's cries grew more distant. He tried to move, but his body refused to respond. Memories flashed through his mind. Kay wondered if his story would really end in this dark pit. He saw a younger version of himself holding Nero tightly. Then he remembered something important. There was still a promise he had to keep. He couldn't give up yet. Within the darkness, a mysterious voice suddenly questioned why he was doing nothing. Confused, Kay asked who it was. In an instant, giant words appeared before him. They ordered him to accept. A flood of thoughts crashed into his mind. The voice urged him to save Nero and accept his true color. It demanded that Kay reclaim his power. Then a hand emerged from the swirling black liquid. The darkness around him slowly faded. Kay looked down at his hands and realized they were now covered in black energy. He was confused. Only then did he realize he was standing inside the ink itself. His memories felt fragmented, but he forced himself to focus on the one thing that mattered most. Now his body had become nothing more than a shadowy silhouette with glowing white eyes. Kay could only wonder what had happened to him. The silence was suddenly broken by a faint whimper. Kay looked up and saw two blurry figures standing above him with a small cage in their hands. Inside it, Nero was crying. At that moment, Kay's mind cleared completely. Nothing else mattered anymore. He had to save Nero. A hand of darkness stretched forward. The next second, a massive eruption of black energy exploded from the depths below. The green-haired man and his assistant screamed in terror. They stared at the disposal pit in horror. The deadly pool of ink had completely vanished. Only a dark figure remained standing at the bottom. The figure slowly stepped forward. A terrifying aura spread through the area. The green-haired man trembled as his eyes widened in fear. When a giant shadow claw descended toward them, he could barely speak. He wondered if this thing was actually a creature. The explosion left the shadow district in ruins. An old man frantically told the authorities that he had seen a giant hand appear from nowhere before a burst of dark energy destroyed the entire area. When the dust finally settled, medical teams carried away the unconscious bodies of the green-haired man and his assistant. A group of newly arrived pioneers examined the victims. A red-haired man and a purple-haired woman quickly noticed something unusual. The two B-rank pioneers had completely lost their color. The woman couldn't understand what kind of power could drain someone's color entirely. Her companion suggested focusing on the mission first. The red-haired man explained that they had come because of reports about a large creature appearing inside the city. The local officers were shocked when they realized they were speaking to high-ranking colorists. The purple-haired woman politely explained that they were conducting an investigation. At the center of the destruction, the red-haired man studied a massive crater and the dark stains surrounding it. His partner confirmed that traces of a creature were present. She also pointed out that an appearance like this inside the city was highly unusual. Looking into the crater, the red-haired man suspected they were dealing with a new type of monster. Tracking it down was not going to be easy. Meanwhile, far away in a barren wasteland covered with ruins, a familiar sound echoed through the darkness. A cat was crying. Kay lay inside the shadows, groaning in pain. A rough tongue brushed against him and slowly pulled him back to consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he saw Nero licking his hair. Relief immediately washed over him. Kay pulled Nero into a tight embrace. Then the pain returned. He slowly sat up and tried to piece together what had happened. The attackers, the disposal tank, the poisonous black liquid. His eyes widened. He was still alive. Kay stared at his own hands in disbelief. Then he touched his head and froze. His hair was no longer white. It had turned completely black. He grabbed a strand and stared forward in confusion. He had no idea how he survived. He understood even less why his appearance had changed so drastically. Surrounded by complete darkness, Kay looked around and realized he couldn't see anything. Desperately, he called for help from Nero. The black cat immediately reacted. Nero leaped into the air, spun rapidly, and released a brilliant white light that illuminated the surrounding area. The light revealed a horrifying sight. They were inside a deep cave. Countless dark creatures were watching them from every direction. Kay stared at them in shock. His voice shook as he tried to understand the situation. Then the truth hit him. They were in the Black Lands. More specifically, they had somehow ended up inside the Black Forest. This was one of the most dangerous regions outside the city, a place normally entered only by B-rank pioneers or higher. As the monsters began moving closer, panic took over. Kay shouted for Nero to follow him and immediately started running. Nero flew beside him while lighting the path ahead. During their desperate escape, a giant shadow serpent nearly swallowed Kay whole. He knew the situation was extremely dangerous, but he still thanked Nero for providing light. Together they pushed through the dark forest, climbed rocky cliffs, and even threw themselves down a vertical drop just to escape the pursuing monsters. Then something strange happened. Kay's expression changed. His fear slowly turned into confusion. He could feel something unusual inside his body. Dark energy flowed from his chest. At the same time, his body felt incredible. Even after running for so long, he wasn't tired at all. He crossed massive gaps with ease. He moved faster and more smoothly than ever before. When he landed safely, Kay finally realized that mysterious energy was filling his entire body. Nero sensed the next danger before he did. A wolf-like shadow creature suddenly lunged toward him. Kay was caught completely off guard. There was no time to defend himself. Certain that he was about to die, he shut his eyes. Then a loud cracking sound echoed through the area. When Kay opened his eyes again, he was stunned. The creature had retreated in fear. Its teeth had shattered. His arm was completely unharmed. Kay stared at his own hand. At last, he understood something. This durability was the power he had been searching for all his life. Then the ground suddenly began to shake. A massive silhouette emerged from the darkness. A giant one-eyed cyclops climbed over the surrounding cliffs while releasing a terrifying amount of energy. As the monster raised its arm, Kay couldn't understand why a predator that normally lived deep inside the Black Forest had appeared here. The giant fist slammed into the ground, sending debris flying and making Nero cry out. When the dust settled, Kay was still alive. The impact had been heavy, but a confident smile appeared on his face. For the first time, he realized he actually had a chance to win. Memories of his lonely childhood flashed through his mind. All his life, he had been looked down on and pushed aside. But now he finally possessed the power he had always dreamed of. He didn't need to keep running anymore. Energy crackled through his arm as Kay clenched his fist. Shadows wrapped around his body, turning him into a figure of dark energy with glowing white eyes. The Cyclops roared and tried to crush him, but K shot into the air. A single punch was enough. The giant creature shattered into pieces, and the shockwave swept through the forest. K hovered among the falling debris. Then the dark energy suddenly disappeared. A moment later, he found himself floating high above a vast green forest under a bright sun. Dense woods and waterfalls stretched below him, but the power vanished as quickly as it had appeared. His hair turned white again. K looked down in confusion. Then panic hit him. Gravity had already started pulling him down, and he had no way to stop it. Screaming in terror, K plummeted toward the forest and crashed into the ground. He dragged himself out of the impact crater while Nero hovered anxiously above him. Then K dropped to his knees, gasping for breath as the dark energy surrounding his body slowly faded away like smoke. To his horror, his color was disappearing at an alarming speed. Panic immediately took over. K finally understood the weakness of his new power. The more he used it, the faster its energy drained away. If this continued, he would become helpless again. Suddenly, everything around him turned completely dark. A mysterious voice echoed inside his mind and asked what he was waiting for. The voice ordered him to act. It told him that his prey was lying right in front of him and urged him to devour it. K lowered his gaze toward the remains of the Cyclops he had just defeated. The voice kept pushing him, asking whether he wanted to live and telling him to reach out his hand. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, K fought to stay conscious. Desperation filled his eyes as the voice continued pressuring him. A faint glow appeared in his eyes as he struggled to survive. Finally, with his body trembling, K followed the instinct and stretched out his hand toward the monster's corpse. The moment his hand touched the Cyclops, a dark technique activated. It began absorbing the remaining shadow energy inside the creature. Nero stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. A massive pillar of black light erupted from the forest and pierced into the sky as K completely absorbed the energy. When the light finally faded, K was breathing heavily. The exhaustion slowly disappeared from his body. Leaning against a rock, he noticed that his hair had turned black again and his energy had fully recovered. Looking up at the sky, K let out a long breath. He had survived. Meanwhile, things were peaceful inside Mary's workshop. Mary was working on a blueprint when the sound of the doorbell caught her attention. She looked up and saw a figure wearing torn robes standing at the entrance. Although she tried to smile politely, her body trembled. Mary greeted the visitor and asked what he wanted, but the figure remained silent while giving off a dark aura. The figure stepped forward. Mary became even more uneasy and called him suspicious. When he kept approaching, she panicked and grabbed a large wrench, warning that she would attack if he came any closer. Then the figure suddenly rushed toward her. Mary screamed and shut her eyes, but the footsteps stopped. The hood was pulled back, revealing a familiar smile. The man told her to calm down. K scratched the back of his head awkwardly and admitted that he barely recognized himself now. Mary lowered her weapon, her eyes widening in shock. She immediately demanded an explanation for his drastic change in appearance. Her body was still trembling as she gripped a metal pipe. Fear slowly turned into anger. Mary grabbed a hammer and a wrench, shouting that she would never forgive whoever had hurt him while wildly swinging the tools around. K quickly tried to calm her down and assured her that he was fine. After finally realizing it was really K, Mary lowered her weapons. She admitted that she had been overwhelmed by fear after losing contact with him. Mary's expression softened into a relieved smile. She told K how glad she was that he had survived. K apologized for making her worry. At the same time, he couldn't stop thinking about everything that had happened. He had fallen into poisonous ink, yet somehow gained a color instead of dying. He admitted that he was worried about having a black color, since black was often associated with monsters and could make people look at him differently. But he quickly pushed that concern aside. What mattered most was that he finally had a chance to become a colorist. K declared that he would take the Pioneering Corps entrance exam immediately. He thanked Mary for all her help, then awkwardly asked if he could borrow some clothes. Mary let out a tired sigh before smiling warmly. She joked that it was an investment in a future colorist. Then she grabbed K by the hand and told him to follow her because she had something perfect for him. The scene then shifted to a massive crowd of aspiring pioneers climbing the stairs of a gigantic coliseum-like structure. Inside, hundreds of applicants gathered around a floor filled with large white square platforms, all preparing for the entrance exam. Among the crowd, 3 young men were nervously talking. A blue-haired man with the number 183 on his chest tried to calm his anxious friend. The pink-haired man still couldn't believe they had made it this far and were now about to take the entrance exam for the prestigious Dawn Pioneering Corps. As an S-rank corps, Dawn Pioneering Corps was famous for its achievements in exploring the Black Lands. Its members were skilled colorists who were considered one of Shining City's greatest hopes. But that reputation only made the candidates even more nervous. Too many powerful competitors had gathered in one place. Their attention soon shifted to a long blue-haired woman who was rumored to be the daughter of a famous color family. She stood beside a man wearing a hat. Not far away was another rising talent, a pink-haired boy wearing protective goggles, along with a man dressed in a gas mask. Even so, everyone agreed that one person attracted more attention than anyone else. Their eyes landed on a messy green-haired young man with a sharp and intimidating gaze, Gale. Many people believed he was almost guaranteed to pass. Rumors claimed that he was strong enough to fight dangerous creatures on his own. However, Gale was also infamous for being cruel and brutal. According to rumors, that was the reason he had been expelled from his previous course. The blue-haired candidate with number 183 laughed arrogantly and claimed he wasn't afraid of someone like Gale. His friend immediately challenged him to repeat those words. The man's face instantly froze. Gale was staring directly at them. He looked at them with open contempt, called them foolish kids, then turned away with a disappointed sigh. For an S-rank entrance exam, he felt the competition was embarrassingly weak. As Gale scanned the crowd, he dismissed one candidate after another in his mind. None of them interested him. Then he noticed a single exception. The blue-haired girl. Gale recognized her immediately as Ellie Cyan, the second daughter of the Cyan family. A faint grin appeared on his face. At least she seemed worthy of his attention. He quietly wondered how everyone would react once the exam actually began. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the arena. All of the candidates looked toward the stage. The announcement declared that the Dawn Pioneering Corps entrance exam was officially beginning. A bright blonde man with yellow eyes stood at the podium and announced that the test was starting now. The crowd immediately reacted with shock. They recognized him as a famous colorist from the Dawn Pioneering Corps, a hero known for his major contributions during the recent creature hunts. Excited whispers spread across the arena. If an elite colorist like him was personally overseeing the exam, then the Corps was clearly taking this recruitment seriously. The overwhelming aura surrounding him made the candidates realize just how different an S-rank member truly was. The examiner welcomed everyone and thanked them for applying. He acknowledged that each candidate had their own reason for being there, whether it was money, power, honor, or duty. But he coldly stated that none of those reasons mattered. In the end, only ability mattered. The Corps was looking for exceptionally strong individuals, people capable of pushing into the Black Lands and reclaiming territory for humanity. He told the candidates to look around them and understand one thing. There was no need for half-hearted people here. Then he officially announced the first test. Pointing toward the large white platforms on the floor, he explained that the opening exam would be a tournament. Combat ability was the most important quality for a pioneer. Outside the cities was a brutal world where only the strongest could survive. The examiner clenched his fist and ordered the candidates to prove their abilities. Only those who performed well in the tournament would advance. One by one, the participants would be called by their numbers. Soon, numbers 126 and 286 were announced. Gale, number 126, stepped forward with a serious expression. The crowd immediately reacted. Everyone knew he was one of the strongest candidates, and many felt sorry for whoever had to face him in the very first round. Meanwhile, Gale grinned cruelly. After being bored for so long, he was actually happy to have some entertainment. His eyes narrowed with excitement as he imagined how he would toy with his opponent. But when the other contestant finally walked onto the stage, Gale frowned. A man wearing a ragged cloak stood before him. The number 286 was attached to his chest, while his face remained hidden beneath a hood. Gale studied his stance and immediately judged it as awkward and weak. His hand moved to the hilt of his sword. As far as he was concerned, there was nothing left to discuss. With a cold voice, he drew his blade and declared that he was tired of holding back. A moment later, he swung. A massive burst of green wind energy exploded across the arena. The spectators immediately realized that Gale had no intention of taking it easy. As glowing green swords appeared around him, many recognized the famous Gale sword technique. Cheers erupted from the crowd. People praised him as a genius for mastering such advanced swordsmanship at his age. Gale stared directly at the cloaked figure and challenged him to survive the attack. Then he kicked off the ground and rushed forward. Wind energy swirled around his body, ready to tear apart anything in his path. Yet the cloaked figure remained completely still. Even as the attack closed in, he didn't move. Then, just as Gale descended with a powerful strike, the cloaked man stepped forward and drove a terrifying left punch straight into Gale's face. The result stunned everyone. Gale's body flew across the arena. The same candidates who had been acting confident moments earlier screamed in shock. Gale crashed into the arena wall, creating a massive web of cracks before collapsing unconscious. The battle ended in a single hit. For a moment, the entire arena fell silent. Then the cloaked figure pulled back his hood. It was Kay. Rubbing his wrist, Kay admitted that the sudden movement had surprised even him. His messy black hair was now clearly visible as he tried to process what had just happened. Suddenly, a spectator pointed at him with a trembling finger and shouted. The crowd wasn't shocked by his victory. They were shocked by the color of his energy. It was completely black. The blonde examiner watched with a serious expression. He immediately recognized that black was a color usually associated with creatures. Even Ellie seemed stunned as she wondered whether a human could possess such a color. Meanwhile, Kay stood alone in the arena, completely unaware of the impact he had just made. More and more people began asking the same question. Was the black energy the reason he had defeated Gale's sword with a single punch? Kay looked around nervously. Confused by everyone's reaction, he wondered if he had done something wrong. The tournament continued. During one match, a frightened opponent threw a sharp stone at him. Kay immediately rushed through the attack, dodged it with ease, and sent the candidate flying with a single blow. The victory was announced without delay, and it didn't stop there. Kay kept winning. He slammed one opponent into the ground and defeated another just as easily. From above, the examiner declared that Kay had become the most outstanding candidate in the tournament. He called Kay the first known owner of a black color and stated that Dawn Pioneering Corps needed to recruit him before rumors spread any further. At that moment, heavy footsteps approached. A casual voice remarked that today was turning into quite a troublesome day. The examiner turned and recognized the red-haired man and the blue-haired woman from the earlier explosion and investigation. They briefly discussed the creature incident in the Shadow District, which still had no clear answers. But the moment the examiner mentioned an unusual candidate, the red-haired man sensed something and immediately looked toward the arena. His attention locked onto Kay and the black energy surrounding him. The blue-haired woman quietly asked whether that boy might be connected to the investigation. The man nodded. To him, the appearance of a completely new color right after the Shadow District incident was far too suspicious to ignore. He decided to keep a close eye on Kay. Completely unaware of their attention, Kay stared at the dark smoke still rising from his fist. For the first time, his dream of becoming a pioneer felt real, but he also remembered the weakness of his new power. Using it drained his energy quickly. He warned himself to be careful. If that color ran out during a fight, he would become helpless again. Then, without warning, a wave of freezing energy swept across the arena. A gigantic wall of ice suddenly formed before everyone's eyes. Ellie stood calmly behind the freezing mist. A moment later, the announcement declared number 17 the winner. The audience was impressed and praised the power of the Cyan family's color. As Ellie walked down the stairs, Kay watched her in amazement, wondering how anyone could defeat magic that terrifying. When Ellie reached him, she stopped and stared at him with sharp, curious eyes. She didn't say a single word. After a brief pause, she turned around and left, leaving Kay completely confused. The announcement soon declared the end of the first test. The blonde examiner stepped onto the podium and thanked everyone for their efforts. Since they were behind schedule, he decided to move directly to the next stage. The eliminated candidates were told to leave the arena, and they walked away with disappointed expressions. Just as the examiner was about to explain the second test, a hand landed on his shoulder. The red-haired man stepped forward with a confident smile and took over. Looking at the remaining candidates, he announced that he would personally oversee the second exam. The crowd immediately recognized him. It was Red, one of Shining City's strongest colorists and a legendary figure known for reclaiming territory from the Black Lands. The excitement quickly turned into fear. Stories about Red's destructive power flooded their minds. Even his allies were said to avoid getting too close when he fought. Worse, rumors claimed that nobody had ever passed an exam under his supervision. The blonde examiner looked worried and reminded him that the captain would be furious if the test format was changed. Red simply laughed and replied that he was already used to being scolded every day. Then he explained the test. All they had to do was survive. The next moment, his body erupted with enormous flames. A wave of fire swept across the arena and formed spherical barriers around every candidate, trapping them inside unbearable heat. Panic spread instantly. Red explained that he was recreating the extreme environment of certain regions in the Black Lands. According to him, the Black Lands were filled with places where humans could barely survive. He even mocked the test itself, claiming that this level of heat was nothing more than a warm stove. With a cold expression, Red declared that anyone who endured would pass. Anyone who collapsed had never been qualified to become a pioneer in the first place. Inside the fiery spheres, the candidates suffered. Some quickly realized the barriers couldn't be broken. Others screamed in pain while imagining how terrifying the black lands must be if this was considered mild. From the side of the arena, the blonde examiner watched with admiration. Red's power hadn't weakened at all. Controlling so many barriers at the same time demonstrated exactly why he stood at the top among colorists. Then a loud cracking sound echoed through the arena. One of the fire spheres suddenly turned blue before shattering completely. A burst of icy energy exploded outward, revealing Ellie standing calmly among countless ice fragments. Red looked at her and admitted that was impressive. He knew the Cyan family's power naturally countered fire. Even so, his flames were usually strong enough to overwhelm that advantage. Looking at Ellie now, he acknowledged that she truly deserved to be called a genius. His attention soon shifted to another candidate. Inside a different fire sphere, Kay stood completely still. Red watched him without much interest, assuming the boy wouldn't accomplish anything noteworthy. But behind the barrier, Kay was panicking. He had already used too much of his color during his fight against Gale. The black energy leaking from his hands was being drained rapidly by the intense heat. A terrifying possibility entered his mind. If his power ran out completely, he could become colorless again and end up as nothing more than an experiment. Desperate to survive, Kay searched for a solution. His eyes locked onto the wall of flames. Then an idea appeared. If the barrier itself was created through color power, could he absorb it? With no time to hesitate, Kay reached out and touched the rotating flames. An immediate reaction followed. To his shock, the absorption worked. The fire sphere distorted violently, drawing everyone's attention. A vortex of black energy burst from Kay's body and began pulling the red flames directly into his hand. On the podium, both Red and the blonde examiner froze in disbelief. Cold sweat appeared on Red's face as he forced out a stiff smile and remarked that they had found a genuine lunatic. Meanwhile, Kay stood in the center of the fading energy. Red and black power swirled around his hand, and a heavy silence fell over the entire arena. But inside, Kay was panicking once again. He forced a smile, fully aware that none of this had gone according to plan. He had attracted far too much attention. Ellie remained frozen in place, questioning whether what she had just witnessed was even real. Her eyes stayed fixed on Kay and the dark energy surrounding him. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't understand how a human could possess a black color. Realizing she was witnessing something that had never been recorded before, an uneasy feeling slowly began to grow inside her. The pressure of always being the best surfaced in Ellie's mind once again. She was forced to admit that Kay was genuinely strong. Even if she used all of her power, victory still wasn't guaranteed. As Kay walked away, Ellie felt there was something about him that couldn't be explained by strength alone. She found herself wondering what he really was. A moment later, she shook her head and tried to push away the thought that was weighing heavily on her chest. Red walked over to Kay and casually threw an arm around his shoulder. He told him that things wouldn't be this easy next time. With a relaxed smile, Red commented that Kay's ability to absorb everything was completely wild and had sparked his curiosity. He then led Kay away, suggesting a private conversation to protect Kay's privacy whilst his own curiosity. Kay nervously asked about the exam results. Red casually replied that someone with power like his had obviously passed. Kay fell silent, realizing that all the attention he attracted had actually worked in his favor. Emotion welled up inside him as he felt one step closer to achieving his dream of becoming a pioneer. Suddenly, the blonde examiner's voice echoed through the arena as he scolded Red for acting on his own again. Red simply laughed and asked him to let it slide this once. After letting out a sigh, the examiner announced that the test would continue. Ellie, candidate number 17, officially passed for breaking the barrier, while the remaining participants would face additional evaluations. Ellie barely listened to the announcement. Her gaze remained fixed on the dark tunnel where Red had taken Kay. The scene then shifted to the ruined district. Red stood beside a vehicle with Kay, while the purple-haired investigator waited in the driver's seat. Red told her to wait. Looking around, Kay froze when he saw the destruction spread across the area. To his horror, he realized Red had brought him back to the exact place where he had fallen into the waste ink. Red stared at the ruins and called it an ugly sight. He explained that a major incident had happened there. For the first time in history, 2 pioneers had been discovered completely drained of color and turned colorless. Witnesses had also reported seeing a giant creature at the scene. Red then turned his sharp gaze toward Kay and pointed out the suspicious timing of his appearance. Not long after the creature appeared, Kay emerged as the first human ever seen with a black color. Calling it a coincidence, Red analyzed K's power as an ability capable of absorbing other colors, something completely unknown. Cold sweat ran down K's temple. He realized Red had been suspicious of him from the very beginning. For a moment, the idea of running away crossed his mind. But the overwhelming aura coming from the Colorist made him understand that escape was impossible. Then Red suddenly laughed, breaking the tension. He admitted that he had only been testing K, although he was slightly disappointed because K's honest reaction had made things less entertaining. Red explained that his official mission was to investigate the incident, but personally, he was far more interested in K's ability. Color powers weren't supposed to mix, yet K's power seemed to ignore that rule entirely. Thinking back to the second test, Red pointed out that K still couldn't properly control his power. When K tried to explain, Red cut him off. Red energy began gathering around his body as he announced that they needed to conduct a test. Red extended his hand and challenged K to try absorbing his energy. K immediately panicked and warned him that it was too dangerous. Red simply laughed, saying K was still far too inexperienced to worry about someone on his level. He told K to stop talking and just do it. To Red, black was the symbol of the Black Lands, a terrifying power that devoured everything. He believed that leaving such a dangerous ability unchecked could shake the foundations of Shining City itself. His thoughts drifted toward the dark secrets surrounding humanoid creatures. If K ever encountered them, or worse, became one of them, Red knew he might be forced to kill him. K let out a long breath as he felt the crushing pressure of Red's aura. Even though he was intimidated, he finally agreed to the test. Nervously, he grabbed Red's wrist and asked for confirmation that if something went wrong, it wouldn't be his fault. Black energy immediately began rising from his body. The moment their hands touched, a shockwave twisted the air around them. K gasped as Red's energy slammed into his arm and collided with his black aura. At that instant, he realized he had made a mistake. A massive explosion of fire erupted from the point of contact, causing K to scream in pain. Trapped within the flames, he shouted for Red to stop, admitting that he couldn't control the power. It felt like boiling lava was flowing through his body. K's vision blurred, and in his eyes, Red looked like a giant god of fire. At that moment, it was easy to understand why Red was called a hero. Meanwhile, Red calmly stood in the middle of the flames and studied K's reaction. He realized that the black energy was constantly absorbing his power as if it were starving. Because K's ability was still immature, someone as strong as Red could resist the drain. But against an ordinary person, this power would be instantly lethal. The flames began spiraling even more violently. Red narrowed his eyes and realized that what they had seen during the exam clearly wasn't the limit of K's abilities. He wanted to know not only how K absorbed colors, but also how he used the colors he absorbed. The energy reaction became increasingly unstable. The black aura around K's arm started changing shape and merged with the red light. Then a massive explosion erupted, forcing Red to retreat. When the smoke cleared, K emerged in a transformed state. The entire right side of his body was covered in a jagged demonic armor formed from condensed red and black energy. Red clenched his teeth. That form felt far too familiar. Looking at the monstrous claws and glowing eye, he admitted that anyone would mistake K for a creature. At that moment, his last doubts disappeared. He became convinced that K was connected to the incident that had left several pioneers completely colorless. K struggled to stay conscious. For safety's sake, Red decided to stop the flames before K completely lost control. He summoned a sphere of fire and prepared to subdue him. But then K let out a low growl. Red froze. The boy wasn't attacking. He was fighting something inside himself. Inside K's consciousness, there was nothing but endless darkness and red text demanding more color. The voices urged him to take everything. K jolted in the real world as the whispers choked his mind. He ordered the voices to shut up. With sheer determination, the single visible eye on his transformed body glowed red. He rejected the temptation and forced the raging energy back under control. A shockwave burst outward as K suppressed the power. The jagged armor vanished. Red stared at him with genuine surprise. K staggered and gasped for breath, completely exhausted. Red asked in amazement if he had really managed to suppress that much power by himself. K's heart pounded wildly. He couldn't believe he was still alive, and he feared he had completely lost control in front of a colorist. As he hesitated to approach, Red looked satisfied instead. He admitted that he had underestimated the amount of power K could absorb, but he considered the experiment a success because it had been entertaining. In his view, anyone who wanted to gain something had to accept risks. Then Red said the test was over. After a brief pause, he reminded K that he was the investigator assigned to the destruction incident in this district. With a calm but threatening smile, Red stated that K was the perfect suspect. K immediately went pale. Red explained just how serious the situation was. Many groups were interested in the case, and once rumors about the black color spread, K could easily become a scapegoat. The damage in this district was worth hundreds of millions. If people decided he was too dangerous, he could be exiled or turned into an experiment. K gritted his teeth. He knew he had no way to prove his innocence. Then Red suddenly offered him a way out. If K agreed to work under his command, there might be a solution. Without hesitation, K immediately bowed 90 degrees and declared himself under Red's protection. Red told him to wait and hear the conditions first. He made it clear that he wasn't going to solve everything for free. In exchange, K would have to fulfill several requests. Red asked if he could handle that. K forced out a trembling smile. Inside his head, he was screaming that anything was better than owing millions or becoming a test subject. So he immediately agreed and promised to do whatever Red asked. Sometime later, on a barren stretch of land, a small creature trembled in fear as a massive wheel slammed into the ground beside it, barely missing it. An armored vehicle sped through the fog of the Blacklands. Inside, K stared out the window and realized it was the first time he had ever traveled this far. He couldn't help wondering if this was truly his first real step as a pioneer. His thoughts were interrupted when Gale, the green-haired man, shot him an angry glare and called him black-haired. Even though K hadn't said a word, Gale rudely told him to shut up. K looked at him in confusion and sat awkwardly in the cargo compartment. This was the beginning he had always wanted, but the atmosphere was far from comfortable. He glanced at the irritated Gale and the silent Ellie, then wondered whether joining a team with them had really been the right choice. A memory from the previous day surfaced. Red had asked whether K was ready to join an exploration mission. He explained that they needed to travel to a specific point inside an unmapped area. Seeing how nervous K was, Red laughed and showed him a map, reassuring him that he wouldn't be facing it alone. Before the mission began, the other successful candidates from the exam were also assigned to exploration teams, and the official routes were announced. K's only job was to arrive on time. Back in the present, K realized everyone was already inside the vehicle. Because Red had disrupted the previous exam, many candidates had been given another chance. Several talented participants, including Gale, passed the additional tests. Meanwhile, Ellie, the top rookie candidate, had joined Red's team by her own request. Gale glared at K with open hatred. He still couldn't accept being humiliated by someone like K. In his mind, the loss had happened only because he let his guard down for a moment, and he swore it would never happen again. He threatened K and told him to prepare himself after the expedition ended. Gale even snorted that if Lavian hadn't been watching, K would already be dead. Ellie immediately cut him off. She coldly told Gale to stop talking and mocked him by saying he would probably get knocked out in a single hit again. Gale turned around angrily, but Ellie ignored him and declared that he wasn't a match for K. K looked at Ellie with surprise and a bit of hope. For a moment, he thought they might actually get along. Instead, Ellie stared at him coldly and reminded him about their earlier agreement. She stated that the loser should stay quiet and follow orders. That only left K even more confused. Caught between two pioneers who clearly disliked each other, K could only sigh. Teamwork was already looking difficult. The vehicle eventually crossed dark waters and headed toward a facility. They arrived at a busy dock where workers were unloading supplies. K, Ellie, Gale, and the other recruits stepped onto the forward operating base of Dawn Pioneering Corps. K was amazed by the constant activity and the amount of S-rank equipment. It was far beyond anything he had imagined during his days of exploring alone. Then someone suddenly poked his cheek. Startled, K turned around and saw Mary smiling brightly. She explained that since this was his first mission, she had joined as support staff. Mary opened her jacket and revealed Nero hiding inside. K immediately picked up the black cat and thanked her. Mary smiled warmly and said that Nero was family. She also mentioned that she had received a great opportunity as support staff because her skills were needed. A loud announcement echoed across the base, calling all pioneers to gather. Standing on the gray ground, they were informed that they would soon enter the Blacklands. K handed Nero back to Mary and asked her to take care of him. Mary reminded him not to do anything reckless. K smiled and promised that they would meet again. Mary hugged Nero, but the cat suddenly jumped out of her arms. She cried out in surprise as Nero sprinted toward K and disappeared into the shadow beneath him. Mary's eyes widened. She froze at the impossible sight. Before she could call out to K, the expedition group had already arrived at the entrance of a massive fortress cave. At the front stood Arancia, a woman with bright orange hair wearing a white coat. She loudly ordered everyone to prepare themselves. The new recruits were about to enter the Blacklands, and she stressed that safety remained the highest priority. Arancia then warned them about a new threat. A scouting team had discovered an unidentified dangerous creature in Area 21, an extreme zone where the corpse of an A-rank monster had once been found. At that moment, a male pioneer rushed over with a tense expression and called her name. He reported that team leader Red had taken the new recruits and left formation without authorization. Arancia's eyes widened. After confirming the report, she could only sigh in frustration. Red had caused trouble once again. Meanwhile, a small group quietly slipped into a dark canyon far away from the main force. Red extended a hand toward the shadows and led the way forward. The small squad, consisting of Kay, Gale, Ellie, and Red, had separated from the main expedition. Kay nervously asked whether this was really safe since the main team was heading somewhere else. Red casually replied that their destination was different from everyone else's. Kay glanced at Gale and Ellie. All of them were new recruits, which only made him more worried. Suddenly, Gale exploded in anger. He demanded to know why he and Ellie had been dragged along. Red had originally planned to take only Kay, and Gale felt insulted by that fact. Red smiled as his red aura pulsed around him. He explained that personal guidance from him was not something people received every day, so it wouldn't be fair if only Kay experienced it. At the same time, he made one thing clear. He wasn't going to spoil them, but he also wouldn't allow them to suffer serious injuries. The conversation ended there. Red ordered everyone to move. Moments later, Kay's eyes widened. Enemies had appeared. Inside the cave, they found themselves surrounded by shadow creatures. Red raised a lantern while Kay, Gale, and Ellie were thrown into a chaotic battle. A wolf-like monster suddenly lunged out of the darkness. Ellie reacted instantly. Her blue energy blade pierced straight through the creature's body. She landed lightly and immediately understood how brutal the Blacklands truly were. Surrounded by glowing eyes and endless waves of monsters, she realized this was nothing like training. Ellie tightened her grip on her sword, intending to control her power carefully. She glanced at Kay, unwilling to fall behind him. Meanwhile, Kay grabbed a shadow creature by the neck and crushed it with his bare hand. Ellie stared at him in disbelief and asked why he wasn't using a dropper. Kay hesitated before admitting that he didn't own one. They were far too expensive, and he felt he could fight just fine without it. Gale was stunned. He shouted that such a thing made no sense for a pioneer. A dropper was an essential tool used to channel color energy into weapons. Without one, hunting monsters should have been impossible. The two of them looked at Kay standing among the corpses of defeated creatures and wondered how he had managed to survive without something so basic. Gale's hand trembled around his weapon. He remembered the humiliation from the exam, when he couldn't even injure someone who fought without a dropper. Staring at Kay's back, he swore that one day he would crush him with his own hands. The group continued deeper into the canyon. Red led the way with a faint smile, finding it amusing that a single rookie had pushed two geniuses this far. He encouraged them, saying their destination was close and that they could celebrate after everything was finished. Once another battle ended and monster corpses covered the area, Red announced a 10-minute break. He reminded them that their real mission had not even started yet. Gale complained that his color energy was nearly exhausted. He pulled out a small bottle filled with glowing green liquid and drank it. Kay immediately recognized it as personal ink, a rare alchemical ink tailored to the user's color and incredibly expensive. Kay watched Gale and Ellie recover with obvious envy. However, he quickly pushed the thought aside. Walking toward the monster corpses, he stretched out his hand. Black energy began swirling violently as he absorbed the creature's remaining power into his palm. Once his own energy was fully restored, Kay clenched his fist and declared that he was ready to continue. When he turned around, he found the others staring at him with horror and disbelief. Ellie cautiously asked if he was really okay. Kay simply waved his hand and said he had done this several times before. Gale immediately exploded, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Kay had casually absorbed monsters without showing even a hint of fear. Before the argument could continue, Red cut them off and announced that the break was over. The group moved deeper into the canyon until Red suddenly stopped and said they had arrived. Ahead of them stood a gigantic barrier made of pure black energy. The swirling darkness completely blocked the path. Kay stared at it and muttered that it looked like a black curtain. Seeing his reaction, Red smiled and finally revealed the real reason he had brought Kay here. To prove his point, Red summoned a sphere of red energy and fired a powerful beam directly at the black barrier. The attack disappeared into the darkness without leaving a single mark. Red explained that every attempt to force it open only made the barrier stronger. Its properties were incredibly similar to Kay's ability, which was why he believed Kay was the only person capable of removing it. Pointing toward the barrier, Red explained that the path to the ruins lay beyond it. Their true objective was hidden inside, a stela fragment. Kay's eyes widened immediately. while Gale and Ellie looked completely confused. Gale asked what Stella was, and even Ellie admitted she had never heard of it before. Red confirmed that it was real and that Shining City was desperately searching for it. Then he pointed at Kay and ordered him to remove the barrier. Kay stepped forward and placed his hand against the black wall. The moment he made contact, his absorption ability activated. Black energy rushed wildly into his body, forming a massive vortex as the barrier began to collapse. Red, Gale, and Ellie watched as the entire structure was devoured. Red smiled in satisfaction. His suspicion had been correct all along, but Kay was clearly struggling. Sweat poured down his face, and his body trembled as he endured the enormous amount of energy flooding into him. Then the ground suddenly shook. Gale and Ellie immediately realized what that meant. A disturbance this large would inevitably attract creatures. And they were right. Shadowy wolf-like monsters began appearing from the cliffs and quickly surrounded the group. Gale and Ellie instantly drew their weapons. Red laughed and commented that their welcome party was a little too enthusiastic. He ordered the two rookies to deal with the monsters, while Kay focused on finishing the absorption. With a cold expression, he told them to slaughter every last one. Gale moved first. His blade unleashed powerful wind attacks that tore through the shadow creatures. Ellie released her own power, creating massive pillars of ice that pierced multiple enemies at once. Watching the battle, Red quickly realized he didn't even need to intervene. Several red energy orbs floated around him, and beams of light effortlessly pierced the remaining monsters. Meanwhile, Kay remained on one knee, struggling against the massive flow of energy. What worried him most was that the barrier's power felt strangely compatible with his own. He realized that if he lost focus, the flow could reverse and steal away his color instead. Clenching his jaw, Kay refused to give in. With one final push, the absorption was finally completed. Kay slowly stood up, breathing heavily, as he confirmed that every last bit of the barrier had been absorbed. Looking beyond the destroyed barrier, Kay was shocked to find a gigantic bottomless black pit. He guessed that it was the entrance to the ruins. After reporting what he saw, Red gave him a rare compliment. Red then ordered the team to clean up the remaining monsters. But his expression suddenly changed. In an instant, he rushed forward and pulled Ellie and Gale backward. A fraction of a second later, an invisible energy slash tore through the ground where they had been standing, wiping out the remaining creatures in a single strike. Gale stared in horror, realizing he would have died if Red had reacted even slightly later. Red's face turned serious. He quickly understood why they had faced so little resistance earlier. Something far more dangerous was nearby, and it had already driven the monsters away. He remembered the reports about a dangerous entity roaming this area. Then a shadow emerged from the dust, dragging a massive sword behind it. Red immediately concluded that they had no time to waste. The figure stepped into the light. It was a man with hair split into two colors, white on one side and black on the other. Half of his face was covered by a dark mask-like growth, and multiple weapons hung from his back. The pressure coming from him was terrifying. Red stepped in front of the team and told Kay and the others to listen carefully. Without wasting time, he shoved the lantern into Kay's hands. Then he ordered them to enter the ruins immediately and find the Stella fragment. Kay looked at him anxiously and asked if they really had to go down there alone. Red assured him that their abilities were enough. Before anyone could argue, Red pushed Kay, Ellie, and Gale into the dark abyss and told them to stop complaining. Kay's panicked scream echoed as the three of them fell. Meanwhile, Red remained alone at the edge of the pit, red energy burning around him. From below, Kay shouted and asked what they were supposed to do. Behind Red, the armed figure silently waited. Their eyes met, making it clear that a fierce battle was about to begin. The scene shifted to the bottom of the abyss. Kay lay motionless for a moment before groaning, clutching his head and forcing himself to stand. He lit the lantern Red had given him and assumed they had finally entered the ruins. The moment the light spread out, he froze. What stood before him was not an ancient ruin. Instead, he saw the remains of modern skyscrapers and shattered concrete structures, as if an entire modern city had been destroyed and buried underground. Kay slowly swept the lantern around him, unable to believe such a place existed. He complained that the light did not reach very far, only for a voice to tell him to stop whining and move toward the light ahead. Kay was relieved when he found Gale and Ellie. He admitted that he had been afraid of getting separated. Gale immediately blamed him, but Ellie fired back at once, pointing out that Gale had gotten lost too. Looking across the ruined city, Gale became uneasy. He questioned how they were supposed to find a Stella fragment in ruins this massive when they did not even know what it looked like. Kay agreed. Searching blindly through a place this large could take forever. Deep down, he wished Nero were here. The moment that thought crossed his mind, a small light appeared near his feet. Kay looked down in shock. It was Nero. He immediately panicked and asked how the cat had managed to follow them. Ellie narrowed her eyes suspiciously and asked whether Nero was a creature. Cold sweat ran down Kay's face. Then he suddenly realized this was actually an opportunity. Calling Gale and Ellie over, Kay lifted Nero with a confident smile. He declared that he had an easy way to find the Stella fragment. Gale instantly dismissed the idea. Ellie, however, completely ignored him and became far more interested in Nero. Kay then revealed Nero's special ability. Leaping from Ellie's arms, Nero transformed into a swirling mass of energy in midair. A brilliant light illuminated the ruins, leaving all three of them stunned. The glowing sphere shot forward and created a bright trail through the darkness. Without hesitation, they followed it. Gale could not believe that such a small creature possessed both intelligence and a special ability. He demanded to know where Kay had found it. Kay ignored the question, observed Nero's movements, and concluded that the Stella fragment was somewhere ahead. Suddenly, Nero accelerated after a specific trail and led them toward a gigantic concrete structure with a dark tunnel at its entrance. Kay wondered how deep they would need to go. Gale mocked him for sounding scared. Kay shot back a short reply and stated that they were going in. The group advanced through a massive corridor with an extremely high ceiling while Nero's light guided the way. Kay commented that the facility was much larger than he had expected. Then, he noticed Nero stopping in front of a huge metal door, signaling that something important was nearby. The silence was shattered by a heavy impact. A gigantic mechanical leg landed directly in front of them. Kay froze as a rusted robot towered over the group. Gale was completely confused because it looked nothing like the biological creatures they normally fought. The machine suddenly activated and projected a scanning light toward Ellie. Its reading identified her color as bright blue. The scanner then moved to Gale and recorded green. When the beam reached Kay, he realized the machine was identifying their colors. The result appeared almost instantly: absolute black. The robot's eyes immediately flared to life. The machine announced that it had detected the color of the Black Witch and immediately classified Kay as a threat. Before Kay could react, a heavy punch slammed into him. His body was sent flying, and he groaned in pain, though he managed to avoid the worst of the impact. Furious, he got back up and shouted at the machine. The robot raised its massive fist again. Kay rushed forward and struck its metal arm, but the impact nearly threw him off balance. The armor was far tougher than he expected. Gale stared in shock as the machine prepared another attack. Ellie lunged with her rapier, but her strike only produced sparks without leaving a single scratch. Her face turned pale when she realized her attack had done nothing. While watching the machine, Kay noticed a glowing core inside its chest, with a strange liquid swirling within it. He immediately realized that was its weak point. Just as he prepared to attack, the robot moved surprisingly fast and swung its arm like a giant club. Kay barely avoided the blow and jumped back in frustration. He then remembered the black power that had once covered his body. A full transformation would consume too much color energy, so he concentrated everything into his right hand instead. A dense black aura wrapped around his fist. Kay leaped forward and struck with all his strength. The punch pierced straight through the robot's chest, shattered the core, and tore apart its upper body. Its head flew away, and the light in its eyes vanished instantly. Kay let out a relieved sigh while standing among the wreckage. Meanwhile, Gale and Ellie could only stare in silence. Among the ruins, Kay picked up the machine's spherical core and thought that Mary would probably be happy to receive it. Suddenly, Gale demanded an explanation for the power Kay had just used. Both he and Ellie pressed him with questions. Kay grew nervous and claimed that the technique consumed an enormous amount of color energy. While he was talking, the giant metal door behind them slowly opened, revealing a black void beyond it. At that moment, Nero suddenly shot out while letting out a panicked cry. The small cat trembled beside Kay as if it had sensed something wrong. Kay approached cautiously. The moment his fingertip touched the darkness, the surface rippled like water. Then everything changed. A massive shadow burst out from the void. Gigantic black tendrils wrapped around them and dragged them away. Gale and Ellie shouted as they were pulled helplessly toward the darkness. All three of them were swallowed by the void. They fell through an endless black space before finally landing in a completely different environment. Gale complained while checking himself for injuries, but his words suddenly stopped. He looked down at his chest and froze. The green color that fueled his power was gone. Only a black and white world remained. Kay and Ellie stood beside him, equally stunned. Everything had lost its color. Inside this monochrome reality, confusion and fear quickly took over. Far away from the underground ruins, a small scorpion crawled across the wasteland while Shining City glittered in the distance. Somewhere inside that city stood the Eastern Administration Office. Inside the building, a high-ranking official known as the chief angrily demanded an update on the target's whereabouts. A nervous subordinate reported that the boy was currently on an exploration mission with Colorist, Red. He also explained that the boy had specifically asked them not to interfere. The chief's face immediately turned red with anger. He cursed the existence of black color energy and couldn't believe that Red had taken someone with such a dangerous color into the field. In his opinion, Red might be a hero, but this decision had already crossed the line. He explained that the recent appearance of a dangerous new creature had caused panic among the ruling council. They feared that the catastrophic black wave might have already begun. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became, realizing that he would be blamed if everything went wrong. In the middle of his outburst, a woman with pink and yellow hair smiled and pointed out that the chief was angry again. The woman was Camellia, the leader of the Dawn Pioneering Corps. She suggested that he calm down before he actually ended up in a hospital. Camellia admitted that she understood his concerns, but she believed he was jumping to conclusions. She asked whether Red was really the type of person to act without thinking things through. According to her, Red was the most suitable safeguard to keep an eye on the boy. She even argued that bringing a high-risk individual into the field could potentially produce unexpected positive results. While sipping her tea, Camellia said that what they needed right now was trust, not anxiety. A second later, her expression twisted from the tea's bitter taste. The chief ignored her reaction and poured an absurd amount of sugar into his own cup, leaving Camellia wondering how anyone could drink something that sweet. He immediately reminded her to stay focused. Camellia's expression then turned serious. She admitted that the chief's caution came from Black Color's connection to the legendary Black Witch. She explained that black represented death and fear because of its link to the first Black Wave. During that disaster, humanity had nearly been wiped out when dark fog covered the world, and strange creatures began appearing everywhere, eventually creating the Blacklands. Camellia believed that another wave was inevitable. In the end, this exploration was about survival, and now, two things had appeared at the same time: a new anomaly, and a person who possessed black color. With a firm expression, Camellia insisted that they had to use every power available, including black, and urged the chief to convince the council. The chief let out a long sigh and admitted that it wasn't as simple as she made it sound. Still, as he looked at a file containing Kay's photograph, he promised to do everything he could. Deep down, he couldn't help wondering if the fate of the city might somehow revolve around that one boy. Meanwhile, the three pioneers stood inside an endless black void. Their bodies appeared only as glowing white outlines. Gale panicked and pointed at himself, shouting that his color had disappeared. He demanded to know why Kay still had his. Kay calmly admitted that he had no idea. His only guess was that his color was black, so it naturally blended into the darkness around them. Suddenly, Gale bent over in exhaustion. At the same time, Ellie grabbed her head as a wave of weakness washed over her. Kay was confused because he felt completely fine. Then he realized something. He had spent most of his life living without color, so this condition felt normal to him. As Gale focused on the strange sensation inside his body, he noticed a faint light pulsing within him, almost like a hidden core. Without warning, eerie whispers echoed from every direction. All three of them turned in panic. With a trembling voice, Gale shouted into the darkness and demanded that whoever was whispering reveal themselves. Kay listened carefully. At first, he thought it might be the same voice that usually spoke to him. Then he realized this one was different. A vague female figure with long hair slowly emerged from the shadows. Kay immediately sensed her presence and spun around. Gale and Ellie froze in fear, unable to tell whether the figure was even a living creature. What terrified them most was how suddenly she had appeared. The mysterious woman slowly raised her hand and pointed directly at Kay's chest. His body stiffened. His eyes widened as he realized that he had been chosen. In an instant, his consciousness was dragged into a chaotic vision. He saw a vortex of energy devouring an entire city. Then the scene shifted into a blood-red nightmare. The world was ruined and filled with gigantic monsters. A massive eye opened in the sky above countless shadow creatures, while a many-eyed monster stared from the center of the horde. The vision shifted once more. The mysterious woman looked directly at him with a single glowing eye. Then Kay found himself standing before an enormous blue energy that radiated overwhelming pressure. He couldn't tell whether he was witnessing a memory or reality. The confusion became unbearable. For the first time, he began questioning his own identity. Deep within his subconscious, a voice from a bright light told him that he needed a name. A vague figure from the past smiled at him. That figure gave him the name Kay and told him to find his own light and his own color. Then the vision ended abruptly. Kay snapped back to reality and gasped for air. His entire body was soaked in sweat. His face had gone pale, and the memories that had just struck him left him badly shaken. He staggered through the void while clutching his head. Cursing under his breath, he couldn't understand why those horrifying images kept forcing their way into his mind. Kay desperately tried to piece together the fragmented visions. He fought to preserve the fading memories because he was certain they contained answers. Then a single name suddenly surfaced: Lumiel. Kay frowned. He had no idea who that person was. Before he could think further, Gale's scream shattered his concentration. Gale had completely lost control. He roared into the darkness and wildly swung his sword at invisible enemies. Kay quickly turned and saw Gale's blade cutting dangerously close to Ellie, who was curled up in fear. Gale kept screaming. He had completely lost touch with reality. Ellie trembled and begged him to stop, but her pleas went unheard. Gale continued his rampage and shouted that everyone should die. His eyes turned black and began bleeding, clear signs that the void had already corrupted his mind. At the same time, Ellie was trapped inside a nightmare of her own. Black tears streamed down her face as she clutched her head. She repeatedly apologized to her sister while reliving a traumatic memory over and over again. Kay watched both of them with growing concern. Their conditions were clearly getting worse. He finally understood that both the creature and this strange space were slowly corrupting them. If they stayed here any longer, they might never recover. Then a familiar sound echoed through the darkness. Kay looked up and saw a small white light floating toward him. Relief immediately appeared on his face. Nero was safe. Kay greeted him and quickly asked whether he was all right. Nero flew around nervously before signaling toward the distance. Kay immediately understood. There was something waiting ahead. Nero shot forward, leaving a trail of light behind him. Kay was about to follow, then he stopped and looked back. Gale was still swinging his sword above the terrified Ellie. Kay knew he couldn't leave them behind. He looked at Nero and asked for help. At once, a massive wave of purifying light erupted from Nero's body and engulfed both Gale and Ellie. Inside that light, the dark corruption began to evaporate. Their screams gradually faded as the influence of the darkness disappeared. Kay watched with satisfaction and made sure Nero's light was working. Once he was certain Gale and Ellie were safe, he told them to stay where they were. Kay then ventured deeper into the void alone, following the trail of light left behind by Nero. Before long, frustration started to build because he still couldn't see anything. Then the disturbing whispers returned. A mysterious voice echoed through the darkness, claiming that no color could ever reach it. Kay clicked his tongue in annoyance, irritated by yet another meaningless riddle. Suddenly, a bright star-like light appeared in the distance. Kay's expression immediately brightened, and he ran toward it. The closer he got, the more amazed he became. Standing before him was a massive glowing structure shaped like a four-pointed star resting atop a stone monolith. Kay instantly realized he had found his target. This was the Stella fragment, radiating an intense holy light. He noticed that its shape and glow were different from the fragment he had seen before, making him wonder whether every fragment was unique. Not wanting to waste any time, Kay climbed onto the stone formation to claim it and finally leave this unpleasant dimension. The moment his hand touched the glowing core, the light began to swirl violently. Then a huge amount of energy surged into his body. His absorption ability activated on its own. Kay was stunned as his body started glowing from the energy being absorbed. Panic quickly set in as he wondered why his power had activated without his control, hoping it wouldn't cause another problem. At the same time, the dark influence trapping them began to fade. Kay looked up in relief as the pressure in the air disappeared. The endless black void vanished completely, revealing a massive gray stone hall. Standing in the center of the room, Kay looked at the glowing energy gathered in his hand and confirmed that the black world was finally gone. He couldn't help thinking that dangerous places like this always hid unexpected surprises. Gale and Ellie eventually regained consciousness and stared at him in disbelief. Kay immediately asked if they were all right. Instead of answering, Gale pointed at him accusingly, while Ellie asked in shock how Kay was completely unaffected. Kay could only admit that he didn't know. Rather than dwell on it, he showed them the glowing object in his hand and announced that they had found their target. The small object shimmered with rainbow-colored light. It was the Stella fragment. The team gathered around to examine it more closely. Gale found it hard to believe that something so small was the item Red had sent them to retrieve. Ellie, however, was fascinated by how many colors were contained inside such a tiny object. Nearby, Nero floated silently while staring at the glowing sphere without blinking. After confirming that his body had suffered no side effects, Kay relaxed. But Nero slowly drifted closer. Its eyes remained fixed on the shining fragment. Then, without warning, the cat opened its mouth wide. Before anyone could react, Nero swallowed the Stella fragment whole. Kay's face instantly filled with horror. Both Gale and Ellie panicked and shouted at Nero, demanding to know what it was doing. Gale yelled at the floating cat, insisting that a Stella fragment was not food. His frustration exploded. He grabbed Nero and started shaking it, ordering the cat to spit the fragment back out. Kay immediately rushed forward and stopped Gale, shouting for him to let Nero go. At that exact moment, loud cracking sounds spread through the walls and ceiling. The entire chamber began shaking violently. Gale cursed in frustration, complaining that after everything they had gone through, this was how it ended. The tremors only grew stronger. Rocks and debris started raining down around them. Realizing the danger, Gale shouted for everyone to run. Kay hugged Nero tightly and sprinted alongside Ellie and Gale. They raced against time as the room collapsed behind them. Breathing heavily, they barely managed to escape through the corridor before the entrance was completely sealed off. Elsewhere, a group of pioneers stood before the corpse of a gigantic monster. Arancia, the orange-haired woman, knelt down and examined the deep slash marks carved into the ground. Her expression immediately hardened. A purple-haired man approached and asked whether she had discovered something. Arancia slowly nodded. In a heavy voice, she confirmed that the battle-crazed monster had returned. Those traces belonged to Sword Demon, one of the witch's black hands. Every appearance of Sword Demon brought chaos. She suspected that the recent surge in monster activity was connected to his presence. When asked whether the expedition should continue, Arancia immediately refused. They had already secured enough resources, and she had no intention of gambling with the lives of her pioneers. But at that moment, a massive wave of energy swept through the air. In the distance, a gigantic explosion of red flames erupted from a mountain. Arancia froze. She recognized that color instantly. It belonged to Red. Her eyes widened as she realized that if Red was fighting with that much power, then Sword Demon had to be there. An invisible energy slash suddenly shot toward them. Arancia shouted a warning to her team. She pulled out her giant mechanical hammer, glowing with orange heat, then leaped forward and swung it. An explosion of orange energy collided with the black slash and completely neutralized the attack. After landing firmly on the ground, Arancia declared that the expedition was officially over. She ordered her team to return to the outpost and instructed her deputy to lead the retreat. Without hesitation, Arancia shot toward the mountain peak where Red was fighting. A fierce battle was already underway. Red and black energy clashed repeatedly across the battlefield. Colorist Red and Sword Demon moved at blinding speed, their weapons colliding over and over without pause. Sword Demon hurled a vortex of dark energy toward Red. Red blocked it and redirected the attack with flawless control. The exchange continued non-stop. Then a massive pillar of red flames erupted from the ground. Sword Demon immediately jumped back and narrowly escaped the blaze. A voice praised Red's feint attack. Arancia descended from above and challenged Sword Demon directly. Wearing a fierce grin, she swung her hammer down. The orange shockwave smashed Sword Demon into the ground. As the dust settled, Red commented that Arancia was late. She casually answered back, while Red admitted that her attack was clean, though not enough to finish the job. Moments later, Sword Demon emerged from the dust. His gaze was filled with pure hatred. Red remained calm and remarked that the fight would be easier now that Arancia had joined him with her color. Arancia warned him not to hold back. She was relieved she had arrived before things became worse, because no colorist wanted to see Red fight with his full power. Red simply clicked his tongue in annoyance. Ignoring the shouting around her, Arancia activated her ability. An orange energy circle lit up beneath her feet. She tightened her grip on her hammer as a glowing aura wrapped around her body, then declared that they would bring down another one of the witch's black hands. Across from them, Sword Demon stood silently. His face was tense with overflowing rage. Just as Red and Arancia prepared to attack, heavy breathing suddenly echoed from the edge of the cliff. Red's eyes widened. Even Sword Demon turned his head in confusion. Several figures appeared above the rocky ledge. Kay, Gale, Ellie, and Nero had finally climbed out. Gale immediately collapsed while gasping for breath, swearing that he never wanted to return to those underground ruins again. But Kay suddenly froze. A terrifying pressure washed over him. He looked up and found Sword Demon staring directly at him. Behind the monster, Red and Arancia were shining with their color energy. Only then did Kay realize that they had walked straight into the middle of a battlefield. Red and Arancia cursed the terrible timing and immediately moved to intercept. Red shouted for them to get out of the way, but Sword Demon ignored the two colorists. His attention was fixed on weaker prey. With terrifying speed, he charged straight toward Kay, Gale, and Ellie. Instinct took over. Gale tightened his grip on his sword and Ellie immediately raised her weapon. Despite their exhaustion, both stepped forward. Sword Demon swung his massive black blade. With a single strike, both Gale's and Ellie's weapons shattered into pieces. The two froze in horror. Gale couldn't comprehend how his reinforced weapon had been destroyed instantly. Fear completely paralyzed him. He realized the gap in power was simply too great. Then the giant sword rose once more. A white energy slash tore through the air. Without thinking, Kay jumped forward and shielded Gale and Ellie. The attack cleanly severed his left arm. Pain exploded through his body. Ellie screamed his name, while Gale shouted in panic. Kay was thrown backward as blood poured from the wound. Sword Demon immediately advanced, slammed his knee into Gale, and grabbed Ellie by the neck, taking her hostage. Red and Arancia arrived a moment later, but both stopped. They couldn't attack without risking Ellie's life. Sword Demon ordered them to stay where they were. He demanded that they clear a path and stop pursuing him. Then he demanded the key. Red and Arancia were visibly shocked. Sword Demon warned them that the girl's life was in his hands. Red narrowed his eyes as he weighed the situation. Arancia shouted angrily and demanded to know what key he was talking about. Her hands trembled with rage. Meanwhile, Kay lay face down on the ground. Blood continued flowing from his severed arm. Nero floated above him, meowing frantically. Then suddenly, Kay's remaining hand moved. Dark energy began seeping out from the ground. Kay slowly rose to his feet. His silhouette towered over the battlefield. Sword Demon felt a strange pressure and turned toward him. Confusion filled his face. He couldn't understand what he was seeing. Kay stood upright. His face was hidden beneath shadows. Black energy swirled violently around his body. Darkness gathered around the stump of his severed arm. Then a new arm began to form. It was made entirely of dense shadows. Sword Demon stared in disbelief. He instinctively stepped back as an overwhelming pressure washed over him. His voice trembled as he demanded to know why a human possessed the color black. Kay took a step forward. The dark energy condensed further. His new arm became complete. Then an explosion of black power burst outward and slammed into Sword Demon, sending him flying backward. Arancia and Colorist Red could only stare in shock. Sword Demon suddenly began choking on an invisible force, clutching at his own throat. With only one hand, Kay lifted the massive creature into the air. Arancia immediately pulled Ellie and the others back to safety. Red watched with a grim expression, afraid that the black power had already consumed Kay's mind. Sword Demon struggled desperately as darkness crushed his body. His armor cracked, and his very existence began to erode. Through the pain, he realized that Kay was stealing his existence itself. The moment Sword Demon looked into Kay's glowing eyes, an old memory struck him. This feeling was far too familiar. It was exactly like his own. In the final moments of his awareness, Sword Demon finally understood. Kay was the one they had been searching for all along. He was the key itself. Terrifying jaws of darkness emerged from Kay's body and closed in around Sword Demon, trying to devour him. Realizing the danger, the monster immediately drew his sword and unleashed a barrage of slashes, tearing through the shadow creatures to create an escape route. He knew he could not win like this. Instead, Sword Demon rushed directly at Kay, aiming for his limbs to cripple him. A loud impact echoed through the battlefield. His eyes widened when his attack was completely stopped. Kay stood motionless within the darkness, blocking the blade with his transformed arm. The strike had no effect at all. Kay's black-covered hand tightly grabbed the sword itself. Sensing the shadow jaws closing in again, Sword Demon jumped back and barely escaped, but more shadows immediately appeared around him. Holding his breath, he admitted that Kay's power far exceeded his expectations. Then another presence entered the battle. Arancia charged forward with a furious expression and shouted that she had finally had enough. Her giant mechanical hammer came crashing down with overwhelming force, forcing Sword Demon to block. The next impact shattered his sword completely. The monster groaned in pain as Arancia's hammer pinned him down, ready to crush him. But Sword Demon made a quick decision. Now that he had confirmed the key's identity, there was no reason to continue fighting. He suddenly retreated, causing Arancia to curse and chase after him. The moment she realized where he was heading, panic crossed her face. She warned Red to stop him before he entered the depths. Sword Demon suddenly halted when a voice called out. Colorist Red stood directly in front of him. His crimson eyes glowed sharply, and his sword blazed with red light as he activated Chroma, Annihilation Fire. A single slash shot forward at terrifying speed. It severed Sword Demon's left arm and split the ground behind him. Sword Demon staggered backward and grabbed his shoulder, horrified as he realized he was facing the power of Chroma. Red gave him no opportunity to recover. Wave after wave of crimson energy slashes crashed toward him. With only one arm remaining, Sword Demon fought desperately before finally swearing that he would return and take the key for himself. Covered in blood, he leaped away and disappeared into the shadows. Red remained at the cliff's edge, staring into the darkness where the monster had vanished. Arancia wanted to continue the pursuit, but Red stopped her. He said it was too dangerous. This was already their limit, and the Blacklands itself served as the enemy's natural shield. The team finally regrouped. Arancia apologized, while Red reassured everyone and said he was grateful they were all alive. But his expression hardened when he looked behind him. Kay was standing completely still. Black shadows were flowing from the ground and wrapping around his entire body. Red was shocked as he realized Kay seemed to be absorbing the Blacklands itself. Slowly, the dark aura began to fade. Kay staggered, his eyes rolled back, and the black energy vanished completely. All strength left his body, and he collapsed forward unconscious. The group stood around Kay's unconscious body in silence. After witnessing the power he had just unleashed, they could no longer stop questioning who he really was. Elsewhere, Sword Demon stumbled through the darkness, while blood poured from his wounds. He groaned as he endured the pain, but dark energy soon gathered around his shoulder. His severed arm slowly began to regenerate. Then a mocking voice echoed through the darkness. The voice laughed at his miserable condition and asked if he had just been beaten up. It mocked him further, saying he always had a habit of interfering where he did not belong. Sword Demon narrowed his eyes toward the shadows. Two mysterious girls with green and black hair stepped forward, and Sword Demon immediately recognized them as Viper. The Vipers surrounded his injured body while cheerfully teasing him about his condition. Curious, they wondered who could have possibly injured a monster of his level. One of the Vipers examined the ground and found traces of scorching heat along with pure crimson energy. She looked up with a sly smile, realizing Sword Demon had fought Colorist Red. She laughed and said surviving a battle against a monster like that was practically a miracle. Sword Demon let out an annoyed snort as the teasing continued. He snapped at the Vipers and told them to shut up and leave. The Vipers remained completely unfazed. Instead, they commented on Colorist Red's strength, admitting that the human was incredibly powerful. However, they pointed out that his fighting style consumed his own life force, meaning his destruction would come sooner or later. Then Viper's tone became serious. She caught up to Sword Demon and brought up the question he had been avoiding. She asked whether he had noticed that the Black Witch's barrier, the massive barrier surrounding the ruins, had been opened. With a dangerous smile, she asked who had done it and how it had happened. Sword Demon remained silent. Viper sighed and continued pressing him for answers. Meanwhile, Sword Demon cursed her in his mind. He knew there was no reason to reveal information that important. If Kay's identity became known, it would only create problems for him. His eyes flashed with desire as he became determined to be the one who claimed the boy. Seeing his reaction, Viper looked disappointed and complained that he was boring. She watched Sword Demon walk away and sensed his hesitation. The two Vipers chuckled to themselves and mocked his suspicious behavior, saying that his silence only made it more obvious that he was hiding something. But their curiosity quickly shifted elsewhere. The dominant Viper casually stated that it did not matter. Sooner or later, they would find out on their own. Her green eyes began to glow as she reached a conclusion. The opening of the barrier had to be connected to the humans from the city. Standing before the silhouette of a massive tentacled figure, Viper grinned. Now that they had found a clue, it was finally time to create some real chaos. The shining city stood as a beacon of safety in a world full of darkness. Inside a medical room, Kay lay unconscious. His hair had turned white again. Mary sat beside the bed. Colorist Red, Gale, and Ellie Cyan stood watch nearby. All three elite pioneers stared down at the sleeping boy, their expressions heavy. Red's mind went back to the chaos in the Black Lands. Shame settled over him. He'd promised no one would get seriously hurt. The Sword Demon, Kay's slashed hand, that promise was already broken. He carried the full weight of the mission's outcome in silence. He looked down at his broken pocket watch. Nothing about him had changed, he thought. Maybe he didn't deserve to be called a hero. Nearby, Ellie and Gale talked over the mission. Ellie called their survival a miracle, all thanks to Red and Arancia's leadership. Red just listened. He didn't respond. His face looked exhausted. Ellie's voice turned firm. She said she'd get stronger, strong enough that she'd never be a burden to Kay again. Red told her not to rush it. Mary froze when she overheard them. Her mind drifted back to the first time those famous colorists showed up at her workshop, claiming to be Kay's friends. She'd been scared back then. Now she knew better. Kay's new friends were good people. She looked at his calm, sleeping face, hoping he'd wake up soon. A nurse had already told her Kay had no physical injuries. He'd probably wake up soon. Red finally broke the silence. He confirmed Mary's name and asked if she was really Kay's friend. She nodded. Red reassured her about Kay's condition. Then his expression shifted. Something serious. He asked if Mary knew anything about a small creature named Nero. That was the moment a black shadow slipped out from behind Kay. Gale jolted and pointed at the bed, shouting that the creature had finally shown itself. A small black cat sat on Kay's pillow. Gale scolded it for hiding all this time, then reported to Red. This was the creature that had swallowed the Stella fragment during the mission. Gale grumbled. The cat's disappearance had made explaining things to Red a whole mess. Red still looked confused, his patience running thin. Gale suddenly lunged at the bed, ordering the cat to come closer. Nero slapped him across the face and flew off instead, only making Gale angrier. The little cat shot straight into Mary's arms. She hugged him tight. Relief and joy spread across her face. She'd suspected all along that Nero had been hiding in Kay's shadow. She stroked his fur, just glad he was okay. On the other side of the room, Red kept his eyes locked on Nero. Something about the cat felt familiar. He couldn't explain why. He brushed it off as nothing. But his gaze never left the small creature. Then Nero's mouth lit up with color. Mary jumped back as the cat coughed up a glowing orb. Red let out a breath of relief. He admitted he'd been worried about how they were going to get it out. The room filled with rainbow light from the Stella fragment. Red reached out and closed his hand around it. One more fragment secured. But his face darkened again. He remembered the price they'd paid for it. Meanwhile, Kay was still trapped in a battle dream. He saw Ellie and Gale unable to stop the sword demon. The need to protect his friends pushed him forward, risk be damned. Fear and panic spiked. With a sharp cry, Kay jolted awake, gasping, drenched in sweat. He looked around, confused. Red was holding the Stella fragment. Ellie and Gale stood close by. Kay's mind raced. Where was he? What happened to the enemy? Then he looked at his own hands. Fear hit him instantly. The black color was gone. He was colorless again. Panic set in. Kay scrambled for a reason to hide who he really was from these elite pioneers. The memory of being rejected for having no color came flooding back. He was scared they'd cast him out all over again. Red noticed the tension on his face right away. He told Kay to lift his head, calm as ever. He asked why Kay looked so guilty and told him straight. His appearance wasn't the problem. What mattered, Red said, was that their first mission was a success. He admitted he never expected the new recruits to actually find the fragment. Then, with a warm smile, the captain gave him a warning. Starting now, he'd be training Kay hard, and with that, he officially welcomed him to the Red team. Kay sat frozen, unable to believe what he just heard. A relieved smile crept across his face, washing away the fear of being rejected. Filled with fresh resolve, Kay smiled back, ready for whatever came next. Red got ready to leave. He told the recruits to wrap up their conversation before splitting up. He had to bring the Stella fragments straight to Lord Luminous, he said, and he ordered them to rest at the facility until further instructions came. Red left. Kay, Mary, Ellie, and Gale stayed behind in the medical room. Ellie broke the silence first. She asked Kay if he remembered anything from after he passed out on the battlefield. Kay looked nervous. Captain Red had told them to keep it secret, he admitted, but he genuinely didn't remember much of that part himself. Ellie sighed. She decided not to push it. Everyone had their own secrets, she figured. Kay insisted he was telling the truth, then quickly changed the subject. He asked how he was supposed to get his black color back. Mary laughed and told him not to worry. She'd already prepared something for exactly this, she said proudly. She started digging through her bag, and the others watched, curious. Then her face lit up. She pulled out a small bottle of dark liquid and announced it was black ink. She mentioned casually that she'd grabbed it from a dump site. Ellie's face went pale. She stared at Mary in disbelief. That wasn't ink, she shouted. That was toxic waste. Why would Mary keep something that dangerous? Kay, on the other hand, looked thrilled. He called it his personal ink. Ellie's warning that the liquid was basically poison didn't faze him at all. Without hesitating, Kay opened the bottle and drank it. Mary smiled, a knowing look on her face. Ellie froze in shock. Kay let out a satisfied breath the moment he swallowed it. He said he felt alive again. Dark mist swirled around him, his energy surged. His hair turned pitch black. He clenched his fist and declared he was fully recovered. Mary clapped, delighted. Then she added, that ink alone wasn't enough to restore all his energy. She suggested heading to her studio for more. Kay agreed instantly, fired up. Gale had been watching the whole thing in silence, his expression dark. He finally cut in and said he was leaving. Before he actually left, he stopped. He shot Kay a suspicious, hostile look. His eyes locked onto Kay's arm, fully healed now, even though it had been sliced clean off during the fight. Gale knew regeneration like that was a high-level ability, one only certain colorists ever had. That was exactly why he couldn't wrap his head around what Kay had just pulled off. His voice turned sharp. He demanded to know why Kay had thrown himself into that kind of danger during the battle. His mind flashed back to the moment Kay leapt in front of the sword demon to protect them. He still remembered the shock of watching Kay take a hit that was meant for him and Ellie. Kay hesitated under the weight of that anger. He explained that in the moment he genuinely felt they were all in danger, and he thought his ability might stop the attack. Then he added, it hadn't worked. It had nearly made things worse instead. That honest answer did nothing to cool Gale down. His jaw tightened. Then, In a sudden burst of emotion, he grabbed Kay by the collar. He shouted, demanding to know who had ever asked for Kay's help. His face twisted with anger as he said it straight to Kay's face. He didn't like him. Kay went silent, confused, unable to understand why Gale was reacting this hard. Mary stepped in immediately. She snapped at Gale, demanding an explanation for his crazy behavior. Gale said nothing. His face clouded over with something complicated. After a tense pause, he let go of Kay's collar. Without another word, he turned and walked off. Mary was still fuming, but Ellie calmed her down, saying Gale had always been difficult like that. Ellie decided it was time to head out too. Kay thanked her. Ellie suggested they push back their match for another time. Once Ellie left, it was just Kay, Mary, and Nero. Kay suggested they head back to Mary's workshop. She agreed right away, happy about it. Before they left, Kay remembered something he wanted to show her. Mary looked at him, curious. Kay explained it was something he'd picked up after taking down an enemy during the mission. Thinking back to the giant mechanical automaton, he pulled a bag off the shelf and said he was pretty sure she'd love it. He pulled out a glowing mechanical object. Mary froze. Her eyes lit up the second she realized what it was worth. It was the glowing core from the robot Kay had destroyed in the ruins, inside a grand hall that had once been filled with shimmering light. Elsewhere, Red walked alone down a quiet corridor, his expression serious. He stepped into a massive room flooded with blinding, golden light. At the end of a long staircase, a figure bathed in rainbow light waited for him. Red announced his presence. A woman with long, pale hair stood waiting, dressed in an elegant white gown. She greeted him, saying she'd been expecting him. Red got straight to it. For the first time in a long while, he said he had good news. His prediction had been right. They'd found a way to open the Black Witch's veil. The woman, Lord Luminous, turned to face him. Back at the workshop, Mary was completely absorbed in the mechanical core Kay had given her. She tore into it with excitement, amazed at how its structure matched the ancient technology she'd studied in books. It still ran on ink as fuel, just like modern machines, she explained, but its efficiency was way beyond anything current. What blew her mind was that this thing could power a ruined golem using ink that had nearly faded out completely. Kay, on the other hand, sat there bored with Nero. He gave the core a skeptical look and asked if it was actually special. To him, it just looked ordinary. Mary snapped back instantly. That thing was extremely special, she insisted. Finding a relic like this was rare, she said. Even a famous pioneer core might come across one only once a year. She drifted off, daydreaming about that lost era of technology, wishing she could have experienced it herself. Kay cut in, asking casually if they should just sell the valuable relic instead. Mary got mad immediately. She swung her wrench and called him an amateur, saying a real technician would never pick money over research like this. Confidence radiating off her, she said ideas were already flooding her head. She promised she'd use this knowledge to build Kay the best gear possible. Kay smiled. The effort, he figured, was worth the happiness on her face. As Kay and Nero got ready to leave, saying they'd be back later, Mary suddenly stopped him. She remembered something. Someone had come looking for her earlier. Kay looked confused. Mary explained that while she was out in the Shadow District collecting ink, a group had approached her. At first, she thought they were thugs and almost pulled out her saw wrench. Then she realized they already knew exactly who she was. Their leader, a man in a tall hat, asked with an uneasy tone if she was Kay's friend. They wanted to meet the black color holder, he said. Mary admitted the whole encounter felt like a bad omen, so she ran. Kay looked worried and scolded her for going into that district alone. She brushed it off. Her business was urgent, she said, and told Kay to stay away from weird people like that. Kay agreed and left the workshop. Walking through the industrial streets, a bad feeling settled over him. He told himself if they really had business with him, they'd find him directly. His body felt tired. He decided to head home and rest. Then suddenly his eyes sharpened. Something felt off. Kay spotted a group gathered in a narrow alley. He figured the homeless population in the area had grown again. Looking at their worn-out faces, he wondered if some kind of underground gang war had pushed them this far up. Then Nero popped his head out from Kay's hood, meowing loudly to get his attention. The cat jabbed a paw toward a dark, narrow passage, restless. Kay hesitated. He knew that place was dangerous, but Nero's persistence won out. He muttered an awkward apology, admitting Nero's instincts were almost always right. Kay decided to try something new. He focused dense black energy into both eyes. His vision shifted. Things invisible to the normal eye came into focus. Inverted vision activated. His left eye glowed with a dim white light. The technique worked instantly. In the pitch-black alley, a glowing figure appeared, wrapped in rainbow light. Kay froze. Someone had been standing there the whole time without a sound. The figure was a woman with pale hair, dressed in an elegant gown, Lord Luminous. Kay felt her gaze and called out to her. She turned and stepped straight into a portal of light. Kay rushed forward, asking her to wait. His face hardened. This had to be the person who'd been looking for him. He couldn't just let a potential threat walk away. With full resolve, Kay pushed through the light. The moment he crossed the threshold, his expression twisted with shock. He'd landed in a fantasy world filled with floating light and massive pillars. Kay looked around, confused, his mind struggling to process the sudden change. Panic crept in as he realized, just moments ago, he'd been standing in a filthy alley. He turned to look back. The dark door he'd walked through was already distorting, fading away. He was trapped. The mysterious woman turned to face him. She said Kay was just as interesting as she'd expected. She admitted she hadn't planned to reveal herself this soon. But Kay should be proud, she said, for finding her first. Kay stammered, asking who she was. The woman introduced herself gently as Celestia. She greeted him as the child of black. She stood before him, radiating an overwhelming holy aura. Kay stared, unable to believe his eyes. Her body glowed with every color at once. Cold sweat ran down his back. Only one legendary figure could give off light like that. Kay realized exactly who she was, the current Lord Luminous. Fear settled over him. He couldn't understand why someone of that stature would come down to the Shadow District just to watch him. As he asked Celestia what she wanted, that intense light triggered something strange. Kay's mind filled with dark static. His vision was flooded with chaotic noise. Panic surged through him. The horrifying voices that usually haunted him came roaring back, full force, starving for that light. They ordered him again and again to seize it, to take it for himself. Kay's eyes turned pitch black as the darkness took over his mind, forcing him to devour that light right now. Celestia watched the sudden shift with curiosity. She noted that Kay's black energy had abruptly swallowed him whole. Kay fought to stay conscious. He mumbled in confusion, insisting he wasn't doing any of this on purpose. Celestia stayed calm. If anything, she looked fascinated. She said it was remarkable that Kay hadn't died despite being consumed by darkness that deep. She compared his aura to the Black Witch, Nyx, and yet Kay hadn't turned into a monster. Celestia suspected there was some hidden connection between Kay and the witch. She revealed that some of the city's leaders wanted him gone, worried about the danger he carried. She disagreed. Her eyes lit up as she made it clear she had no intention of letting that happen. Kay's ability, in her view, was far too valuable to throw away. To protect the city, the power of black had to be used, no matter the risk. She decided it was time to get serious. Celestia gripped her staff and unleashed a massive wave of purifying light to push back the darkness surrounding Kay. The light swept over his body, and the dark influence vanished instantly. Kay gasped for air, clutching his head. That voice he'd just heard, he realized, was the clearest it had ever been. Celestia asked if he might have heard the Black Witch herself. Kay hesitated and admitted he didn't know. Celestia laughed softly, telling him to relax. She'd just wanted to meet him, she explained, after hearing his story from Red. But before they talked any further, she said there was something she wanted to thank him for. Kay looked confused, asking what exactly he'd done. Celestia summoned a ripple of light and pulled out a glowing stella fragment. Not many people truly understood what it meant, she explained, and Kay deserved thanks for retrieving something that precious. Kay answered humbly. The whole team played a part in getting it, he said. Celestia smiled at that. But what mattered most, she insisted, was that Kay himself had opened the Black Witch's veil. Her eyes locked onto his. Did he understand how incredible that was? Kay just stood there, frozen, speechless. Then Celestia revealed something shocking. Even a luminous like her had never been able to open the Black Witch's veil. Only the witch herself could do that. She explained that stella fragments were scattered across the Black Lands, most of them sealed behind that very veil. The city kept fighting to claim them, but so far, they'd only ever recovered the fragments that happened to surface on their own. Kay stared at her in confusion, admitting he didn't understand why she was telling him all this. He didn't even know how the fragments were used, or why they were worth so much. Celestia realized she should have explained their function first. With a meaningful smile, she figured seeing it for himself would make things much clearer. She also warned him not to mention any of this to anyone. Only a handful of people knew the truth. Suddenly, everything around them changed. Kay jolted as he found himself standing on a high, glowing platform suspended in the air. He stared in shock at the shining city stretched out below, surrounded by a massive wall of thick darkness. Panic rising, Kay asked where they were. Not far off stood a massive castle, glowing with light. Celestia told him to stay calm. They were at her residence, she explained. She raised the stella fragment and said Kay was the first person she'd ever shown it to. Reaching her hand out toward the horizon, Celestia told him to look closely. A pillar of white and rainbow light shot up into the sky, followed by a massive boom. The energy spread outward, creating a giant wave of light. Kay stood frozen, staring at it, eyes wide in disbelief. The walls of the Black Lands physically pushed back under the force of that light. From the high platform, Kay watched the border of darkness retreat, widening the city's safe zone. In the shining city, a newspaper seller shouted from a street corner as flyers rained down, marking a new morning for the city. Crowds gathered to read the news, talking about yesterday's miracle. They discussed how Lord Luminous's pillar of light had pushed back the Black Lands, the first time in decades that humanity had reclaimed territory from the darkness. Optimism spread through the streets, people hoping the city would keep expanding and grow safer from monsters. Eyes turned toward the glowing castle, people wondering about the mysterious Lord Luminous, rarely seen in public, too busy guarding the city's light. The effects of the expansion showed up fast. Workers and miners rushed toward the new territory, eager to grab rare resources and ink that had been out of reach before. In a crowded square, a man shouted about forming a new pioneer squad, pulling people in to invest. In a corner of the room, Kay sat quietly, his hood pulled low, a newspaper in his hands. Nero, his black cat, munched on a snack while peeking out from inside Kay's coat. Kay figured the city's chaos made sense after everything that happened yesterday. A few hours earlier, Kay had stood before Celestia's glowing form in her ethereal realm. Celestia explained that the Stella fragment he'd retrieved was an extraordinary item, one that opened up countless possibilities. Then her tone turned serious. She warned him about the Black Hand, an organization tied to the figure Kay had fought. They were hunting the same fragments. Once they learned about Kay's power, she said they wouldn't stop trying to capture him. She noticed Kay's unease and reassured him. The city had held the Black Hand back for a long time, she said, and she promised to protect him. Her expression dimmed as she revealed something harder to hear. Behind all the celebration, the city was actually pushing its resources to the breaking point, just to survive the war. Her rainbow eyes locked onto his. Kay was someone special, she told him. Plenty of people would either fear him or try to use his power. Celestia promised to handle any trouble from her side and asked him to keep going as a pioneer, business as usual. The meeting ended there. She told him he was free to go. As Kay turned to leave the platform, Celestia smiled warmly and said she'd enjoyed their conversation. Kay glanced back nervously, still shaken by being in the presence of the city's leader. Celestia added that she'd personally make sure Red's team got the recognition they deserved. Back at the table, Kay set down his newspaper. After a full day of rest, he wondered what to do next. His mind drifted to Mary, remembering her ink supply was running low. Deciding to be productive, Kay left a coin on the table for payment and considered going back to mining like before. He walked through the busy city streets, blending into the crowd on his way to his destination. Kay arrived at a massive building with a crowd gathered at the entrance. He paused for a second, realizing he never thought he'd actually set foot in this place. The Pioneer Gathering Hall. Kay remembered a time when he couldn't even get close to this building, back when he was still colorless. Realizing how different things were now, he pulled his hood back and told himself he could walk in here with his head held high. The moment he stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted instantly. Pioneers stopped what they were doing and stared at the dark-haired young man. Whispers spread fast, people questioning what exactly he was. They recognized him as the man rumored to have obtained the black color, the very first person to hold it. Some muttered that the rumors were true, and that he looked even more unsettling up close. Uncomfortable stares followed him, along with questions about why the Dawn Pioneer Squad had recruited someone like him. On the other side of the room, gossip about his achievements spread just as fast. Some said his contribution to the first expedition was huge, with a few claiming he was about to receive a reward from his team. Others wondered how he'd managed to catch the attention of elite colorist Red. From the upper balcony, a colorist watched with sharp interest, commenting that the young man really was pitch black. Raven told him to sit down. The colorist just smiled and said he was simply curious about the kid Red had recruited. He turned to Arancia, recalling that she'd been part of a recent battle, and asked if Kay was really as strong as the rumors claimed. Arancia thought for a moment before admitting Kay really was impressive. But she also remembered that dark shadow surrounding him during the fight, something that felt off. She suggested they keep an eye on him. Instead of looking worried, the colorist just smiled wider, saying that description made him even more interested. On the main floor, Kay stood alone. He caught a whisper about his new nickname, Kay of the Black. He walked up to the front desk, and a staff member greeted him. Kay confirmed this was his first visit and said he wanted to take on any available work. The receptionist noticed he didn't have an official emblem yet and handed him a few forms. New pioneers, she explained, were only allowed low-risk jobs, like ink mining or hunting small creatures. In the corner of the room, a group of men watched Kay with pure hatred. One of them sneered at his color, calling it disgusting, questioning how a human could even be black. He complained that K's aura felt like something dangerous, criticizing the people who kept hyping him up. He turned to the man beside him, called him boss, and asked for his opinion. The boss, a man with dark red hair, stayed silent, his eyes cold. His gaze stayed locked on K from across the room. As K finished his paperwork and turned to leave, the red-haired man glared hard, muttering that the black-haired kid was seriously annoying. This was the examiner who had once rejected K, and his hatred had only grown deeper since then. He remembered the last mission, seeing K standing alongside the elite colorists, and admitted he'd hated him ever since. To him, K was nothing but a lucky rat who happened to catch a colorist's attention and strut around like he belonged. Hearing that K was just an inexperienced rookie only made his anger burn hotter. As K walked off, the examiner stood up and signaled his group. He scoffed, convinced a veteran like himself deserved a spot on the elite squad far more than K ever could. With clear malicious intent, he ordered his men to follow K, swearing he wouldn't let a black ruin the city. The four men grinned, agreeing to give K what they called a purification. Meanwhile, K was already out in the wasteland. He stood before a massive black cliff that loomed over the barren landscape like a curtain. With a satisfied smile, he held up a glowing black gem, happy to have found another one. K recognized it as chromatic ore. Around him lay piles of colored gems he'd already collected. This was the first time he'd gathered this much in one go. K smiled, figuring his recent mining luck had been bad, and this spot felt perfect. Chromatic ore was used as fuel and weapon material, just like ink, so its value had to be high. He pictured Mary's happy face when she saw this haul and hoisted the heavy sack of ore onto his shoulder. His left eye lit up with dark light as he activated inverted vision. Thanks to the technique, he realized gathering resources was about to get a lot easier. Across the gray landscape, he could see glints of color from hidden resources invisible to the normal eye. K realized it didn't matter how dark or hidden something was, his eyes could see through all of it. As his energy faded, K reminded himself this technique burned through a lot of color, so he couldn't keep it running for long. He joked with Nero on his shoulder, saying the cat probably wouldn't get many more turns now that he was this efficient. Nero just nodded, eyeing the 2 full sacks of ore. K realized he'd finished the job way faster than expected. He worried that hauling back this much loot right now would draw unwanted attention. He decided to stall. K chose to stay out in the wasteland a bit longer before heading back to the city. With the extra time, he decided to train his ability. With Nero on his shoulder, K gripped a dark gem in his hand. He thought about his main ability, Ink Drain. He remembered absorbing attacks during his exam and the mission, realizing that even though the power needed contact, it sometimes burst out of his control. K decided he needed to master this power before it spiraled out of hand and threatened his future. He grabbed a few glowing blue gems and got ready to experiment. K studied a gem in his hand, admiring its bright color and imagining the high price it could fetch. But the moment his focus went too deep, his ability activated faster than he wanted. Dark energy spiraled around his hand, and his power instantly drained the gem dry. K jolted in panic as the gem's color faded, turning pale white and worthless. K yelled in frustration, cursing himself over the heavy loss while scolding his own power for draining without permission. Despite the frustration, K calmed down quickly. At least now he was starting to understand the sensation of his power moving. K thought back to his earlier experiences and noticed a pattern. The denser the target's color, the harder his power was to control. His mind drifted to the whispers he'd heard near Celestia. K told himself to stay alert, determined not to let this power take over completely. His eyes dropped to the dark energy swirling in his chest. K wondered if absorbed colors simply turned black, or if they kept their original properties underneath. If that was true, maybe he could use them differently. A theory started forming. If black contained every color, then maybe he was similar to Celestius in some way. That thought made his heart race. K might be able to use every color that existed. K tried to recall the exact sensation of his power from before. He needed to master that moment if he wanted real control. In his mind, he pictured Red's overwhelming strength. He remembered that crushing, burning red aura and tried to replicate it. Gripping a red gem, K locked in his focus. Intense heat surged through his entire body, like he was burning from the inside out, but his control slipped. The gem shattered into pieces, leaving K standing there, disappointment written on his face. Alone in the rocky wasteland, K admitted mastering this power wasn't going to be easy. He accepted that big results weren't going to come overnight. Still, his resolve held firm. K decided to keep training until the sun went down. Hours passed. The sky above the canyon turned dark. K walked through a narrow gap, hauling a massive sack of mined ore on his back. His breathing was heavy. Sweat soaked through his clothes. K wondered if he'd been too greedy, gathering this much in one trip. Then mocking laughter echoed from the shadows, someone calling him slow. Kay looked up, startled to see 4 silhouettes blocking the exit. They were the pioneers from the gathering hall. The red-haired man stood at the front with his 3 subordinates, glaring at Kay with open hostility. Kay returned the stare, confused. The boss smirked coldly, saying he never expected to run into the city's little celebrity in a place like this. His tone dripped with mockery as he greeted Kay. Meanwhile, his men closed in around Kay inside the canyon, telling him to move faster. Kay stayed calm, even as they mocked him as a clueless new recruit. When Kay calmly asked who they were, the men took offense. But one of them suddenly noticed a strange glint coming from the sack on Kay's back. He stepped closer and froze when he realized the sack was packed with high-value chromatic ore. His eyes lit up as he shouted the news to his boss. The red-haired man leaned back against the rock wall, smiling greedily. He called it good news, then looked at Kay, commenting on the rookie's luck, while accusing him of being bold enough to try keeping it all for himself. His gaze hardened, threatening to make Kay talk one way or another. On his order, one of the men pulled out a knife and warned Kay not to resist if he wanted to live. Kay said nothing. Without a word, he dropped the heavy sack onto the ground. The man paused for a moment, assuming Kay had given up. He quickly started digging through the hall, praising what he thought was a smart decision. A satisfied grin spread across his face, confident Kay would behave. But before he could react, Kay moved. A hard punch landed square on his face. The boss's eyes went wide, stunned that the rookie had struck first. The force of the hit sent his man flying backward. Kay clenched his fist and let out an irritated breath. Even as a pioneer, he thought, he still had to deal with people like this. Kay shifted into a fighting stance, his eyes darkening. He told them to stop wasting his time and just attack all at once, since Mary was waiting for him. Enraged, the man in the red jacket screamed insults and charged in, knife raised. He thrust forward, but Kay sidestepped with ease, calm in his movements. Seizing the opening, Kay countered with a strike straight to his opponent's face. The impact sent the man crashing into the canyon wall, leaving him helpless. In an instant, Kay shifted his focus, sensing an attack coming from his blind spot. A bulky man in a green jacket lunged in, swinging a heavy punch. The attack stopped cold the moment Kay caught his fist with one hand. Kay twisted the man's wrist, swept his legs out, and slammed his large body straight into the ground. Without hesitation, Kay landed one final punch, knocking his opponent out cold. Kay stood over the fallen man and said anyone who comes after someone else's stuff has to pay the price. His gaze shifted to the last enemy standing, but his eyes went wide instantly. A red energy bullet was already streaking toward him. Kay spun his body at the last second, barely dodging it. The shot slammed into the rock wall behind him, leaving a smoking crater. Kay stared at the damage. That attack had come with zero warning. From the destruction alone, he could tell how brutal this weapon's penetration power was. This guy was using a long-range dropper. The red-haired boss smirked, visibly surprised that Kay had dodged his sneak attack. He stepped forward, gripping his massive smoking weapon, complaining that the shot should have ended Kay in one hit. His eyes filled with hatred as he admitted he'd hated Kay since the very beginning. He kept closing in, jealousy spilling out of him. He'd always wanted to join an S-rank corps, he said, and it felt completely unfair watching some black-colored guy stroll in like he had connections handed to him. He rambled on, unable to accept why the first black holder was treated like something special. In his head, he pictured Kay standing shoulder to shoulder with elite colorists, and disgust hit him instantly. That disgusting color, getting all that attention. His grip on the weapon tightened. He announced he'd changed his mind. He originally just wanted to break a few bones. Now he was going to kill Kay. He aimed the massive weapon straight ahead, his crazed grin widening as he said no one out here would ever know what happened, so he could finish Kay off right here. He pulled the trigger. A barrage of red energy bullets tore through the area. Kay moved instantly, weaving through the deadly barrage as he pushed forward. He skimmed low across the ground, barely grazed by the shots. Once he closed the distance, Kay swung a hard punch, but the boss yanked himself back just in time. The fight turned into a chaotic close-range brawl, the boss firing wildly, while Kay kept dodging and striking back. Frustrated, the boss cursed and screamed at Kay to stop sticking so close, his weapon starting to glow. Instead of aiming at Kay, the boss fired a powerful blast straight into the ground. Jagged red crystal shards burst out, forcing Kay to leap back. Kay stared at it, stunned, wondering what kind of attack this even was. From the crystal structure alone, he knew this couldn't be a regular bullet. The red-haired boss revealed his power, crystallization, the ability to create ruby and hematite. He bragged that combining it with a dropper let him produce endless deadly ammunition. A rain of crystal shards rained down as he screamed that his power was on a completely different level, compared to an impurity like black. Kay jumped behind a large rock formation to avoid the attack. Behind cover, he held his ground and admitted dealing with dropper users was genuinely a pain. K sized up his opponent, estimating the guy was around rank B as a pioneer. He thought of him as trash, but he still admitted the man had real ability. His eyes dropped to his fist, wrapped in black energy. K considered absorbing the bullets, but hesitated. Coating himself in black energy didn't always go perfectly, he reminded himself. The memory of fighting the sword demon surfaced, and K realized trying to absorb an attack without a plan could end with a fatal wound. Suddenly, a massive shadow fell over him. The big man in the green jacket, the one he'd taken down earlier, had gotten back up and grabbed K from behind. K spun around, startled, but it was too late. His legs were locked in place. K kicked at the man's face over and over, screaming for him to let go, but the grip held firm. Blood covering his face, the man shouted to his boss that K was pinned and told him to shoot. The red-haired boss smiled cruelly, praising his subordinate. Seeing the perfect opening, he aimed his weapon straight at the trapped K. With a furious scream, he pulled the trigger and fired at point-blank range. K's eyes went wide. He knew there was no way to dodge in time. The red energy bullet struck him directly in the head. The boss cheered, certain his enemy was dead. He waited for the smoke to clear, expecting to see a body on the ground. Instead, heavy footsteps echoed, and K was still standing, his head hanging low. The boss's face changed, confusion spreading across it. He stammered in disbelief as K slowly walked toward him. The moment K lifted his head, terror hit the boss instantly. A small swirl of red energy spun on K's forehead, the darkness swallowing the bullet completely. K felt a wave of relief. His absorption ability had kicked in right on time. The red-haired boss froze, insisting his shot had clearly hit K's head. He stared in horror as K kept walking forward without a single real wound. Panic took over. He screamed hysterically, calling K insane, demanding he just die already, and pulled the trigger over and over. A barrage of shots slammed into K's body, one after another. When the dust settled, all the boss could do was stare at a silhouette wrapped in dark red mixed with black. K mocked him coldly, asking why he'd stopped shooting and daring him to keep using his ability. The red-haired boss clenched his teeth, anger and fear tangled together. Realizing his attacks weren't working anymore, he stared at the terrifying figure in front of him, cold sweat running down his face. K decided to show exactly how far his power went. A black curtain formed, and the red energy bullets that hit it got trapped in dark swirls across his chest and shoulders, slowly absorbed. With a threatening smile, K said since the enemy's attacks were spent, it was his turn now. The boss shouted that K was just bluffing, insisting no one could take bullets with that kind of penetration and walk away fine. He raised his weapon again, telling himself that even if the attack got absorbed, K's insides had to be wrecked. To him, K was still just a target, but K stayed calm. He knew those bullets weren't a real threat anymore, though there was still a cost. The amount of color burned to maintain that defense was way higher than what he actually absorbed. K calculated that using this ability carelessly would drain him too fast. He decided he needed to take out the dropper first, but he needed a new approach to close the distance. He muttered something about trying a new trick, leaving the red-haired boss confused. K picked up a piece of red crystal shard off the ground, saying he wanted to copy his opponent's ability. Instantly, the black energy in his hands surged and the rock transformed into a long black spear with a jagged tip. The red-haired boss froze, completely stunned. K looked at his new weapon with a satisfied smile. Realizing the spear covered his weakness at range, he explained that while absorbing the enemy's attack, he'd caught the essence of the crystallization ability, the power to compress color into solid form. With a mocking expression, K thanked him for the lesson and hurled the massive spear. The boss leapt aside in a panic as the spear slammed into the ground with a thunderous boom. Furious, he screamed and fired back with a barrage of red energy bullets. But K was already ready. He spun his black spear, deflecting bullet after bullet, sparks flying as black crystal clashed against red energy. K smiled with confidence, showing off the dark swirl on his chest absorbing whatever impact got through, and mocked him for wasting his effort. Deciding to turn this fight into practice, K gripped his spear and charged forward, declaring his opponent would now be his test dummy. He leapt high with surprising agility. As he dropped down through the air, the red-haired boss looked up, his face filled with panic. K slammed the weapon into the ground, triggering a massive burst of black crystal spikes that mimicked the boss's earlier attack. The boss stared in pure terror, unable to believe what he was seeing. He realized, with horror, that K had copied his crystallization ability perfectly. K smirked and asked if he wanted to see another form. The black energy shifted again, the spear morphing into a massive curved black blade. K swung it horizontally at the dropper. The boss froze, eyes wide. He looked down and saw the front barrel of his weapon sliced clean off. His body went rigid, unable to process that his weapon had been destroyed in a single swing by someone who wasn't even using a dropper. Cold sweat poured down his face, unable to understand how his weapon could be destroyed that easily. As K stepped closer, fear completely overtook the boss. Black, he realized, held power he couldn't begin to understand, making K look like a monster. Meanwhile, K felt the physical toll of his last attack. He clenched his fist, puzzled at how poor his energy efficiency had been. Tired as he was, K steadied himself, deciding the cost was worth the destructive power it produced. He looked at the now unarmed boss and mocked him, asking what he planned to do now. The red-haired boss growled in fury. Refusing to back down, the boss screamed at K to drop the attitude and unleashed a blast of red energy. He shouted about how he'd clawed his way up to rank B, while sharp red crystals burst out of the ground around him. K's eyes widened. He realized he'd underestimated his opponent. The boss yelled that shooting wasn't all he could do, then charged forward, surrounded by floating jagged stones, reminding K that his color let him create Ruby. With a reckless grin, he declared even without a dropper, he'd kill K right here. A storm of red crystal shards rained down at terrifying speed. K raised his hand and met the attack head-on. Instead of dodging, he smashed straight through the projectiles, shattering them with bare fist. Black energy swirled around his arm, forming a massive, heavy shield. Red crystals slammed into the black barrier again and again, but none of them broke through. Seizing the opening, K pushed forward, driving his black shield straight through the storm of red energy. He tore through the crystal debris, closing the distance fast. The red-haired boss froze as he watched his defense get crushed, watching K charge straight at him. His face twisted with shock the moment he realized his guard had been broken. K spun his body and swung a hard punch into the boss's ribs. The hit landed clean. The boss screamed in pain, blood spraying from his mouth. Before his body could collapse, K grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and slammed him into the ground with brutal force. The red-haired boss lay there helpless, coughing and gasping for air. K looked down at him and asked if he was finally done acting up. K complained that he'd already had a busy day, blaming the boss for wasting his energy for nothing. The boss's eyes went wide, fear and disbelief flooding his expression. He stammered, unable to comprehend how some rookie could have power this terrifying. K stared down at him, uninterested, asking if that was all he had to say. Terrified, the boss screamed, calling K a monster. He spat that the black color K was born with was disgusting, calling his ability completely unnatural. K said nothing as the man kept insisting his existence wasn't normal. With a crazed look, the boss asked if K never felt strange about himself. He laughed hysterically, calling K a monster wearing a human mask, then screamed that K wasn't even human. K went quiet, his expression sinking into shadow. The red-haired boss froze, confused why K had suddenly stopped talking. That confusion turned into terror as he looked up at the dark figure looming over him. K tilted his head down, his black eyes glowing wide, piercing through the darkness without a trace of empathy. The boss's body shook violently, panic completely taking over. Then, breaking the tension, K smiled coldly. He asked what exactly the man was making such a fuss about. The red-haired boss trembled uncontrollably as K mocked him, asking why he still wanted to argue after attacking with full intent to kill. Having heard enough, K grabbed the man's collar roughly and choked him, pinning his body to the ground. K said, since the man seemed so interested in his ability, he'd show him exactly what it felt like. He laid out his logic calmly. Since they wanted his power so badly, it was only fair he took theirs in return. The boss stammered in fear, unable to understand what was about to happen. Ignoring whatever pleading came next, K activated his ability. A violent swirl of black energy spun out of control, ripping the red color straight out of the boss's body. Screams of agony echoed as his power was torn away, every bit of his energy dragged out without mercy. Once the fight ended, K sat on top of the pile of unconscious bodies, lost in thought. At first, he planned to just leave the red-haired boss and his men there. Then he realized that could cause problems later. People were already wary of his black color. If these men died, rumors about him being a power-stealing monster could spread fast. Worried about that possibility, K searched through the boss's bag. His face lit up when he found a small bottle of shimmering red personal ink, an extremely valuable recovery item. Without hesitation, K forced the liquid down the throats of the boss and his men, making sure they got just enough color back to survive. After that, K dragged the beaten-up men across the rocky terrain. At the busy eastern gate of the Shining City, a guard jumped at a strange noise. He found the red-haired boss and his men tied up, covered in wounds, dumped there like a package. The guard frowned, confused by how pale they looked. Hidden nearby, K let out a quiet breath of relief. He hadn't been caught. When the guard called for a gathering at the hall, K told himself giving them the ink was the right call. He hoped the whole incident would just get brushed aside. He walked off through the city, the heavy sack slung over his shoulder. If anything went wrong, he figured the captain would back him up anyway. K reached Mary's workshop. She was already deep in work when he walked in. Mary asked where he'd been all this time. Kay apologized and explained he'd been out on a request. Then he grinned, telling her he'd brought something special. He opened the sack, revealing a pile of chromatic ore in dazzling colors, left advers from the job he'd saved just for her. Mary cheered and pulled him into a tight hug, calling him the best. Kay laughed as she stepped back, beaming, promising she'd put every piece to good use. That was when Kay noticed it. A strange shimmer floating around him. He remembered the green light he'd once seen from Gale. Now he was sensing a warm yellow glow coming from inside Mary. He watched her carry the ore boxes with a bright smile. Being around her, he thought, always made things feel lighter. Kay's mind drifted to their childhood in the slums, back when she kept smiling even when there was nothing to smile about. Kay decided that warm, bright color suited her perfectly. Mary's excitement spiked. She said she couldn't wait to show him her secret project. Then she dropped the news. She was building him a custom dropper. Kay's eyes went wide. Mary bragged that her skills had been improving, and with ore this high quality, the weapon could go even further. The workshop door suddenly opened. Heavy footsteps. A voice announced that Kay was back. Ellie Cyan walked in, saying she figured she'd find him here. Kay jumped. He asked what brought her and Gale to the workshop, then warned them not to start anything with him again. Gale drew his sword, complaining it was a shame he couldn't fight right now. Ellie cut him off and told him to get to the point. She explained the Dawn Pioneering Corps had summoned them. Lord Luminous himself had praised their mission and wanted to reward them personally. The name of the city's highest authority hit both Kay and Mary at once. Mary understood right away how serious this was. She told Kay to go now. When he hesitated, she smiled and told him to save the surprise for later, promising the dropper would be perfect by the time he got back. Kay smiled back and said he was looking forward to it. At the Dawn Pioneering Corps headquarters, a woman named Raven led Kay, Gale, and Ellie down a long corridor. It was Kay's first time inside, and he found himself staring at the glowing specimens and neatly framed certificates lining the walls. Raven stopped at a large double door and let them in. Kay stepped into a wide office. A woman sat behind the desk and introduced herself with a warm smile as Camellia, captain of the Dawn Pioneering Corps. Kay stood frozen. He couldn't believe he was standing in front of the legendary multicolor holder he'd only ever read about in the papers. Camellia told them to relax. She explained she'd called them in because she was surprised Colorist Red had spoken so highly of his new recruits. Her attention shifted to Kay. She noted that as the first black color holder, his existence alone had made the city's higher-ups uneasy. Her composure broke instantly when she choked on her tea, yelling that it was way too bitter. Raven scolded her for ruining the mood, and Camellia snapped back into seriousness, moving on to the rewards. She told them each would receive a personal safe. Raven held out a tray with 3 cards already loaded with payment. The moment they took the cards, all 3 froze at the number. Kay's hand started shaking. That much money, he realized, could buy a houses outright. Camellia handed them Pioneer IDs, rank C. Their skills had already proven themselves, she explained, so the probation period was being skipped entirely. Finally, Camellia announced the last reward. The renowned Chromatic Workshop would be building each of them a custom dropper. All 3 went silent, stunned. Ellie asked, almost in disbelief, if she meant that workshop, the one so exclusive even nobles struggled to get a slot. Camellia laughed lightly and explained the Corps was a VIP client and that workshop was simply the best in the city. Gale and Ellie could barely contain their excitement. Camellia officially welcomed all 3 of them into the Dawn Pioneering Corps and promised her full support. Then her tone shifted. She brought up the fragment they'd recovered. Camellia revealed it was an extremely important item, one tied directly to the city's survival. With a meaningful smile, she said she was looking forward to seeing what they'd do next. Sometime later, Kay stood in front of a massive building decorated with gear-shaped designs. Satisfaction settled over him after the day he'd had. He grinned at Nero, joking that lately, it felt like only good things were happening. Kay thought back to making rank C and felt genuinely grateful he'd become a pioneer. As he approached Mary's workshop, he couldn't wait to share the good news. Then he stopped. The front door was open, just slightly. A bad feeling crept in. Kay pushed it open slowly, calling out Mary's name. What he saw froze his entire body. The workshop was completely destroyed. Tools scattered everywhere, pipes snapped in half, the floor buried under debris. Kay stood frozen in the doorway, eyes wide, staring at the ruins of his best friend's workshop, shock and horror crashing over him at once. At the eastern forward base of Shining City, Colorists kept fighting wave after wave of monsters, breaking through from the Black Lands. Every squad immediately shifted their focus to the biggest monsters, trying to stop the assault before their defenses collapsed. This strange phenomenon had been going on for a while now. Plenty of people were starting to wonder when it would actually end. But under that pressure, all they could do was keep holding the line as long as the monsters kept coming. From above, Viper watched the battle with interest. Watching them struggle was honestly entertaining. In her view, if they couldn't even hold off an attack this small, they didn't deserve to be called a threat. Still, this wave of monsters was way too weak. If the Black Witch was really behind all this chaos, the damage should have been far worse. Sending out low-level monsters non-stop wasn't going to be enough to bring the city down. If they actually wanted to destroy Shining City, they needed something that could truly change the situation. Because of that, Viper decided to head back inside and take the next step. Not far from there, the sword demon, who'd been leaning casually the whole time, finally spoke up. In his view, Viper's plan to head into the city sounded like suicide. Viper just brushed it off with a dismissive tone. The sword demon didn't remember anything, and he had no idea what the situation actually was. Still, Viper decided to explain a little. Underneath Shining City, there was a narrow path connected directly to the Black Land. The path was hidden, but it was still usable. Down in that underground area, they'd found something extremely useful: Undercity. Meanwhile, Kay searched everywhere for Mary. He checked around the room, even went to Mary's workshop, but the girl was nowhere to be found. The situation made one conclusion painfully clear: Mary had been kidnapped. Kay's mind immediately filled with every possibility. If something like before happened again, he didn't know if he could hold back the despair that would follow. That was when Nero slipped out of his shadow and jumped onto the workbench. The cat pointed Kay's attention toward a spoit Mary had made. Sensing something important, Kay immediately used inverted sight. His suspicion was right. The color glowing from the object matched exactly with the trail he'd seen before. A faint path stretched out, leading away from the spot. For Kay, following that trail mattered more than anything else right now. He was deeply worried about Mary's safety. But emotions, at a time like this, would only get in the way of judgment. Kay forced himself to stay calm and started piecing everything together with a clear head. The group that kidnapped Mary was almost certainly the mysterious organization that had been hunting him all along. They deliberately used Mary as a hostage to lure him out. The trash of this city, after all, were the ones who'd picked the fight with him first. Kay silently swore for Mary to hold on just a little longer. But behind that resolve, his eyes carried a malice he could barely hide. He grabbed the gauntlet Mary had built and put it on. The device fit his hand perfectly, making his ink use far more efficient. Even if a long fight awaited him, he no longer had to worry about it. After letting Nero perch on his shoulder, Kay set off immediately. He passed through dark alleys, crowds of beggars, and street thugs. The trail eventually led him to an entrance into the underground area. Kay quickly noticed another path nearby. Now he understood why the number of vagrants in that area had spiked so suddenly. But before he could move any further, someone emerged from the shadows. The green-haired man he'd defeated before stood there with a smug smile. He felt lucky he'd chosen to wait. He even hoped Kay still remembered his face after being thrown into that pile of ink. Their relationship was clearly far from good, and their business with each other wasn't finished either. Kay demanded Mary's location right away, but the man just refused, arrogant about it. According to him, there was no way he'd give up information just because he was asked nicely. He didn't know what trick Kay had used back then, but he still remembered how his life fell apart after that defeat. To earn back even a sliver of his lost color, he'd had to work from the very bottom of the organization. He survived doing low-level work while holding on to the desire for revenge. For him, that day had finally come. Lord Blank had ordered them to bring Kay in alive, but no one said his body had to stay intact. Hearing all that, Kay didn't waste any more time. He immediately shaped a sharp, jagged blade out of his ink. The men charged in together, but Kay moved first. Strike after strike landed without mercy, taking them down one by one. The green-haired man tried attacking with Juan's spoit. The attack got crushed instantly. In a flash, Kay took him down and pinned him to the ground. Compared to their last encounter, their positions had completely flipped. Honestly, Kay didn't enjoy hurting people. But kidnappers who used innocent people as hostages didn't deserve any mercy. Some of them might end up disabled for life, others might never walk again. But all of that was a result of their own choices. They even called themselves pioneers. To Kay, people who did something this low didn't deserve to carry that name. They didn't even deserve the blessing of the light. After that, Kay drained every bit of color from the green-haired man and dragged him along as a guide. He needed someone who knew the way down there. Before long, Kay leapt into a place he never imagined he'd set foot in again. Undercity. Walking through the underground tunnel, Kay kept pushing the now colorless man forward, ordering him to keep moving. He warned him not to try anything stupid. Even in his pitiful state, the man still dared to talk. He mocked K for picking a fight with Zed, calling it the same as signing his own death warrant. Instantly, K grabbed him by the throat. In his view, the man talked too much for someone who didn't understand his own position. He ordered him to shut up and keep walking ahead. Otherwise, he'd kill him and dump the body right there. For K, only one thing mattered. If Mary got hurt, even the smallest scratch, then the worst day of this man's life had just begun. They kept moving deeper into Undercity. And looking around, Kay realized something. This place hadn't changed at all, not even a little. Undercity was like a shadow hidden beneath the city's lights. It was a place the light of Luminous never reached. Without laws or supervision, it had gradually turned into a haven for criminal groups. The Colorless, who had nowhere else to go, survived by working in the underground mines. For them, it was the only way to stay alive. The place also held memories Kay could never forget. It was where he had first met Mary. Meanwhile, the man guiding him still couldn't understand Kay's actions. But Kay didn't care what he thought. The man's job was simple. He only had to lead him to the hideout. If Kay wanted to walk straight into a trap, that wasn't his problem. In his eyes, Undercity was about to become Kay's grave, and just as expected, they soon arrived at a wide-open area. The man stopped walking. Moments later, dozens of people emerged from every direction. One of them complained that they'd been waiting so long, they were practically growing roots. But their attention quickly shifted to Kay. Their eyes widened when they saw his black ink. To them, Kay looked like a valuable chunk of ore that had walked willingly into their trap. Not long after, one of the leaders stepped forward. He looked pleased that their target had finally arrived. The man who had guided Kay immediately dropped to his knees and reported that he had completed his assignment, but the leader's attention went elsewhere. He noticed that the man's color was gone again. Hadn't he already said that colorless people were useless? The man hurriedly apologized and tried to explain what had happened. The leader wasn't interested. The chance he had been given was already gone. That meant his usefulness had ended as well. Without the slightest hesitation, the leader swung his weapon and cut off the man's head. He had no intention of wasting time on trash that no longer served a purpose. Meanwhile, Kay watched everything unfold without changing his expression. Scenes like this clearly weren't new to him. His gaze then shifted toward the leader. The man hadn't changed at all since their last meeting, but Kay only cared about one thing. Where was Mary? The question caught the leader off guard. Even in a situation like this, Kay still spoke as if he didn't understand who was in control. According to the leader, Kay should have thought carefully about his position. If he had cooperated from the start, this entire situation would have been over already. The longer Kay refused, the lower his chances of finding Mary became. His subordinates might not be very competent, but that didn't make them useless. And who knew what might be happening to Mary right now? Hearing that, Kay's expression darkened instantly. If they refused to talk, then he'd simply destroy this entire place. Black ink gathered around his hand and formed a massive fist. The pressure coming from it was terrifying. A moment later, Kay leaped high into the air. Then he slammed the giant fist into the ground with all his strength. A massive explosion shook the entire area. The ground trembled violently beneath everyone's feet. Elsewhere inside the hideout, someone rushed to another leader and reported the emergency. The black ink target they had been hunting was rampaging through the base. They needed his help immediately. The leader quickly ordered his men to hold Kay back for as long as possible until he arrived. But by then, the outcome was already obvious. They were being completely overwhelmed. One after another, the gang members fell beneath Kay's attacks. No one could stop him. Some of them started wondering what kind of monster he actually was. Before long, the leader they had called for finally arrived. He looked at the chaos in front of him and immediately demanded an explanation. The previous leader felt relieved at once. The man who had arrived was their branch leader, a fighter who had once reached Pioneer Rank A. But the branch leader wasn't impressed. He was disappointed. They couldn't even capture a single person. That day, the reputation of Zed, the ruler of Undercity, was being dragged through the mud. As far as he was concerned, every subordinate there was useless. The moment Kay saw the branch leader, he realized something. This man was far stronger than the others. The previous leader regained his confidence as well. In his view, no matter how talented Kay was, there was no way he could defeat a veteran who had survived countless battles. Unfortunately for him, reality didn't follow that expectation. The branch leader charged forward immediately and threw a heavy punch at Kay. Kay avoided it with ease. Then he launched a rapid series of counterattacks. The attack didn't do much damage, but it was enough to impress the branch leader. Kay's abilities were better than he expected. Because of that, he decided to show his true strength. A devastating punch shot forward. The impact slammed into Kay and sent him crashing through a building behind him. But when the dust settled, Kay was still standing. He barely looked injured. The branch leader attacked again. This time, K dodged and fired an inkwave blast. The attack immediately felt strange to the branch leader. It was as if the color inside his body was being pulled out by force. He quickly realized how dangerous that ability was. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power. A massive aura erupted from his body and forced K to back away. The branch leader openly admitted that he hated abilities like this. K's disgusting black color was already troublesome enough. Now it was combined with strange techniques he couldn't even understand. He didn't know what other abilities K was still hiding. Because of that, he decided to stop holding back. Controlling that power was harder than he remembered. After all, it had been years since the last time he used it. Meanwhile, K looked at him with undisguised contempt. An opponent like this still wasn't enough. The way he had been fighting so far wouldn't be able to break through the man's defenses. He needed something sharper, something stronger, something durable enough to shatter his opponent's armor. Then a wave of black ink exploded from K's body. At the same time, an incredibly cold killing intent spread across the entire area. Even the branch leader felt the most terrifying bloodlust he had ever experienced. That was when K activated his technique, Arsenal of Malice. In an instant, the area around them filled with countless weapons created from black ink. The attacks came one after another without stopping. The branch leader could only grit his teeth in frustration. He had no idea what kind of power he was facing. Meanwhile, K used every weapon within his domain to keep the pressure on. Little by little, he forced the branch leader backward. But it didn't stop there. K continued attacking without giving him a single opening. He switched weapons at an unbelievable speed. A spear shot forward first, then a massive axe followed, crashing down again and again. After that, K discarded the axe and immediately replaced it with a pair of blades. The sharp weapons slashed the branch leader's body repeatedly. The branch leader was stunned. His reinforced body suddenly felt meaningless against K's weapons. The ink weapons weren't particularly durable, but every single one of them possessed terrifying sharpness. Even so, he was still one of Zed's executives. He refused to lose to a kid like K. At that point, Blank's orders no longer mattered to him. He gathered the full power of his colorist abilities and transformed his fist into a perfectly condensed mass of sharp stone. Then he rushed forward and unleashed a killing blow. The attack was so fast that K couldn't avoid it. The impact tore through several buildings before finally coming to a stop. But when the dust cleared, the branch leader froze. K was still standing. He hadn't just endured the attack, he was absorbing it. The realization finally hit him. Creating weapons wasn't K's only ability. The longer this fight continued, the more powers K revealed. Even then, the branch leader still believed he could win. All he needed was one more chance to use his color. That confidence disappeared a moment later. Part of the black ink suddenly attached itself to his face. Then it crawled into one of his eyes. His vision was immediately disrupted. K didn't waste the opportunity. A powerful uppercut smashed into the branch leader's chin. His body flew through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. He tried to get back up. Then he realized something was terribly wrong. His strength was disappearing far too quickly. None of it made sense. An attack like that shouldn't have been enough to bring him down. Then he finally understood why. It was poison. K didn't care in the slightest. This was a fight to the death. There was no reason to show mercy to an enemy. By now, the branch leader could no longer resist the color absorption. The color inside his body continued draining away. The vice leader and the remaining thugs could only stand there in shock. Their bodies trembled as they watched the branch leader suffer a complete defeat. At that moment, K looked less like a person and more like a real demon. Once he finished dealing with the branch leader, K slowly shifted his gaze toward the remaining gang leader. His intentions were obvious. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Mary slowly opened her eyes. She found herself trapped inside an unfamiliar empty room. Someone welcomed Mary with a satisfied smile. The man admitted that he had been waiting a long time for her to wake up. According to him, both Mary and K were extremely interesting. Who would have expected a colorless person to suddenly awaken such a rare color? But what surprised him even more was K's change. The man he once knew had never possessed this much humanity. The moment Mary heard that voice, she immediately recognized it. It was Blank, a man she had known in the past. Blank smiled when he realized Mary still remembered him. It had been a very long time since their last meeting. Mary stared at him in disbelief. As far as she knew, Blank should have died during that incident years ago. Blank simply laughed. Back then, when everything collapsed, he had nearly been buried alive. He had almost died. But luck was still on his side. He survived, and now fate had brought them together once again. The reunion brought back many old memories. To Blank, they had all been his very first test subjects. Even though he nearly died back then, he had grown far beyond what he was in the past. His abilities were now recognized even by Zed's highest leadership. At present, he was one of the organization's top executives. Blank then told Mary to follow him. He wanted to show her how far his research had progressed. A massive door opened. The sight beyond it immediately froze Mary's expression. A huge laboratory stretched out before her. Colorless people were being treated like livestock. Meanwhile, numerous ink beasts were locked inside large cages and used as experimental materials. Mary's heart almost stopped. She never imagined a place like this nightmare still existed. Not long after, a researcher arrived with a report. The latest shipment of extract had finally arrived. Blank looked pleased to hear it. According to him, the timing couldn't have been better. Mary could no longer hold back her question. She demanded to know why Blank was still doing the same things he had done in the past. Blank seemed genuinely confused by the question. In his eyes, something this extraordinary was meant to be used. Leaving it untouched would be the real sin. Then he proudly welcomed Mary to his newest extraction laboratory. Meanwhile, chaos continued to spread throughout Undercity. People ran in every direction. Most of them assumed it was just another gang fight. The truth was much simpler. All of that chaos was being caused by a single person, K. After moving through corridor after corridor, K finally reached a much larger open area. He immediately asked the gang leader whether Mary had been taken there. The man nodded fearfully. Mary was indeed inside. Believing he had already provided the information K wanted, he hoped he would be set free. Instead, K answered him with a heavy punch. The man's body slammed into a wall. Blood burst from his mouth. K then called for Nero. He told the cat to find Mary's location. Nero immediately jumped down and began leading the way. At the same time, another group of thugs arrived from every direction. They charged at K together. But K didn't have time to deal with enemies like that one by one. The longer this dragged on, the greater the danger facing Mary. Fortunately, he already had an idea. He copied the technique he had just seen from the branch leader. His goal was simple. He wanted to destroy every obstacle in front of him with a single attack. A massive burst of power erupted forward. The thugs were blown back immediately. None of them could stop the attack. Wall after wall shattered apart as K forced his way straight toward his destination. No one could stop him. Meanwhile, Mary continued looking at the madness unfolding inside the laboratory. As far as she was concerned, Blank had completely lost his mind. Mary couldn't understand him at all. In her eyes, he was simply repeating the same cruelty from the past without feeling even a trace of guilt. But Blank looked confused by her reaction. He genuinely didn't understand why Mary was so angry. According to him, there was no reason for anyone to be tense. In fact, he believed he owed all of them a debt of gratitude. His research had only succeeded because of the experimental subjects from the past. Blank then invited Mary to observe the process taking place inside his laboratory. He believed seeing it firsthand would be much easier than listening to an explanation. On one side of the room, two guards were dragging a colorless man toward a giant extraction device. The man struggled desperately. He screamed in fear and refused to enter the machine. His hands gripped the doorway with all his strength. It didn't matter. The guards forced him inside. The iron door immediately slammed shut. The machine began to shake. Then it started producing a horrifying sound. A few moments later, a thick red liquid began flowing out of the device. The color was so dark that it almost looked like blood. The sight in front of Mary made her feel as if time had never moved forward. Everything was still the same horror, the same cruelty. Meanwhile, Blank looked at the extracted color with admiration. In his eyes, it was one of the most beautiful colors in existence. And now, he could produce a much purer version than he ever could in the past. When he first began these experiments, his abilities had been far from perfect. He failed to obtain any color at all. As a result, every sample he had extracted from Mary ended up being wasted. But those failures led him to a new possibility. Back then, he had already mentioned that some people awaken their color much later in life. That idea caught his attention. It made him wonder about something. What if the hidden potential inside every living being could be extracted by force? The experiment turned out to be a success, and it wasn't limited to humans. Other creatures could be treated the same way. According to Blank, things that were once considered worthless could produce extraordinary colors. He believed those colors represented both the soul and the true identity of every living being. And now, he had the ability to take them whenever he wanted. To him, all of this was a gift to the world. He believed he was uncovering possibilities that otherwise would have remained buried forever. Years of non-stop research combined with his extraction ability had finally produced the results he had been searching for. Even now, he continued studying new ways to use the extracted colors. His latest discovery had produced another breakthrough. It allowed certain monsters that naturally hated color to be controlled. The method was still incomplete. Even so, the results were extremely promising. Mary could only look at him with disgust. In her eyes, everyone in that place had completely lost their minds. They had just forced a living person into an extraction machine and treated him like an object. The worst part was that nobody seemed to think it was wrong. Mary couldn't believe they could remain so calm after doing something that cruel. She was also certain that Shining City would never allow this to continue. Blank had already expected that reaction, but the truth was that he never really understood what other people considered wrong. Maybe his way of thinking had gone too far for most people to understand. The explanation only made Mary angrier. She immediately called him a murderer. As far as she was concerned, Blank wasn't saving souls or identities. He was simply killing people to satisfy his own obsession. And if he loved color extraction so much, then he should extract his own color instead. Mary was convinced that his color had already been corrupted by the disgusting pleasure he took from all of this. For the first time, Blank's expression changed slightly. But the reaction didn't last long. He soon shook his head. According to him, Mary was mistaken. He had been performing extraction on his own body for a long time. There was no way he would create something without testing it on himself first. Everything inside that laboratory existed because of years of sacrifice and dedication. And when his research finally reached completion, he even added a part of himself to the result. That was why his own color had changed as well. Blank then revealed a container that he had been preserving with extreme care. He was saving it for the future. Perhaps it would become useful someday. Mary immediately cut him off and told him to stop talking. She had no interest in listening to any more of that nonsense. Blank simply let out a small laugh and apologized. He admitted that he had gotten a little carried away. But before leaving, there was still one thing he wanted to mention. According to the reports he had received, Kay had already entered Undercity. Bringing Mary there had turned out to be the right decision. Ever since the past, Kay had always followed Mary like a shadow, and just as expected, the moment Mary was kidnapped, Kay came on his own. There was no better bait than that. Blank was confident that his subordinates were already in the process of capturing Kay. Black ink or not, facing that many enemies alone wouldn't be easy. After saying that, he ordered the guards to take Mary away. The two of them would meet again once Kay arrived. As for Blank, he still had preparations to make for his special guest. He was even planning to hold a special banquet to welcome Kay. But then the entire facility suddenly shook. A powerful explosion echoed from above. The ceiling shattered apart. Rocks and debris rained down in every direction as someone forced their way in from overhead. Mary immediately recognized the figure. Kay had finally arrived. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an advisor was reviewing a report alongside Camellia and several others. The report stated that Kay had entered Undercity and was currently at war with the Z organization. According to the agents operating in Undercity, Kay had been tearing through one Z branch after another to rescue his kidnapped friend. The advisor immediately turned toward Camellia. She was the one who had asked everyone to trust Kay in the first place. Camellia explained that they had already acted as quickly as possible once the situation escalated. She had also sent observers to keep tracking Kay's movements. It wasn't as if she had been sitting around doing nothing. She also pointed out that the city's current situation was far from normal. The strange phenomenon at the border had forced almost every combat unit to reinforce the defensive line. Even requesting help from other pioneer units had become extremely difficult. Everyone was competing for resources just to survive and keep Shining City standing. The advisor then asked about Red's whereabouts. Camellia explained that Collector and Jester had appeared at another fortress. Red had no choice but to move first and intercept them. That report only strengthened the advisor's belief that Blackhand was connected to the strange events happening across the region. Still, before investigating further, they needed to send peacekeepers into Undercity. Their priority was securing the situation and ensuring Kay's safety. Not everyone agreed. A senior colorist immediately urged them to think more carefully. In his opinion, deploying troops into Undercity could be extremely dangerous. Such a move might provoke the countless criminal groups operating beneath the city. Some of those groups might be traitors, who would eventually need to be eliminated. But their strength couldn't be underestimated. Many gang members were former pioneers with years of experience. If this incident escalated into an open war, the entire city could be dragged into chaos. He also admitted that he still didn't trust Kay. The council's decision had prevented him from speaking up before. But after seeing the destruction unfolding now, he felt his concerns might not have been entirely wrong. The more he thought about Kay's black ink, the more worried he became. What if that color brought disaster to the city one day? Maybe this was the best chance to remove that threat before it was too late. Hudson understood those concerns. Even so, he insisted on following the plan they had already agreed on. Kay was the only person capable of uncovering many of the secrets that had remained hidden until now. His value was simply too important to ignore. No matter what happened, they had to protect him. Luminous also saw enormous potential in Kay. Hudson had chosen to place his hopes on the future that young man might build. If things went wrong, he was prepared to take full responsibility and handle the consequences personally. The old colorist fell silent for a long moment before letting out a sigh. He had always respected Hudson. Despite possessing an ordinary color, Hudson had climbed all the way to the position of advisor. But he never expected the man to become so rational that it almost seemed unreasonable. Hudson only smiled and apologized. He promised to do his best to live up to those expectations in the future. Camellia quickly tried to ease the tension. She explained that Hudson had already taken precautions. Alongside the peacekeepers, she had also dispatched members of Red's team. They were talented fighters who had already proven themselves during their first expedition. At the very least, that would significantly improve their chances of success. After hearing that, the advisor finally let out another long sigh. He ordered everyone to move immediately. This situation had to be resolved as cleanly as possible without allowing the city itself to suffer. Meanwhile, deep beneath Undercity, Blank stood frozen in confusion. He couldn't understand how Kay had broken through every layer of defense and reached his laboratory. This outcome was completely outside his expectations. On the other side, Kay's attention was focused entirely on Mary. He barely even noticed the enemies around him. The only thing he saw was Mary, and the fact that she needed to be rescued. They had to be taken down before they could organize another defense. Kay immediately activated Arsenal of Malice. Dozens of ink blades shot across the laboratory and forced the researchers and guards to retreat. The blades also destroyed many of the large containers stored throughout the facility. Amid the chaos, Kay charged forward and knocked down the two guards who were escorting Mary away. The moment he reached her, he apologized for arriving late. Then he asked if she had been waiting for him for too long. At that exact moment, Nero jumped straight into Mary's arms. Mary smiled in relief as she patted Nero's head. She told Kay there was nothing to worry about. If anything, she should be the one thanking him for coming to save her. The imprisoned Colorless immediately seized the opportunity to escape. They knew this was the best chance they would ever get. Blank only sighed in disappointment. There were still plenty of experiments he wanted to conduct. Still, losing a few test subjects wasn't a major problem. He could always find more. What interested him far more was Kay. It had been a very long time since their last meeting. Blank admitted he had been genuinely excited when he heard that Kay had awakened his own color. What surprised him even more was the fact that Kay had survived while using that power. To Blank, Kay was a truly unique individual. Now that he could see him in person, his curiosity only grew stronger. He wanted to know just how brightly Kay's color would shine. Kay stared at the man for a moment before asking Mary who he was. The face seemed familiar somehow. Mary immediately explained. The man was Blank, the same person who had used them as experimental subjects and drained them without mercy. Kay finally understood. So Blank had survived the destruction back then. Blank pretended to be offended by their conversation. He complained that talking about someone as if they weren't standing right there was rather rude. Still, he had no interest in wasting time on meaningless conversation. Both sides wanted something, so they might as well begin the experiment immediately. As fellow researchers, Blank then threw 2 containers of color onto the floor. The glass shattered, and the liquid spread across the area. Kay had no idea what it was. Mary recognized it instantly. She warned him that the substance could attract monsters. Blank happily confirmed her warning. He explained that he preferred not to dirty his own hands. If the monsters couldn't kill Kay, they could at least wear him down. A moment later, massive gates opened throughout the laboratory. Dozens of monsters were released into the area, but things didn't go the way Blank expected. Kay charged straight into them and began cutting them down one after another. Monster after monster fell before they could put up any meaningful resistance. Their numbers were overwhelming, but they still couldn't stop him. Meanwhile, Blank noticed an ink dagger lying on the floor. He slowly picked it up. Throwing away such a valuable research subject felt like a terrible waste to him. Normally, the power inside a color would fade as it was used, but Blank believed the result might be different if he handled it himself. He immediately activated his extraction ability. The black ink stored within the dagger slowly flowed toward him. At last, he obtained it. Kay's black color was now in his hands. Curiosity filled his mind. He wanted to understand what made Kay's darkness different from every other color. The amount he obtained wasn't large, but for Blank, it was already more than enough. Besides, he was eager to see the true limits of Kay's power. Mary watched the battle and quickly realized the situation was becoming dangerous. Under normal circumstances, Kay could have wiped out those monsters in moments, but this wasn't a normal situation. He had already spent far too much color just to reach this place. If he kept pushing himself, his body might collapse before the fight was over. If only he could absorb pigment from the monsters, his strength would recover much faster. Mary knew she had to do something. Her eyes landed on the mixed ink scattered across the floor after Blank's containers shattered. Not far away, she also noticed a machine that looked like a generator. Mary immediately got to work. She adjusted the device for several moments before reconnecting it to its power source. The moment everything was ready, she shouted a warning for Kay not to touch the floor. Then she drove 2 metal conductors into the ground. Electricity instantly surged across the entire area. The wave of energy swept through the monster horde and paralyzed them all at once. That single action proved Mary was far from being a burden in this fight. On the other side, Blank could only watch in disappointment. His proud creations had just been wiped out. Kay immediately took advantage of the opening. He pressed his hand against the ground. The power of the fallen monsters began flowing directly into his body. His nearly exhausted reserves started recovering at once. Blank's eyes widened. So this was the true power of black ink. Seeing it in person was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Even monsters had become nothing more than food for that power. Kay ignored the rant completely. He rushed forward and asked if Blank was finally done talking. Blank blocked the attack with his mechanical arm. He said every research project came with obstacles. Unfortunately, direct combat had never been his specialty. His extraction ability was never designed for close-range fighting, which was why he had prepared something else in advance. Blank pulled out 2 more color vials and attached them to his gauntlet. That allowed him to use the colors stored inside them. He claimed that he and Kay were actually very similar. In his eyes, Kay's obsession with other people's colors was no different from his own. Kay simply refused to admit it. Green energy instantly spread across Blank's body. He launched a rapid attack, but Kay blocked it without much trouble. The battle resumed immediately. Every clash shook the entire laboratory. Blank kept trying to persuade him during the fight. He believed they could work together. If Kay joined him, he would eventually understand the true value of his research. Blank thought it would be far more interesting if they pursued the ultimate beauty of color together. Kay's absorption ability and his extraction ability could help them reach the truth he had spent years searching for. According to Blank, Kay possessed something he never could. Unlike him, Kay could touch a person's color in its purest form. Blank charged again and demanded that Kay hand over his power. The attack landed directly on Kay. But instead of being overwhelmed, Kay naturally absorbed the energy flowing into him. Kay immediately took advantage of the opening and countered with a powerful punch. Blank was sent flying into a wall and coughed up blood, but the injury only made him more fascinated. He never expected Kay to absorb color so effortlessly during combat. Their abilities looked similar on the surface, yet the gap between them was far greater than he had imagined. That realization pushed Blank to use his final card. He pulled out the vial of black ink he had extracted from Kay's dagger earlier. Then he injected it directly into his own arm without hesitation. Kay immediately questioned the reckless decision. To him, Blank looked like someone who had grown tired of living. Blank disagreed. He said he only wanted more research data. Besides, the black ink belonged to Kay in the first place. Even if the experiment killed him, that would simply make the results more interesting. The black ink slowly spread through his body, and somehow he managed to endure it. It was only a tiny fragment of Kay's original color, yet the power contained inside it was astonishing. Blank's right arm transformed completely into black ink. His right eye changed as well. He stared at the transformation in pure admiration. To him, this power was extraordinary. The more he experienced it, the harder it became to suppress his desire for battle. Not long after that, the two of them exchanged blows once again. Blank could barely believe what he was feeling. The moment he used the black ink, everything became clearer. For the first time, he felt like he truly understood Kay's color. He offered the partnership again. A meeting like this felt far too perfect to be a coincidence, but Kay rejected him immediately. According to Kay, they were nothing alike. Blank simply laughed. He still believed they shared more similarities than Kay wanted to admit. Or maybe, the only reason Kay kept rejecting him was because of Mary. Then Blank brought up something else. He claimed Kay had never possessed a true identity of his own. Throughout his life, Kay had wandered from place to place, absorbing the colors of others. Blank said he could see the emptiness hidden inside him. That emptiness was Kay's real identity. Even though it sounded like an insult, Blank insisted he wasn't mocking him. In fact, he thought Kay was unusually honest about his desires. Whenever Kay saw someone else's color, he became jealous. He wanted it. He wanted to make it his own. And wasn't his current appearance, along with the color he possessed now, the result of exactly that process? In Blank's eyes, Kay had always acted for his own goals as well. At least, that was how he saw it. Blank genuinely couldn't understand why Kay kept trying to live like an ordinary human. To him, all of that was nothing more than unnecessary pretending. Blank still agreed to play along. In his eyes, K was one of the few people who could truly accept who he really was. Those words finally started to crack the calm expression K had maintained the entire time. But before Blank could continue, a wrench came flying through the air and smashed into his head. Mary stood there with an annoyed look on her face. She told Blank to stop talking nonsense. Who was he to act as if he understood K's entire life? All he had ever seen was a small piece of K's childhood, nothing more. Mary refused to let Blank compare himself to K. To her, Blank had completely lost his mind. How could someone who treated people like disposable tools dare compare himself to K? K had never tried to copy anyone. He kept fighting because he wanted to become a better person. Mary was certain Blank would never understand everything K had gone through. Yes, K was a little different from most people, but in the end, he was still human. Blank had no right to look down on him. As far as Mary was concerned, Blank was nothing more than a disgusting psychopath and a piece of trash. K turned toward her after hearing that defense. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Then a tremendous surge of power erupted from his body. Blank was shocked. Even now, K's strength continued to exceed his expectations. K thanked Mary. Then he shot forward. A devastating punch slammed into Blank and nearly shattered the black ink fist he had created. Blank's body could no longer handle that level of power. K immediately seized the opportunity. He poured every bit of strength he had left into one final attack. The massive blow struck the ground and shattered the floor in every direction like a giant spiderweb. The battle was over. Mary quickly ran to K. She was worried he had been injured. K assured her that he was fine. Mary looked at Blank's broken body and guessed that he would never get back up. K agreed. Blank had already reached his limit, and this was where everything would end. K had no intention of leaving unfinished problems behind. If Blank survived, he would only repeat the same atrocities over and over again. Yet even in that miserable condition, Blank let out a weak laugh while coughing up his color. He admitted that the power he had used in such a rushed manner wasn't enough to defeat K. What a shame. He couldn't help wondering what might have happened if he had obtained just a little more of K's color. Even after losing, he still hadn't given up. To obtain that color, he was willing to do anything. Suddenly, the entire facility began to shake violently. Explosions echoed from every direction. Blank revealed that special explosives had been planted throughout the entire complex. Their organization had already lost contact with headquarters. On top of that, the chaos in Undercity had grown too large. Because of that, the higher-ups had decided to erase all remaining evidence. If everything was about to end anyway, Blank saw no reason not to try one last thing. Before anyone could react, the floor beneath them collapsed. K and Mary immediately fell into a massive abyss filled with black ink. The sight shocked K. How could there be an ocean of black ink beneath the ground? Most likely, waste from the extraction chambers had been flowing into this place and accumulating for years. But there was a much more urgent problem. Mary was in danger. Just as K feared, her body was already beginning to sink. Colorless people were the most vulnerable to black ink. Every second that passed made the situation worse. K moved immediately. He knew he had to absorb all the ink around them. The problem was the sheer amount of it. Trying to absorb everything at once would take far too long. Mary might already be dead before he finished. The only option was to reach her directly. But fear began creeping into his mind. What if he was already too late? He knew better than anyone what happened to people who sank into black ink. They could not be saved. That thought made him question why he had obtained this color in the first place. Wasn't all of this power meant to protect the precious light in his life? If he gave up on that light now, then what had all his struggles been for? A voice inside him seemed to ask whether he was truly willing to accept an ending like this. The answer was obvious. No, once was enough. He would never lose someone important to him again. No matter what happened, he refused to give up. K rushed forward and grabbed Mary's hand. He immediately started absorbing all the black ink covering her body. Deep down, he kept begging her to hold on. Mary once told him she would be there to see him become a colorist. She also believed that everyone had their own light and color, including herself. She just hadn't realized it back then. Those words had always reminded K of Lumiel's teachings. That was why he never forgot them. The world was filled with discrimination and suffering. But during his journey, K had also met countless people who brightened the lives around them with their own colors and light. Mary helped him understand something he had never realized before. If he had remained alone, he never would have learned any of it. He would have stayed buried in emptiness forever, never knowing warmth or happiness. Now he finally understood. If Lumiel had shown him the path, then Mary was the reason he kept moving forward. She gave him a reason to smile. That was why she had to wake up. They had made a promise. The black ink slowly disappeared. But when K checked her condition, his heart nearly stopped. Mary wasn't breathing. He couldn't understand it. He had absorbed all of the black ink. Then why? At that moment, a soft light began shining from Mary's body. Kay had seen that same light before. Was this the hidden potential that had always existed inside her? If that light could be brought back out, then maybe there was still hope. Kay tightened his grip on her hand. He felt like he only needed to do what he had always done. Then he could still save her. Suddenly, Mary's warm light spread throughout his entire body. The feeling was different, very different. It wasn't like his usual absorption ability at all. The light felt familiar, gentle, warm, comforting, and at that moment, Kay finally understood. This was the happiness hidden inside Mary. This was the warmth she carried wherever she went. This was Mary's true light. And because it belonged to Mary, it felt incredibly warm, bright, and full of life. Using his absorption ability, Kay carefully drew that light out and guided it back into Mary's body. A few moments later, the results finally appeared. Mary's body trembled slightly. Then she suddenly jolted awake, coughing violently as she desperately gasped for air. Mary looked completely confused. She clearly remembered sinking into the sea of black ink. There was no way she should have survived. So how was she still alive? But before she could find an answer, something else caught her attention. Mary stared at her hands. Her eyes widened instantly. Her body was giving off color. She was no longer colorless. Panic immediately took over. Kay quickly tried to calm her down. He told her everything was fine and asked her not to jump to conclusions. Right now, the most important thing was checking whether her body felt strange or uncomfortable. He understood how confusing this situation was. But they didn't have time to think about it. The entire place was collapsing. They needed to get out immediately. The explosions above had probably blocked some of the routes, but Kay was sure there had to be another way back to the surface. While they were trying to figure out an escape plan, a very familiar meow suddenly echoed from the distance. It was Nero. A moment later, another explosion shook the area. Part of the ceiling collapsed again, sending debris everywhere. Then a figure appeared through the dust. Nero stood there proudly. The cat had successfully guided Gale and Ellie straight to their location. Relief washed over both of them the moment they saw Kay and Mary alive. The situation was still critical, but they had found them in time. Even better, neither Kay nor Mary seemed seriously injured. They were exhausted and had just survived a nightmare, but they were still able to move. For now, at least, all of them had made it out alive. Kay couldn't even remember when his memories first started forming. Back then, his mind felt wrapped in thick fog, making everything seem distant and blurry. Even the line between himself and the world around him barely registered. Kay just kept drifting along with the current, with no clear destination. Sometimes, when the fog in his eyes cleared and his mind came back into focus, he'd wake up somewhere unfamiliar, a place he'd never seen before. Strangely, that was never a real problem for him. Wherever the wandering took him, one presence always stayed by his side. That presence was Nero. When Kay had absolutely nothing, Nero was the only one who stayed with him. Then one day, in his world of pure darkness, someone appeared, glowing with light, so bright it filled everything around him. The man introduced himself as Lumiel. The moment Kay saw him, something inside him understood instantly. Lumiel was the beautiful light he'd been searching for all along, without even realizing it. That presence left a mark on his heart that never faded. Unfortunately, the time they spent together didn't last long. After parting from Lumiel, Kay went back to wandering through unfamiliar places, still chasing the beautiful light burned into his memory. Like a moth drawn to flame, he kept asking himself if he'd ever get to stand in front of that light again. Eventually, at the end of that aimless wandering, right at the gloomy bottom of the Undercity, Kay met Mary. Mary felt confused because Kay never spoke at all. She thought he might be mute, or maybe deaf. Still, a kid like that wasn't unusual in the Undercity. It was raining that day. Mary warned Kay not to let the rainwater touch his skin, since the old pipes in the ceiling had been leaking, mixing with leftover ink residue that was dangerous to health. Curious how Kay had even gotten into that place, Mary also noticed Nero sticking close by. She wondered why he was carrying a creature like that, but since Nero was small, she figured it was probably fine. Mary then led Kay to a more hidden spot so the guards wouldn't find them. But the guards showed up anyway. They were furious that Mary had left her designated area without permission. One of them even threatened to beat her again if she needed reminding of her place. Their attention then shifted to Kay. They'd never seen this kid before and immediately marked him as a new experiment subject. Conveniently, they happened to need more test material anyway. Roughly, they dragged Kay and Mary back to face Blank. Blank looked irritated to see his valuable samples wandering around freely. In his view, supervision in that place was completely falling apart. The guards rushed to apologize while Blank looked at Mary with a faint smile. He admitted he was glad to see her again, though he considered her far too stubborn, someone who never knew when to give up. Even valuable samples like them had a limit to his patience. Blank warned that if they kept resisting, they'd only end up suffering for it in the end. That was exactly why he couldn't understand why they kept trying to escape. Kay finally understood the truth about that place. On the surface, the building looked like an ordinary orphanage, but in reality, it was no different from a detention camp that kidnapped children. Plenty of fake facilities exploited the city's poverty relief policies, hiding in the darkness of the undercity. Street kids were scattered everywhere, forced into unpaid labor that had already become normal in the world below. But the real purpose of that place wasn't just forced labor. It was used for experiments. Security was extremely tight, and the only way out of there was as a corpse. Even so, Mary had absolutely no intention of dying in a place like that. Long before Kay ever showed up, she'd already tried escaping multiple times with other kids. Despite failing again and again, Mary never gave up. Her unwavering determination became a source of hope for the other children. Slowly, she became the biggest support for every kid who dreamed of the world outside. Mary explained that in 3 days, the shift change during patrol would create a small gap in security, one they could use to escape. She also thanked Kay for his help. According to her, this time, they'd all get out together. Kay felt like that was the moment he truly started syncing with Mary. Mary shared the plan with the other kids too, but she asked everyone to keep quiet so the secret wouldn't leak. That night became the last night they'd ever spend in that horrible place. Mary said that once they made it out, she wanted to go to Shining City, learn a craft, and eventually open her own workshop. In Shining City, even someone without color could still get a job, and eventually earn citizenship. They'd have to live near the city's outer wall later, but according to Mary, even that was far better than living here. Mary then asked what Kay wanted to do once they made it out. For the first time, Kay gave a clear answer: colorist. The man he'd once met was a colorist, and ever since, Kay wanted to try becoming someone like him. That was the first time Kay had ever expressed a want of his own, but deep down, he felt like it was impossible to achieve. For a long time, he'd kept hearing how colorless people were considered weak and fragile. Every adult around him said the same thing, over and over. Kay felt like he'd simply followed that beautiful light until he ended up here, and that was as far as it went. Now that he was actually here, he had no idea what to do or where to go next. Even while every other kid looked excited about escaping the next day, Kay couldn't understand why they felt happy at all. He felt completely different from all of them. Mary just smiled hearing that. She said colorless people could actually awaken their color later in life. Lumiel, the previous Luminous, had once been colorless too, and yet he still managed to shine brighter than anyone else. That was exactly why Mary believed everyone carried their own light and color inside them. Kay was no exception. It wasn't that he didn't have it, he just hadn't realized it yet. Mary promised she'd help him, little by little. In her view, becoming a colorist sounded cool, and Kay should go after it. He hadn't even really started yet. If he gave up now, he'd definitely regret it later. Even just trying meant something significant. Failing didn't mean it was over either. Mary told him he just needed to do what he genuinely wanted. She also told him to be more confident. If he kept that gloomy face on all the time, his motivation would never show up. But that night, full of hope, didn't bring them the better future they'd imagined. Brutal reality crushed everything instead. The children were caught with ease and dragged toward the extraction room. Their desperate struggle stood no chance against the horrifying fate waiting for them. One of the guards saw Mary still fighting back and slammed an iron pipe against her head to shut her up. Even with her body weakened and blood running down her face, Mary kept her eyes on Kay, telling him to run. That was when Kay felt something boiling inside him. He finally recognized the feeling: rage. Moments later, Kay got struck on the head too. Meanwhile, a few guards started questioning why they'd been ordered to dispose of all the children. They weren't even sure if this was allowed without Blank's permission. But the other guards didn't care at all. They were just following orders from above. According to them, the lab's existence had nearly been exposed. In the middle of their crude conversation about how annoying the job was, Kay slowly rose to his feet. That was the moment his true nature began to surface. What followed was a massive disaster. Even Kay himself didn't fully understand what happened. When he came to, Mary and Nero were already right beside him. Kay asked what had actually happened, but Mary didn't know either. She'd just woken up, and everything around them had already turned into ruins like this. Maybe there'd been a huge explosion or something similar. Out of everyone who'd been there, it seemed like only the two of them had made it out alive. Mary felt sad, knowing all those kids had actually been good kids. But Kay saw people starting to approach, and they had to move right now. If they stayed, they'd definitely get caught again. Mary wiped her tears and said they had to head to the surface. They couldn't survive down here any longer. She also asked Kay to make a promise with her. Once they reached the surface, they'd live happily, no matter what. Mary believed the kids who'd already passed on would have wanted the same thing for them. As Mary and Kay helped each other climb out of the collapsed hole, Gale could only let out a long sigh. Thanks to them, he'd finally seen the deepest part of Undercity, a place he never imagined he'd set foot in his entire life. Gale then asked for an explanation about what was actually going on. Mary had clearly been colorless before, but now she suddenly had color, alongside some guy named Kay. Still, Gale figured nothing could really shock him anymore at this point. Ellie walked up to Mary and immediately understood that the girl had awakened just like Kay, with an incredibly deep color. Even among the three great families, that level of saturation was extremely rare. Even nobles weren't guaranteed to have it. According to Ellie, that color was genuinely beautiful. But Kay knew they didn't have time to discuss this right now. They were still in the middle of Shadow's base, with no idea when the rest of the group might show up to attack. This place was too dangerous. They needed to get out first. Gale looked confused by the change in Kay. Even his eyes looked different now. Before they could ask anything further, Mary quickly stopped them, saying the details could wait until later. Ellie agreed, adding there was no need to rush since all the annoying trash in this place had already been cleared out. Mary looked surprised they'd managed to take down so many enemies on their own. Gale scoffed again. He admitted he'd had to move fast and burn through a lot of color just to get here. In his view, Kay and Mary should be grateful. The explosion had blocked off a lot of routes, Zed's members showing up non-stop, and most of the weapons they used were just mass-produced droppers. Even so, they couldn't afford to let their guard down. There was still a chance someone could be hiding, waiting for the right moment to strike while they moved. Mary walked behind them, following close. One of the guards, who'd been faking unconsciousness, finally got up, barely holding back his rage. There was no way he'd let them just walk away after being beaten this badly. Either way, if he went back looking this pathetic, losing a hand or two would probably be considered light punishment. Because of that, he decided he'd at least drag one of them down to hell with him. He lunged straight at Mary, full killing intent. The group's reaction was just as fast. Kay moved first, already ready to finish the guard off. But before Kay could act, Mary threw a light punch first. Strangely, the man's body went flying, slamming hard into the nearby wall. Even Mary looked shocked by the result. She'd just swung her arm normally. But the power behind her color went far beyond anything she'd imagined. Before they could discuss it further, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the underground corridor. The peacekeeping forces had finally arrived. As usual, they immediately ordered everyone to drop their weapons and surrender peacefully. A few seconds later, though, they realized the only people there were the pioneers they'd already gotten reports about. The peacekeepers looked relieved that Kay and the others had made it out safely. They even thanked the group for their help. Ellie just answered casually that they'd simply done what needed to be done. One of the peacekeepers explained they'd actually tried to chase after them once they heard Kay's group had moved ahead. But by the time they arrived, everything was already over, before they could even step in. Truly, the work of a pioneer. They didn't even get to do anything, which felt a little embarrassing. The peacekeeper added that, after this incident, Zed's members probably wouldn't make any moves for a while. Most of their members had already been captured, so the rest would be fully handled by the peacekeepers from here. Mary felt like they should head back to the surface right away. It felt like she'd been trapped underground for years. Still, there was a sense of relief inside her, knowing it had all ended well. Gale and Ellie's curiosity finally got the better of them. Ellie noticed Kay had looked completely different earlier and asked if something had happened to him. Kay looked at his own hands before covering his face. He seemed to have just realized his earlier change in demeanor had made everyone uncomfortable. In a calm tone, Kay apologized for worrying them. After that, he put his cheerful mask back on. He said he was fine. There were just a few things from the past that had crossed his mind. Nothing serious, so they didn't need to worry too much about it. Seeing that, Gale stopped Ellie from pushing further. In his view, it was probably something from Kay's past he wasn't ready to talk about yet. When Kay was ready, he'd say it himself. Ellie nodded slowly. Right now, getting back to the surface mattered most. Elsewhere, Blank was still alive. Covered in wounds, he limped through the undercity corridors, thinking he'd only survived by pure luck. His condition was truly pathetic. Even Blank himself felt like his end might genuinely be near this time. Still, one regret lingered in his mind. He hadn't gotten the chance to see Kay's true form completely. Suddenly, footsteps echoed closer from the dark corridor. The figure that appeared was Viper. She greeted Blank with a sharp stare. In her view, they'd made a deal before. So how exactly was she supposed to understand this pathetic situation? Viper had gone through the trouble of sneaking into the Undercity, only for her business partner to vanish without a trace. Now that she'd finally found him, he looked like a walking corpse, just waiting for time to run out. Viper reminded him he still had something he was supposed to hand over to her. So what was he going to do now? She could see Blank wasn't fully dead yet, but this situation was genuinely troublesome. Honestly, Viper didn't want to use her poison on a human again, but this time she had no choice. Either way, her poison could turn into medicine too, depending on how it was used. Sometime later, Viper returned to her hideout. Her sister immediately hugged her, complaining about being left alone. The girl insisted that next time, she'd definitely come along with Viper. Viper just reminded her that she'd been the one who said she'd be fine on her own. But how was Viper supposed to stay calm when something always happened the moment she let her guard down? The sword demon, who was with them, also noticed Viper had taken longer than expected. He asked if she'd managed to bring back the item. Viper nodded casually. This was the thing she'd mentioned before. A substance capable of drawing the attention of creatures. Mixid, or something along those lines. More importantly, she'd managed to bring back even more than planned without any trouble. Since she felt she'd contributed a lot, Viper also started hoping her share of the profit would end up bigger this time. Now, all the preparations were finally complete. It was time to start their plan. Viper leapt onto a giant creature covered in black ink. The sword demon climbed on as well, asking if that substance would really work on a creature this massive. After all, these creatures were living disasters, ones that usually only moved according to the Black Witch's will. The sword demon had joined this plan because he was interested in bringing down Shining City. But if the creature went berserk and attacked randomly, things could turn bad for them too. Viper didn't seem to like hearing that kind of doubt. In her view, ever since the Black Witch went dormant, the power that used to control these creatures had weakened. The mixed substance only amplified their natural instincts temporarily. Viper told the sword demon to see the results for himself. She poured liquid from a bottle straight onto the creature's nose. Instantly, the giant monster began thrashing wildly, moving with brutal force, exactly as Viper expected. These creatures would keep moving like this without stopping. And this time, they intended to tear Shining City apart, piece by piece. Meanwhile, the security perimeter around the Unser City entrance had already filled with crowds and panicked conversations from the people there. It looked like Zed's members had caused trouble on a massive scale again. If the peacekeepers were stepping in directly like this, the situation had clearly gone too far. The peacekeeper who'd helped them earlier approached and thanked them. Every Zed's member, along with the defeated pioneers, had already been secured under tight guard, so Kay and the others didn't need to worry about anything else after this. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, sounding relieved that everything had already been resolved. Camellia said she'd rush straight here after hearing the urgent report, but apparently, there was nothing left to worry about. His arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. Even passersby nearby seemed to recognize him. Colorist Red walked straight up to Kay, asking what exactly he'd done this time. Not much ever genuinely surprised him, but this situation clearly went beyond anything he expected. Red's gaze then shifted to Mary. She was Kay's friend, wasn't she? Mary looked completely different from the last time they'd met. Even more surprising, she'd apparently gone through awakening right after Kay. Red felt this place had too many eyes watching, though. It'd be better to talk back at headquarters. They eventually returned to the Dawn Pioneer Corps base. Camellia looked thrilled that Red had once again brought in someone extraordinary. A new awakened had appeared, following right behind Kay's footsteps. According to Red, the Lumial Awakeners phenomenon had already become one of the hottest topics across the entire city. Every color that ever emerged from a colorless person always belonged to someone with massive power, enough to leave a mark in history. Mary was no different. She was a talented engineer, the same one who'd actually created Kay's ink drain. Camellia kept staring at Mary, eyes sparkling. The girl's color looked so vivid and beautiful. She genuinely wanted to recruit her into the Dawn Pioneering Corps. Camellia immediately offered all kinds of incentives, hoping Mary wasn't already considering another corps. After all, pretty much everyone would want an awakened like her right now. But Camellia was confident the Dawn Corps could treat her far better than anywhere else. Kay just smiled faintly, watching Mary. Without hesitation, Mary accepted the offer. She wanted to join the Dawn Corps. Beyond that, there was something she wanted to achieve there. Camellia looked overjoyed hearing that confident answer. She even wanted to prepare the contract right then and there, asking Mary to sign it immediately. But before everything could be finalized, another colorist suddenly walked in. He'd apparently been listening to their conversation from outside, and he didn't agree with letting Mary in just like that. In his view, everyone had to go through a test before officially becoming a corps member. Camellia looked annoyed at how stubborn he was being. Mary was an awakened, wasn't she? What if another corps snatched her up because they took too long? But the man didn't care about Camelia's protest at all. He looked straight at Mary and asked if she was ready. Since Mary already seemed to have chosen her own dropper, he'd go ahead and explain the test rules. It was simple. Mary just had to defeat a test golem the Corps had prepared. The golem's combat strength represented the minimum standard required to become an official member. If someone couldn't even handle something like that, they shouldn't be dreaming about stepping into the Black Land. The man admitted a sudden test like this was actually pretty unusual, since Mary hadn't even scheduled an appointment beforehand. But at the very least, the results would be enough to make the other members accept her presence. He also knew Mary was an engineer, not someone used to direct combat. But if her color was genuinely real, a test like this should be easy for her to clear. Mary needed to prove, with pride, that she truly deserved to be here. The test began. The moment it activated, the golem charged immediately, throwing massive punches at Mary without stopping. Camelia panicked instantly. She asked what exactly that man thought he was doing. Mary wasn't even used to handling a weapon yet, and he'd thrown her straight into a test like this. They should have trained her gradually first. What if Mary got scared and decided to join another corps instead? Under that pressure, Mary herself started doubting. Could she actually win against a monster like this? But she realized doubting herself wouldn't solve anything. She had color now. Running away wasn't an option anymore. Mary started channeling all her color into the dropper. She pushed the output to its absolute limit, intending to take the golem down in a single strike. And she succeeded. A massive explosion of power shot out, tearing straight through the ceiling and shaking the entire room. Even the yellow-haired colorist standing there looked stunned. For just a moment, Mary's emission level had nearly matched his own, and this was the very first time she'd actually used a dropper directly. Her potential was genuinely incredible, but Mary still hadn't learned to control that power properly. Her color started exploding in every direction, completely out of control. Panicking, she kept calling for help, growing more terrified of her own strength. In the process, she ended up destroying even more parts of the ceiling. Everyone scrambled to clean up the debris while Mary kept apologizing non-stop. Camelia just laughed lightly, telling her not to think about it too much. She was genuinely curious where they'd found a gem like Mary. What the girl had just shown was truly extraordinary. Even during a sudden test while nervous, Mary still managed to display power far above the minimum standard. Because of that, Camelia officially welcomed Mary as a member of the Dawn Pioneer Corps. In her view, seeing so much talent gathered in one place felt incredibly promising. And now, Camelia genuinely couldn't wait to see what they'd all accomplish, starting today. Camelia immediately called Colorist Yellow, who turned out to be her own uncle. She made sure there shouldn't be any more objections to accepting Mary now, right? The man replied that he'd never actually opposed it from the start. He just needed a strong enough reason for everyone to accept Mary's recruitment, even as an awakened. If procedure got skipped entirely, it would definitely cause a major uproar. Still, he had to admit, the power Mary had just shown was genuinely extraordinary. In terms of total color output, she might be one of the best in her generation. Even so, he reminded Camelia to stop calling him uncle in front of other people, since it did absolutely nothing for his image. Camelia just told him to relax. They weren't exactly in an official setting right now anyway. If he kept being this stiff all the time, he'd end up coming across as cold himself. After that, Camelia pulled Mary away, since there was still a lot to prepare for the Dawn Pioneer Corps' newest member. Her acceptance paperwork wasn't even finished yet. Kay had been a little worried about how sudden the test was, but he felt relieved everything had gone smoothly. Before long, Red approached them and asked if the welcome celebration was already over. They weren't busy today either, right? Once everyone shook their heads, Red said the timing actually couldn't be better. He'd been too caught up in his own work lately to give them proper attention. Because of that, this moment felt ideal. Red wanted to teach them something extremely important. They all headed to an empty training area, perfect for practicing without worrying about who might be watching. A few training dummies were still left there, built to resemble hard shell-type enemies, tough enough that most ordinary attacks wouldn't even leave a scratch. Red told them to pay close attention if they wanted to survive in the Black Land later. This technique was something they absolutely had to master. He swung his sword at a dummy, and a loud clash echoed instantly. Red then explained that no matter how well-made ink drain or droppers were, they all had limits. Sooner or later, they'd face enemies that couldn't be pierced by ordinary attacks. Some opponents could even regenerate over and over, even after being sliced to pieces. That was exactly why, in situations like that, they needed to use chroma manifestation. Color began wrapping completely around Red's sword. Ellie and Gale immediately recognized it as the same technique Red had used against the sword demon back in the Black Land. The technique was called chroma. A person would extract their own latent color, then coat it onto their body and weapon so it could shine in different forms. Once their personal color got layered on properly, the resulting power would go far beyond ordinary ability. Things that previously couldn't be cut would slice apart cleanly. As pioneers, this ability would eventually become a core part of their essential skill set. Everyone needed at least one trump card, since no one knew what awaited them in the Black Land. The others stared in awe at how cleanly the dummy had been sliced. Kay then asked if every colorist had to be able to use this kind of ability freely. Red explained this was actually just the minimum standard for a colorist. All of this was still the basic stage. Once they reached high-level rank A, they'd see plenty of people using similar techniques. But if they wanted to go further and be recognized as a true colorist, they'd need to become rank S pioneers and pass a special exam. After that, Red told them to take out their weapons and get into position. He'd start teaching them how to train chroma. According to him, the technique sounded impressive, but it was really just an extension of themselves. They definitely knew the sensation right before activating their power, the moment their color started releasing. Normally, they'd just let all that color flow out freely. This time was different. They needed to imagine that color being absorbed back into their body and weapon, instead of letting it spill outward. The training turned out to be far harder than they expected. They tried following Red's instructions, but their color drained out fast instead. If this kept going, they could end up becoming colorless. Red had already expected it wouldn't be this easy. Still, for beginners, the progress all three of them showed was already impressive. Some people needed years just to grasp the basic sensation of chroma. Even so, Red reminded them not to get cocky. Having talent was only the starting point. To actually make it their own strength, they still needed real effort. In the middle of the training, Kay managed to pull it off with ease. He even admitted he'd already been using that ability for some time now. So this was what they called chroma. Ellie finally understood that the ability Kay used back at the ruins had actually been chroma all along. Red looked even more interested in teaching him now. Thinking about it, a result like this had honestly been obvious from the start. Right now, Kay was simply pouring an absurd amount of power into his attacks. The method was still rough, relying purely on brute force. But Red figured that wasn't a big issue for now. Explaining the next stage would just give Kay a headache anyway. What mattered most was that Kay's color usage was still way too wasteful. If he kept going like that, he could turn colorless after just a few attacks. Kay said he already knew that. He still couldn't control his output properly and was working on fixing it. Hearing that answer, Red finally understood something. This whole time, Kay had been surviving that terrifying color consumption by simply absorbing even more of it. Red then told Gale and Ellie to keep training until their chroma actually manifested. If they didn't want to fall too far behind Kay, they needed to start working a lot harder, starting now. For Kay specifically, Red said there was something far more urgent than just learning chroma. In his current state, Kay was actually in a worse position than either Gale or Ellie. Red immediately forbade him from using ink drain right there. They needed to go back to basics and start training his color efficiency. This whole time, Kay had been pouring out 100 units of power for something that could have easily been handled with just 10. Sure, that kind of strength looked impressive, but if he kept using it like this, the ability would eventually turn into a double-edged sword that destroyed him from the inside. Red knew Kay had been trying to control it in his own way, but in the end, he was still just dumping color blindly, with no real control. Most of his power was getting wasted in the process. On top of that, Kay's fighting style, leaning too heavily on absorption, was genuinely dangerous. If he ever ran into an opponent slightly stronger, or someone who could withstand that ability, Kay would immediately find himself in serious trouble. Red told him to imagine what would happen if he suddenly turned colorless in the middle of some dark place crawling with monsters. So far, Kay had managed to survive, but was that enough to actually guarantee his safety? Kay finally understood what Red meant. This whole time, he'd been in far more danger than he'd realized. He immediately released his ink drain and asked what he should do now. Red told him to release every bit of power he had first. That was the starting point of their training. Kay followed the order, and black color surged out with massive intensity. Even Red still found it hard to believe every time he saw it. The power had already been incredible the first time they met, but the growth since then had gotten almost ridiculous. Without the help of ink drain, though, Kay started getting exhausted fast. Maintaining a flow of color like that felt brutally heavy. Red told him to hold that condition no matter what happened. He even threatened to kill Kay if his output dropped even slightly. Kay immediately protested, calling the threat completely excessive, but Red insisted he was dead serious. According to Red, it would be genuinely disappointing if someone who wanted to become a colorist couldn't even handle basic training like this. Red questioned where all that big resolve from earlier had gone. Hearing that, K's emotions flared up instantly, and he declared he'd hold that condition until the very end. The training turned brutal. By the time it was over, all three of them were completely exhausted, having burned through almost all of their personal ink. K even started wondering if training like this would become a daily routine from now on. He never expected it to be this hard. He'd already lost count of how many personal ink bottles he'd drunk throughout the session. Red felt their results were actually pretty solid for a first day. In his view, their hard work was clearly showing. Because of that, he said today's training should wrap up here. Hearing that, Kay, Gale, and Ellie immediately turned to leave, assuming the training was finally done. But Red stopped them right away. He'd never said they were allowed to go home. He'd never said today's training was over either. In fact, the real part was just getting started now. As a closer, they'd be going through actual combat training. Red told the three of them to attack him with full intent to fight, as if their lives genuinely depended on it. Because someday, a situation exactly like that would really happen in the Blackland. A moment later, Red's announcement caught them off guard. Out of nowhere, Red said he'd be their sparring opponent himself. Just learning chroma wasn't enough, he made clear. Talented as they were, their field experience was still minimal. This training aimed to close that gap, even just a little, to raise their odds of survival. Red sounded fired up. He said he'd show no mercy and force them to fight all out. Kay, Gale, and Ellie broke into cold sweat, raising their weapons. Red told them to get ready now. He stepped forward, telling them to picture the worst-case scenario against enemies in the Blackland. There'd be no mercy there. That was why he wanted them fighting without holding back, striking with everything they had. A second later, Red shot forward at incredible speed. Mid-move, he challenged them to land at least one effective hit. In an instant, he appeared behind Ellie, sword already swinging without hesitation. Ellie looked startled, unable to track the movement with her eyes, but her body reacted first. Ice color burst from her hand, forming a solid barrier right before the blade hit. A loud clash echoed through the training area. Pushed back by the force, Ellie still managed to hold his sword off. Watching that, Red smiled faintly, like everything matched his expectations. Ellie's reflexes were clearly faster than the others. Not only that, she'd frozen ice that dense in a split second. Her control over color felt genuinely impressive. Without pause, Ellie launched a follow-up attack. Jagged ice chunks shot out from multiple directions, ready to strike Red anytime. Red looked fairly impressed by her attack and defense combo. That style, he said, was already excellent for a beginner. Still, dodging the ice with light, easy movements, Red reminded her every ability had a weakness. A thin glow slowly wrapped his sword, radiating a far denser color than before. Red explained that when two color elements clashed, the weaker side eventually got destroyed. The next second, his sword swung. One clean slash split all of Ellie's ice at once. The frozen shattered in two right before her eyes, leaving Ellie stunned at how easily Red broke through her defense. Red advised her not to get satisfied just because her ice was already dense. That kind of defense, he said, could still be broken anytime. Because of that, Ellie needed to prepare a backup plan or train her chroma until that ice became far harder to destroy. Meanwhile, Gale started moving. His sword swung with smooth, precise motion, leaving a faint trail in the air with every strike. In an instant, Gale charged in from the left, launching a sharp slash at Red. Kay didn't stay still either. Almost at the same time, he shot in from the opposite side to surround Red. His black attack swept in from the right with equally dangerous force. The two kept up a relentless barrage, giving Red no room to breathe. Strikes came one after another from two directions, filling the area with flashing blades and clashing color. But under that pressure, Red stayed calm. With simple, efficient movements, he blocked every attack one by one without much visible effort. Kay and Gale looked shocked seeing their attacks broken so easily. Even more shocking, Red did it without using any color at all. The next second, Kay, Ellie, and Gale moved together. They shot forward fast, attacking Red from three directions almost simultaneously. But once again, Red handled it all with ease. Swords clashed repeatedly at high speed, sparking color with every collision. Wave after wave of attacks kept coming, but none broke through. Cold sweat ran down Gale's face. He couldn't believe that with all three of them combined, they still hadn't touched Red. Gale started feeling their effort still wasn't enough. Memories from the past surfaced in his mind, the times he'd been so weak, the person who'd once sacrificed everything to protect him, replaying without stopping. That was exactly why Gale swore that tragedy would never repeat. A surge of green sword-shaped color formed around his body. Gale shot into the air at high speed, ready to unleash a full-powered strike at Red. His resolve was simple: get stronger fast. From above, Gale rained down sharp blade-shaped thrusts straight down at Red. For the first time, Red started channeling ink drain into his sword. A faint glow wrapped the blade as he prepared to face Gale's attack. The next second, Red swung his sword calmly. Gale's attack got deflected aside with ease, every sharp blade aimed at him shattering instantly from the impact. Without giving them any opening, Red suddenly vanished from where he stood. In an instant, he appeared in front of Ellie and landed a light slash that shattered her wall of ice instantly. Before Ellie could react, Red spun around and slammed his sword hilt into Gale's stomach. The impact sent Gale coughing hard as he flew backward. At the same moment, Red swung his sword toward Kay. A quick slash shattered Kay's weapon into pieces. That sudden assault left Kay, Ellie, and Gale standing there drained, frozen in front of Red. Their breathing turned heavy, their bodies still aching from a gap in power that felt impossibly wide. Seeing their state, Red figured the sparring session had more than served its purpose. His gaze shifted to Gale. Red called him out for rushing his attacks too much, making every move easy to predict. According to him, burning through all his color to force himself colorless was a genuinely bad call. Red admitted he didn't know what made Gale so restless. But emotions like that couldn't cloud his judgment or his fighting style. Red didn't say much to Kay. In his view, Kay had already started using color without a dropper, so he should feel the difference himself by now. Red then brought up the Undercity incident. Things ended fine that time, sure, but only because Kay went berserk without control. If not for Mary's dropper, Kay's situation back then would have turned out far worse. He warned Kay to pay closer attention to how he managed his power. Compared to Ellie and Gale, Kay's weakness was actually far more dangerous. Kay just stayed silent, listening to it all. Just as he'd expected, Red really was incredibly strong. A colorist like him clearly stood on a completely different level. Slowly, Kay started wondering if he could ever reach that kind of strength someday. Even with his body still feeling heavy, Kay slowly rose to his feet. He refused to let things end right here. A strong desire grew inside him, to be recognized directly by the colorist standing at the very top. Kay rose slowly and brought up something Red had said earlier, about being allowed to attack with everything they had. The truth was, he'd recently gained a new ability, but he stayed hesitant to use it since he didn't fully understand it himself. Kay smiled faintly. It would feel like such a waste to end things here like this. Slowly, a surge of dense black color gathered in his hand, joined by yellow lightning sparking wildly in every direction as he activated the power. The energy around Kay turned unstable instantly. A massive pressure filled the training area. Kay admitted he still couldn't fully control that power. Ellie and Gale stared in disbelief at the change happening to Kay. The aura coming off his body felt far more terrifying than before. Meanwhile, for the first time, Red's expression actually shifted. His eyes showed genuine shock at the massive power, now standing right in front of him. Kay's fist shot straight toward Red with overwhelming force. The collision triggered a massive explosion, instantly destroying the arena's ceiling. As the dust settled, Kay stood there swaying, gasping for breath. The color on his body slowly faded, slipping into a colorless state. Kay himself hadn't expected his color to drain completely from just one attack with that new power. In front of him, Red still stood firm, but for the first time, cold sweat ran down his face. Red's gaze dropped to his sword, now snapped in half from the impact. His expression showed clear surprise. Red couldn't hide his amazement at Kay's strength. Beside them, a massive crater stretched out, carved by the force of that single punch. Even Red found it hard to imagine how far Kay's growth might go. Gale and Ellie could only stand there in shock after witnessing Kay's new power firsthand, a strength that felt almost impossible. Red himself hadn't expected Kay to wield black alongside another color at the same time. From what he'd just seen, Red started thinking that someday, Kay might wield multiple colors, just like Illuminous. Recognizing that potential, Red just smiled faintly and said he'd probably need to start getting serious if he didn't want to lose face as a teacher. Before long, Red decided to end the training for the day. Supporting Kay's exhausted body, he told Gale and Ellie to head back and regroup later. Red then carried Kay out of the arena. Glancing aside, Red told Ellie and Gale not to dwell on what happened today. He knew they might feel discouraged after seeing Kay's ability, but in his view, their strength already stood far above other beginner pioneers. Because of that, they just needed to keep training harder from here. Meanwhile, the training arena had turned into chaos. Cracks covered the floor, debris scattered everywhere from the earlier impact. The scene shifted to the Dawn Pioneer Corps headquarters. Inside the room, Camellia suddenly felt a strong tremor from outside. She barely paid it any attention though continuing her usual activities. Mary noticed Camellia had gone quiet and called out to her. Snapping back, Camellia quickly apologized before asking Mary's opinion on the cakes laid out on the table. Mary nodded gently, admitting everything looked delicious. But something else weighed on her mind more. She asked if she really deserved gear this expensive. By then, Mary was already wearing her new brown-toned outfit, far neater and more elegant than before. Camellia just smiled, relaxed, saying it wasn't a big deal at all. She explained the gear Mary wore was made from high-quality, extremely durable material, so it would help her a lot in battle later. Mary was now officially part of the Dawn Pioneer Corps. Because of that, Camellia told her to think of all the equipment as a welcome gift from them. Mary finally smiled, relieved by the explanation. She added she was looking forward to working together going forward. Suddenly, the door slammed open. One subordinate rushed in, panic on his face, reporting an emergency. Camellia immediately told him to explain. Instead, he urged them to look at the sky outside for themselves. Mary and Camellia hurried out right away. The moment they stepped outside, both froze. Thick black smoke billowed up from the direction of the black land, slowly spreading across the sky over Shining City. Camellia reached her hand out as black ash drifted through the air. Her expression turned serious the instant she recognized the sign. It was the mark of a black wave. Meanwhile, in the black land, giant creatures began surfacing. Standing on top of one of them were the Sword Demon and the Twin Viper, ready to launch an attack to destroy Shining City. Monster creatures began rampaging, tearing through several settlements in the Black Land. Residents screamed in panic, urging each other to flee before it was too late. In the middle of that chaos, one man still refused to leave behind his ink containers and chromatic ore. His friend kept pushing him to run before he lost his life right there. Panic spread even faster once word got out that a wave had appeared. No one expected this phenomenon to happen again, especially since the fourth black wave had shown no warning signs at all. The sheer size of these creatures felt almost unreasonable, more like a walking disaster than a monster. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even ancient civilizations, once at their peak, had vanished because of them. Rumor even claimed a single one of them could level an entire major city. Panic kept spreading fast as the creatures rampaged without stopping. Their attacks tore through buildings in every direction, while human bodies got thrown back by the sheer brutality of each strike. At the last line of defense, soldiers immediately fired artillery to slow the monsters down. The atmosphere there was just as chaotic and tense. A soldier shouted at his comrades to move the shell artillery as fast as possible before the defense line got breached. The captain then gave a firm order. The moment a target came into clear view, no one was allowed to hesitate before firing. The scene shifted. Gale snapped at Kay and Ellie, who kept staring out the window, telling them to get ready immediately. He stressed that Red would arrive soon, and they needed to move too. Before long, Red actually arrived and ordered everyone to grab their weapons and prepare. Seeing how chaotic things had gotten, he said they didn't have time to relax anymore, then immediately led the team forward. Meanwhile, Kay, watching through the window, started feeling uneasy. The blaring warning siren reminded him of the moment those creatures had first gathered near the city. Ellie agreed, but pointed out that this time felt far more tense than usual. She looked up at the black ash falling from the sky, which immediately brought back memories of a similar event from the past. Suddenly, an emergency speaker blared across the entire area, ordering every pioneer to return to their respective corps. The announcement kept repeating, its tone growing more urgent each time. Hearing it, residents froze in shock and started questioning what was actually happening. The streets quickly descended into chaos. Some shouted for everyone to clear the road, while others panicked at the sight of black ash continuing to fall from the sky. Slowly, they began realizing the horrifying possibility. A monster wave had truly arrived. In the middle of that panic, a child clung to his mother, trembling with fear. The mother tried to calm him down, telling him the pioneers would surely handle everything. The crowd ran in a frenzy, pushing each other to move faster. Shouts filled the streets, people asking where exactly the monsters were spawning from. Amid the chaos, someone yelled that the monsters were reportedly gathering on the eastern outskirts. But before anything became clear, a massive explosion suddenly hit the area behind them. A green-haired man screamed in panic, ordering everyone to fall back and take another route, warning that a far bigger threat was closing in. Once the dust settled, the creatures known as Black Hand finally came into view. Their size dwarfed ordinary monsters, and even more terrifying, some of them carried massive weapons like swords and axes, as if ready to crush anyone standing in their path. The warning speaker kept blaring without pause. Elsewhere, Kay and Gale looked irritated watching the situation unfold. Gale cursed under his breath, questioning what those arrogant people thought they were doing. Kay explained that they were Blaze and Nickel from the Radiance Pioneer Corps, a well-known group with a reputation that predated their time as pioneers. He added that the Radiance Pioneer Corps was Dawn Pioneer Corps' rival in the eastern region, and now, of all times, they were running into each other in the middle of this emergency. At the evacuation line, an army captain kept leading his troops, his face tense with stress. He said that if things kept going like this, civilians would become casualties before evacuation even finished. They had to hold the line until every resident was safely secured. Before long, Kay and the others finally reached the battlefield. They moved in immediately, tearing through the creatures with brutal force, giving the watching soldiers a small sense of relief, finally seeing a real chance to survive. One soldier let out a grateful breath, while another shouted for the evacuation to speed up while the opportunity lasted. From that point on, the pioneers became the front line, clearing the path for the civilian evacuation. An orange-haired pioneer confidently declared that, ever since the Radiance Pioneer Corps arrived, no monster had managed to break through their defense. That claim got shattered instantly when a creature lunged forward and attacked the troops around them, catching everyone off guard. In a flash, Kay moved fast and sliced the monster clean in half, while the others jumped in to help clear out the rest one by one. At the evacuation zone, residents kept screaming in panic. Artillery fired non-stop, trying to hold back the wave of monsters closing in from the front. The chaos only got worse as people pushed each other to reach safety. Soldiers tried to calm things down while keeping the evacuation moving, warning that panic would only make the situation worse. Elsewhere, a group of creatures moved fast toward the defense line. The soldiers grew frustrated, since the fast-type monsters were always the hardest to deal with. The captain immediately ordered the entire unit to open fire before they got too close. A barrage of color attacks shot out toward the creatures. The captain then instructed them to use blue color to slow the monsters down, even if only slightly, just enough to buy time for the troops at the front base to retreat safely. Slowly, the wave of creatures started thinning out, but the situation was still far from over. Several giant monsters began appearing, charging toward the last fortress, threatening to tear it down at any moment. At that critical moment, the Rank S colorists finally arrived on the battlefield. With a sharp smirk, Camellia said the situation had gotten too urgent and she'd keep her explanation brief. She announced that as commander of the Dawn Pioneer Corps, she'd be taking temporary command of every Pioneer Corps in the region. She added that a massive group of Black Hand had been detected, heading straight for the front base. Hearing that, Kay and the others froze in shock. Kay's mind immediately flashed to that terrifying figure, the Sword Demon. Moments later, a red-haired man let out a sigh, saying they'd nearly arrived too late, and everything could have turned into a massive disaster. He apologized for the delay, especially to the younger ones. Kay and the others just stayed quiet. The red-eyed man then praised Kay and his team for holding the line this far. Camellia added that the Vanguard members had also fought hard to hold back the enemy's assault. At the front line, the troops started getting overwhelmed by the pressure of the creatures. The captain shouted orders for them to either fall back or hold their positions. Suddenly, a sword strike tore through the battlefield. The red-haired colorist unleashed a brutal attack that instantly destroyed a massive creature, making it shriek in pain. Kay and Gale stood frozen, staring at that level of power. But the situation wasn't over yet. They flinched the moment a giant creature rose back up, towering high enough to blot out the sky with its terrifying presence. The next second, the monster swung a massive tentacle, sweeping across buildings and the troops nearby. A sharp warning rang out. A giant creature was attacking. Everyone braced for impact. But Kay and his team didn't retreat. Instead, they charged forward together, declaring they'd become the shield holding the defense line. In front of them, the giant creature loomed, ready to strike. Without hesitation, Kay and the others pushed forward, slashing and striking down every monster that got close. From above the battlefield, the Sword Demon watched the entire fight unfold. He recognized Kay's presence and saw him as the key to opening the Black Witch's veil. He was determined not to let Kay slip away again. Meanwhile, Camellia handed control over to Red, who calmly replied that he'd handle the situation there. Camellia herself sensed that someone out there had to be targeting Kay, so she asked Red to keep watch. At the same time, high above the battlefield, the Twin Viper and the Sword Demon observed the chaos with calm interest. Viper looked satisfied, her plan working out even better than expected. She hadn't imagined she could control this many creatures with just a few vials from blank, and she laughed like she herself was the Black Witch. She said her next plan would be far more interesting. In the middle of the battle, Camellia raised her voice again, declaring that the city's defense would now be fully handed over to the pioneers. She ordered them to spread out, encircle the enemy from both sides, sweep through every creature, then regroup with the defense forces to focus their attack on the giant creature. Kay and the others answered firmly, ready. The pioneers moved without hesitation, scattering across the battlefield as the chaos spiraled further out of control. Camellia shouted for everyone to hold their ground and stay patient until they managed to repel the Black Hand's assault before executing a coordinated retreat. Elsewhere, the red-eyed man spoke calmly, saying he and the Dawn commander would move ahead to hold and stop the enemy at the front line. Camellia replied briefly that she'd follow from behind. Meanwhile, Kay actually felt a small sense of relief. Not because the situation had gotten any safer, but because Mary wasn't out on the battlefield. In his view, a situation this dangerous was way too risky for a beginner to get involved in close combat. Elsewhere, Mary was busy supporting the troops with her mechanical skills, backing up the operation from behind the front line. It was definitely safer for her to stay out of direct confrontation with the Black Hand. Across the entire battlefield, orders kept echoing non-stop. Every colorist in the area got mobilized to stop the Black Hand before the situation spiraled completely out of control. The soldiers continued firing their artillery without stopping, trying to slow the monsters' advance. Their captain repeatedly ordered them to keep firing because the monsters were getting closer. As the pressure increased, one soldier called for more supplies. Their ammunition was starting to run low. Seeing the situation, Mary quickly carried 3 wooden crates filled with bullets and delivered them to the soldiers. The soldiers were surprised by how quickly she responded. One of them admitted that moving those supplies alone would have taken much longer. After thanking Mary, they returned to their duties, while Mary immediately rushed off to help elsewhere. As she ran through the battlefield, Mary couldn't believe the scale of the monster attack. It was the first time she had witnessed something like this. When she looked to the side, she saw the pioneers fighting desperately against a growing number of monsters. One pioneer shouted for everyone to hold their positions. If they fell, the civilians who had not been evacuated yet would be in danger. Then Kay and Ellie suddenly rushed forward. People nearby immediately warned them that pushing deeper into the battlefield was too dangerous. But their concerns quickly faded. Kay, Ellie, and Gale moved together, cutting down monsters and forcing them back. Their performance even caught the attention of the other pioneers. One pioneer couldn't believe what he was seeing. Another commented that rookie pioneers these days were operating on a completely different level from most people. Meanwhile, a brown-haired pioneer felt frustrated. Watching newcomers outperform experienced fighters made him feel humiliated. The battle continued as the pioneers on the front line worked together to stop as many monsters as possible. While observing the battlefield, Kay noticed that the situation was more stable than he had expected. The pioneers from Radiance Corps were making a major contribution on the front line. At the same time, the other pioneers continued supporting them without leaving any openings. Because of that, Kay believed they should be able to hold the monster assault if things continued this way. But when he looked up, he noticed a much bigger problem. A giant monster was still moving toward Shining City. Although it was moving slowly, it never stopped advancing. Kay doubted that their current fighting force could stop it. He could only hope that the SS rank Colorists would return soon after dealing with Black Hand. Then something suddenly rushed straight toward him. Kay immediately sensed its presence. A powerful impact shook the area as the figure crashed into the ground, sending dust and debris into the air. When the dust settled, Kay froze. Standing directly in front of him was Sword Demon, one of Black Hand's members. Sword Demon stared at Kay and revealed that he had finally found the key. The statement left Kay stunned. At the same time, Gale immediately ordered everyone to retreat and reorganize their formation. Ellie was equally shocked. She couldn't understand why Sword Demon was there when he was usually fighting on the front line. Kay quickly prepared himself, but the others urged him to retreat. They knew they had no chance of defeating Sword Demon. In their view, fighting him without the support of a rank S colorist was no different from courting death. Because everyone's attention was focused on the front line, Sword Demon saw an opportunity. He immediately drew his sword and charged toward Kay, determined to capture him no matter what. Within moments, Sword Demon was already standing right in front of him. He was about to strike, but at the last second, Red appeared and blocked the attack. Sword Demon was clearly surprised. He had not expected Red to show up. Red simply laughed and revealed that he had already anticipated this situation. Meanwhile, Kay could only stare in shock as his teacher suddenly appeared and saved him. While blocking Sword Demon's sword, Red revealed that he had already expected Sword Demon to target Kay. However, he was still surprised because Sword Demon was making no effort to hide his killing intent. Red immediately ordered his students to leave. He promised to finish the battle quickly, and Kay's group retreated while telling him to be careful. Back on the battlefield, Sword Demon looked annoyed that Red had once again gotten in his way. Red remained calm. Filled with anger, Sword Demon pointed his sword at Red and declared that he would end everything right there. The moment Red saw the silver sword, he realized it was an ancient relic. Red admitted that he did not know where Sword Demon had obtained such a valuable weapon. Even so, he acknowledged that the sword would be troublesome to deal with. Instead of backing down, Red tightened his grip on his own sword. He remarked that it was only fitting for Sword Demon to possess such a troublesome weapon. Otherwise, the fight would be boring. As both sides prepared to fight, their auras continued to rise. Meanwhile, Kay, Gale, and Ellie moved farther away from the battlefield. Behind them, the clash between Red and Sword Demon's energy created shockwaves that sent dust and debris flying in every direction. Even while retreating, Kay remained worried about Red. Watching this, Gale began wondering who Kay really was for Red to be so concerned about him. Ellie quickly pointed out that helping Red would only make things worse. If they interfered, they would simply become a burden. Then, their movements suddenly stopped. A strange song echoed inside their heads. Confused, Kay and the others looked around, trying to find where the song was coming from. At that moment, a mysterious figure spoke. The figure was curious about why Sword Demon had suddenly abandoned everything and rushed toward Kay earlier. The mysterious person also questioned what secret was hidden behind Black Witch's barrier, considering how determined Sword Demon had been to conceal it. Moments later, the figure revealed herself. It was Twin Viper. While holding her younger sister, she admitted that she could not understand why Sword Demon had gone to such lengths to hide the barrier. In her eyes, he was nothing more than a foolish sword fanatic. Viper then turned her attention toward Kay. She wondered whether Kay was the key Sword Demon had been searching for. According to Viper, Red's desperate efforts to protect him only made that possibility seem more likely. The moment Kay saw Viper, he immediately concluded that she was a member of Black Hand. That realization filled him with fear. Gale and Ellie immediately prepared their weapons. They understood how serious the situation was. Running away was no longer an option. The only thing they could do was hold their ground against Viper. The three quickly took their battle positions. At the same time, Ellie reminded everyone that their goal was simply to survive long enough for Red to defeat Sword Demon. Viper laughed after hearing that. She mocked the idea that even someone like Red could protect them forever. Then she suddenly moved. Before anyone could react, Viper rushed straight toward Kay. Kay froze in surprise. A moment later, Viper's fist came crashing toward him. Fortunately, Kay managed to block the attack. Even so, he struggled to withstand the impact. The collision cracked the surrounding area and sent shockwaves through the air. Sweat poured down Kay's face as he desperately resisted Viper's overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, Viper appeared to be enjoying the situation. Seeing an opening, Ellie immediately rushed in from the right and warned Viper to stay away from Kay. At the same time, Gale attacked from the left. Their blades struck Viper directly. Green liquid sprayed out each time their swords cut into her body, but something immediately felt strange. Gale and Ellie realized that Viper had made no attempt to dodge. Instead, she smiled and willingly accepted every attack. Kay did not stop. He immediately threw a punch at Viper and ordered Gale and Ellie to continue attacking without pause. Kay understood that if they stopped applying pressure, Viper's wounds would recover on their own. The three continued their relentless assault. Yet Viper remained completely still and accepted every strike. The longer it continued, the more uneasy Kay became. He could not understand why Viper refused to fight back. At the same time, he remained wary of Viper's younger sister, who had not participated in the battle at all. Her presence alone was unsettling. As the attacks continued, Viper let out a disappointed sigh. She mocked their strength and called the fight boring. Then she finally decided to get serious. According to Viper, playtime was over. What none of them realized was that Viper's green substance had already attached itself to Gale and Ellie. At first, it was not enough to affect them. But a moment later, everything changed. A tremendous pressure suddenly erupted from the green substance. The liquid began forcing its way out of their bodies. Gale and Ellie immediately coughed and staggered. Green fluid poured from their mouths as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Neither of them understood what had poisoned them. Seeing their reactions, Viper laughed arrogantly. She mocked them for believing that reckless attacks could defeat her. But according to Viper, the outcome had already been decided. Kay, Gale, and Ellie had been contaminated by her power. And in Viper's eyes, that was nothing less than a death sentence. Viper explained that the substance inside her body could act as both poison and medicine. Laughing, she asked Gale how it felt to become one of her victims and described her poison as both a blessing and a deadly terror. Seeing Gale and Ellie on the verge of death, Viper smugly declared that lunchtime had finally arrived. But at that moment, Kay appeared. The moment he saw Gale and Ellie's condition, he rushed toward them without hesitation and began absorbing the poison covering their bodies. Slowly, the dark green substance seeped out through their pores before evaporating into the air. Ellie could hardly believe her eyes as the poison disappeared. Even Viper was visibly shocked. Within moments, Gale and Ellie had recovered so completely that even they found it hard to believe. Demanding an explanation, Viper stared at Kay. Kay calmly told her that her poison was essentially just another color. He had no idea how powerful it actually was, but one thing was certain. It had absolutely no effect on him. Those words immediately reminded Viper of the Black Witch. Kay's ability to absorb colors was extremely similar to a power she had seen before. She also recalled the demon that had once appeared in the city with a nearly identical ability. That led her to a conclusion. Kay wasn't erasing the influence of the Black Witch. He had modified it into an entirely new power. Another possibility soon crossed her mind. Perhaps Kay had been using pure black power all along. Even the Viper race itself didn't possess black power that dense. Although countless questions filled her mind, Viper ultimately ignored them. The power she had been searching for was now standing right in front of her, and she intended to take it no matter what. A massive wave of dark green energy erupted from Viper's body, covering the area with a terrifying killing aura. Kay, Gale, and Ellie immediately prepared for battle. Gale trembled as he realized that Viper could defeat him at any moment. Meanwhile, Ellie thanked Kay for saving her life, even though she understood that their situation had become even more dangerous. Kay told them to stop acting so helpless. As long as he could continue absorbing the poison, they wouldn't die. Viper's poison could still be neutralized, which meant they still had a chance to fight back. Hearing that, Viper let out a quiet laugh. She wondered if they truly couldn't see the enormous gap between their strength. According to her, they had chosen the wrong opponent. The real monster was standing right in front of them. A moment later, Viper rushed forward. In an instant, she appeared in front of Kay and slammed him with a claw strike powerful enough to send him flying across the battlefield. Without giving him any time to recover, she continued launching one brutal attack after another. Kay could do little more than defend himself and block the incoming assaults. As the fight continued, he realized that Viper was now far stronger and faster than before. Even after activating Chroma Manifestation, he still struggled to keep up. Viper kept pushing him back relentlessly. Simply surviving her attacks was already difficult. Finding an opening to counterattack felt nearly impossible. Seeing his struggle, Viper began mocking him. She claimed that no matter how many times Kay absorbed her poison, she could still crush him through physical strength alone. She also criticized his troublesome ability, saying he wasn't using it to its full potential. But then everything changed. A sudden slash struck Viper's body, and green blood sprayed from the wound. Surprised, she immediately turned around. The attacker was Gale. Furious, Gale shouted at Viper for continuously ignoring both him and Ellie. At the same time, Ellie began gathering ice energy around herself. She warned Kay to be careful before casting Frost Wall. Ice rapidly formed around Viper and expanded into a massive barrier after Triple Layer was activated. Using that brief opportunity, Ellie quickly pulled Kay away and told him to retreat while they still had the chance. Kay nodded, even though he had almost been caught by Ellie's attack himself. While staring at the ice prison surrounding Viper, Ellie warned everyone that the barrier wouldn't hold for long against someone that powerful. She was right. Cracks soon began spreading across the entire surface. According to Ellie, Viper's strength had already surpassed common sense. If any of them took a direct hit, their bodies could be destroyed instantly. And if the battle continued the same way, they would eventually be poisoned again. Without Kay's ability to neutralize the poison earlier, Gale and Ellie probably wouldn't even be able to keep fighting. Hearing that, Gale cursed under his breath before asking Kay a question. Could he still use that special power that had shocked Red before? At first, Kay looked confused, but after realizing what Gale meant, he nodded and confirmed that he could still use that power. However, Kay admitted that he still wasn't used to using that power and needed time to focus. Realizing they had no other option, Gale told him to start preparing immediately. He and Ellie agreed to hold Viper back for as long as possible so Kay could concentrate. Kay quickly sat down and focused all of his strength. Meanwhile, Gale and Ellie stepped forward and reminded him to hurry before they ended up dead. Not long after, a massive explosion shattered Ellie's ice wall. Fragments scattered everywhere, signaling that Viper had broken free. Without wasting a second, Viper charged forward while mocking them for buying time. Gale and Ellie immediately moved to stop her. Viper claimed she didn't care about either of them, but if they kept getting in her way, they would die right there. Her claws struck both Gale and Ellie directly, but Viper was surprised to see them still standing. Breathing heavily, Gale warned her not to come any closer. He was already close to collapsing, and Ellie wasn't in much better condition. Not wanting to fall behind Kay, both of them activated Chroma Manifestation at the same time. Color energy surged through their bodies and weapons, dramatically increasing their strength. Seeing that, Viper let out a laugh. She admitted it was impressive that low-ranked kids could use Chroma Manifestation and still possess such determination. But according to her, it still wasn't enough. As she gathered energy, Viper reminded them that maintaining chroma manifestation would put a huge burden on their bodies. A moment later, she attacked again. Wave after wave of strikes rained down on Gale and Ellie without pause. Viper declared that tricks like this would never stop her. Once their energy ran out, death would be waiting for them. Gale was already reaching his limit. His color energy was being consumed so quickly that he could barely stay on his feet. Ellie wasn't doing much better and forced herself to keep fighting despite the strain. Watching them struggle, Viper only grew more bored. She launched another deadly attack, intending to end everything. The strike landed directly on Gale and Ellie. Ellie started losing hope. Her chroma manifestation could only last for a few more seconds. Then, just as Viper appeared in front of them and prepared to finish the fight, her body suddenly stopped. A dense black and golden energy erupted from Kay in the distance. Gale and Ellie immediately let out sighs of relief. They knew their job was done. Now it was Kay's turn. In an instant, Kay rushed forward and struck Viper with his new power. Viper blocked the barrage while staring at him in shock. She couldn't understand what kind of power he was using. A black and golden aura surrounded Kay, and both of his eyes shone brightly. Kay had activated chroma manifestation, black lightning. Dense energy gathered around his fist and grew brighter with every passing second. Then the punch landed. A massive explosion shook the entire area. Shockwaves and debris blasted outward in every direction. But Kay wasn't finished. He charged again and continued throwing relentless attacks. Even so, Viper still managed to evade every single one. She couldn't hide her surprise. The fact that Kay had suddenly gained physical strength equal to hers was completely beyond her expectations. Even so, Viper soon noticed something important. Kay was forcing his body beyond its limits. According to her, the black lightning form wouldn't last long and would slowly drain him until he collapsed. During the battle, Viper briefly glanced toward her younger sister, who was still standing motionless in the distance. The sight annoyed her. She considered the girl a coward. If her sister had helped from the start, this fight would have ended much sooner. But Viper quickly put that thought aside. Her goal had never changed. She wanted to recover Stella's fragment and free herself from her connection to that person. She believed her wish would finally come true. Viper even admitted that she was lucky Kay had come here. To her, Kay was the perfect bait for keeping Emerald Master's power under control. She remembered the time Kay had nearly died at Sword Demon's hands. Ever since then, she had predicted that everything would eventually lead to this moment. That was why she intentionally allowed Kay to live while waiting for the right opportunity. In the end, she believed that only she would obtain the key. But then something unexpected happened. A crimson energy suddenly erupted from the distance. The massive explosion illuminated the battlefield and released an overwhelming pressure. Both Kay and Viper immediately turned toward it in shock. Viper even muttered that such a thing should have been impossible. Her eyes widened as she saw the result of the battle in the distance. She couldn't believe that Red's fight against Sword Demon was already over. Amid the blazing crimson energy, Red stood tall with an intimidating aura. The winner had already been decided. Sword Demon was in miserable condition and barely alive. Painful groans continued to escape from his mouth. Red then began walking forward slowly. At the same time, Kay's body started losing its color and his breathing became heavier. Even while approaching his limit, he still found the strength to ask about Red's condition. Meanwhile, Viper exploded with rage. She called Sword Demon an insect and questioned whether he even deserved the name Black Hand. According to her, he was completely useless. Even after obtaining a physical vessel, he still failed to defeat Red. Viper continued mocking him as worthless trash. But Red didn't respond at all. He stepped out from the sea of flames and stood there calmly, holding the head of the defeated Sword Demon in his hand. At that moment, Kay's face turned pale and his body collapsed to the ground. His breathing became ragged as exhaustion finally caught up to him. Meanwhile, Red and Viper stood facing each other. Kay knew he had been only moments away from collapsing completely. The line between life and death had been incredibly thin. When Red arrived, Kay finally realized that all of his chroma manifestation energy was gone. He had nothing left. From this point on, everything depended on his teacher. Meanwhile, cold sweat ran down Viper's temple. She silently cursed Sword Demon. She never should have trusted him. A defeat that came this quickly was something she had never expected. Fighting Red in her current condition was clearly a terrible option. The only thought on Viper's mind was escaping with her younger sister and leaving this place without getting injured. While Red's group took a moment to recover and Ellie gave Kay some personal black ink, Viper quietly began forming a plan. She intended to use them as shields while making her escape. But her thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Red appeared directly behind her. His gaze was sharp enough to immediately notice that Viper had been searching for a way out. Without saying much, Red launched a swift slash. Viper didn't even have time to react. The attack struck her directly. A painful scream echoed through the area as her body was torn apart by the strike. Kay and Ellie widened their eyes in shock. They could hardly believe that Red had brought down a black hand with a single attack. Viper crashed onto the ground with wounds covering her entire body. She grimaced in pain while her regeneration began repairing the damage. The moment she looked at Red, she realized she was facing the worst possible situation. His strength was far beyond hers, and her poison was burned away before it could even reach its target. This battle was completely against her. Red then raised his sword. According to him, power on this level was still impressive even without being enhanced by chroma. He even wondered whether that ability came from an ancient relic. Red's attention then shifted to the sword in his hand. He felt that its previous owner had treated it far too roughly, yet strangely enough, the weapon was still in excellent condition. Letting out a sigh, Red remarked that a sword used in that manner would eventually break. To him, that was a real waste. Red then asked Sword Demon if he had another sword and told him to bring it out before death arrived. In a mocking tone, Red said he could use that sword far better than its current owner ever could. According to Red, there was no point in possessing a great weapon if you couldn't even swing it properly. Hearing the insult, Sword Demon could only growl in frustration. Red then switched swords. Just as he expected, the weapon he had used for years felt far more comfortable in his hand. With a sharp gaze, Red pointed his sword at Viper. It was obvious who his next target was. Not far away, Viper's younger sister sat silently and watched everything unfold. Tears continued running down her cheeks. More than anything, she wanted the fight to end. She lowered her head before finally breaking down in tears. Her mind returned to the countless times Viper had been hurt while protecting her. With a trembling voice, she begged everyone to stop hurting her sister. The next moment, an incredibly powerful wave of poisonous energy erupted from her body and swept across the battlefield. Red immediately turned toward it. The wave struck him directly, but the aura surrounding his body blocked it completely. At the same time, Kay continued absorbing energy to recover his strength while protecting Gale and Ellie from the spreading poison. Even so, the sudden explosion caught him by surprise. Poisonous mist spread throughout the entire area. Meanwhile, Viper's younger sister ran toward her while crying. She reached out her hand and apologized. According to her, Viper should never have been injured like this. The tears wouldn't stop falling. She knew that Viper always hated seeing her get hurt. Because of that, she told Viper not to worry. She would heal her. The moment her hand touched Viper's body, a massive vortex of energy appeared in the sky. The energy spun violently before gradually shrinking into a single point. Seeing that, Red looked visibly annoyed. This was exactly why he disliked the Black Hand. They always possessed strange abilities that were impossible to predict. Not long afterward, Viper's wounds began healing. At the same time, her body slowly transformed into a different form. This ability was known as erosion amplification, awakened fusion form venom. Viper quietly laughed as she examined her new body. She admitted that she never intended to reveal her true form in this place. But everything had changed because of Red. As soon as she finished speaking, Viper vanished. Using overwhelming speed, she charged forward with her claws. Red immediately raised his sword and blocked the attack. The collision unleashed a massive explosion of energy that devastated the surrounding area. The resulting shockwave swept over Kay, Gale, and Ellie. Viper continued attacking without pause. This time, even Red started getting pushed back. During the fight, Red realized that Viper's body had become significantly stronger. On top of that, deadly poison continuously leaked from her body and spread in every direction. Under normal circumstances, anyone would be poisoned before they could even get close to her. Red also noticed that Kay was still trying to maintain protection for the group from a distance. But that situation clearly couldn't last forever. Viper could die at any moment. Red never expected that protecting someone in a situation like this would carry such a huge risk. Even so, he had no choice. In the end, Red decided to release his true power. He removed one of the restraints that had been suppressing his strength. The moment the chain was released, a terrifying surge of energy exploded outward. Kay, Gale, and Ellie immediately felt an overwhelming heat. The temperature around them rose to an unbelievable level. Seeing that power, they began wondering whether this was still the same chroma they knew. The aura felt completely different. Red then summoned his Chroma Mindscape manifestation, Extreme Blaze Brilliant Blade. His right hand shone brightly along with the sword he was holding. With a cold expression, Red stared directly at Viper. All of his power began pouring out. This was the battle he had truly been waiting for. But Viper suddenly went silent. She observed the transformation for a few moments before unexpectedly raising her hand. Then, in a calm voice, she surrendered. Viper had no intention of continuing the fight. Red was immediately stunned. The change in attitude came far too suddenly. Viper smiled faintly and apologized for all the trouble she had caused. She even asked whether Red would be willing to let her leave. According to Viper, Red was probably worried about the students standing behind him. If they kept fighting, both sides would only waste time and energy. Meanwhile, there was a far more urgent problem waiting for them. Rather than trying to kill each other in a long battle, wouldn't it be better to deal with that giant monster first? After saying that, Viper simply turned around and started walking away. She treated the conversation as if an agreement had already been reached. Before leaving completely, however, she picked up Sword Demon's head, which was still letting out weak groans. Viper couldn't even believe he was still alive. Most people would have died in that condition. She called Sword Demon a fool. He never should have challenged Red alone. The outcome had been obvious from the start. Even so, he had still played an important role in her plan. That was why she decided to heal him. Viper knew how painful her energy would be for Sword Demon during the recovery process. As for whether he would survive or not, that depended entirely on his own endurance. After that, Viper turned toward Kay and called out to him. Viper stared at Kay for a moment before letting out a small laugh. She said she would remember his name and hoped they would fight again someday. Kay simply watched her in silence. After saying that, Viper turned around and left. Kay and the others could only watch as her figure gradually disappeared into Blackland. Once their enemy was truly gone, Kay finally let out a long sigh of relief. They had survived. This battle had been far more dangerous than he had expected. Kay couldn't help remembering that this was the first time he had ever faced a Black Hand directly. When Lord Luminous had warned him about them before, he hadn't fully understood the threat. Now he did. If they continued entering Blackland, there was a high chance they would encounter enemies like Viper again, and that problem was much more serious than he had imagined. His thoughts were interrupted when Red suddenly spoke. According to him, their battle wasn't over yet. Their main target, the giant creature, was still alive and moving towards Shining City. Red explained that the Colorists were currently occupied dealing with the Black Hand. For now, only their team could effectively stop the giant creature. Hearing that, Kay finally realized that responsibility had now fallen on them. Red then looked at Kay, Gale, and Ellie. He asked whether they were still capable of fighting. According to Red, it would be a serious problem if they were already exhausted from the previous battle. The three of them were immediately stunned. As they looked toward the giant monster in the distance, they questioned what Red meant. That thing was clearly on an entirely different level, but Red answered calmly. According to him, that threat couldn't even be called a black wave yet. He then told them to listen carefully. The real black wave was far more terrifying than anything they were currently seeing. But before Red could continue, a sudden flash of lightning erupted from the direction of Shining City's border wall. Everyone turned in shock. The lightning transformed into a gigantic pillar of energy and shot directly toward the monster. The moment it struck, a massive explosion followed. The giant creature's body was torn apart instantly, leaving a huge hole through it. Kay, Gale, and Ellie could only stare in disbelief. They couldn't believe a single attack had caused that much damage. The monster let out a deafening roar of pain, but only moments later, every sign of life vanished. Its enormous body lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. Cheers immediately erupted across the defensive line. The soldiers shouted with excitement as they watched the giant monster fall. Amid the celebration stood a woman holding a massive dropper. She looked completely exhausted after releasing that incredible attack. And that was when Kay finally realized who had done it. The person who had brought down the giant creature with a single strike was Mary. The scene shifted to the heart of Shining City, where glowing buildings stood tall and filled the skyline. Inside one of them stood a giant tree, radiating a sacred aura through every corner of the room. Its branches were decorated with 7 or 8 colored crystals, glowing softly like stars. 3 figures stood in silence beneath that tree. Those crystals weren't ordinary objects. They were stella fragments, and one of them was the very fragment Kay had once found. The figure standing before him was none other than Lord Luminous herself. After finishing what she was doing, Lord Luminous slowly opened her eyes. She explained that the stella fragments protected the people of Shining City from the black ash, falling from the black land, stopping corruption from spreading through those deadly particles. But out there, the giant creature was still alive. That meant this scene was happening some time before the current moment. One of Lord Luminous's guards quickly reminded everyone not to let their guard down, since the situation was too dangerous to take lightly. The 3 figures in that room were Lord Luminous's personal protectors and the guardians of the colorful palace, known as the 3 primaries. So far, only 2 had appeared. The 3rd member hadn't been shown yet. The green-haired primary looked a little disappointed. She admitted she'd rushed to the location thinking the black wave had returned, only to find a single giant creature instead. Once the monster was dealt with, they still needed to investigate what had caused it to appear. The conversation shifted to Ignis, who was still fighting on the front lines. The green-haired primary complained that Ignis kept carrying everything on his own shoulders, even though he'd been serving as a colorist since the era of Lumiel and wasn't young anymore. It was time for him to rest. The blue-haired primary cut her off immediately, reminding her that Ignis was their senior and should be addressed by his title, Red, not his real name. Lord Luminous then changed the subject, asking for an update on the council's surveillance. The green-haired primary reported finding more and more suspicious activity, including ties between certain council members and criminals in the Undercity. Lord Luminous fell silent at the news. In her heart, she understood that many people were still afraid of Kay's black color, a fear that made them refuse to consider any other possibility. In the end, people only believed what they wanted to believe. Still, her resolve hadn't wavered. No matter what had to be sacrificed, she would keep protecting the future she believed in. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the soldiers kept hammering the giant creature without pause. Strike after strike landed on its massive body, but the results were barely visible. The monster kept pushing forward, showing no sign of stopping. The soldiers held their ground, gradually slowing its movement, until the creature suddenly came to a stop. They cheered, thinking their attacks had finally worked. That hope died instantly. The giant creature opened its mouth wide, gathering black energy from every direction. Every soldier froze in fear, Mary included, watching from a distance. If that attack was released, the casualties would be uncountable. The destructive energy finished gathering. The commanders screamed for everyone to fall back, but it was already too late. The massive attack shot straight toward the army and the city behind them. But right before impact, a blinding rainbow light suddenly split the sky. A massive rainbow barrier formed, holding back the monster's attack completely. The soldiers who saw it couldn't believe their eyes. Some even thought they were already dead. It took a moment before they realized their bodies were still whole, without a single scratch. One of the commanders shouted for the entire army to witness the miracle in front of them. It was Lord Luminous's blessing, the very power that had kept Shining City standing through 4 black waves. The city hadn't survived out of luck. It had survived because of protection that never stopped, guarding it against the Black Land. The soldiers' morale surged back instantly. Formations reformed, and cheers filled the battlefield. In the distance, Mary just watched it all in silence. Lord Luminous's power was, without question, beyond doubt. Everyone fought with everything they had to protect the city. The pioneers and the soldiers on the front line poured out every bit of strength they had left. Watching that, Mary couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Her eyes landed on her dropper lying not far from her. She grabbed it right away, connected it to the ink container on her back, and gripped it tight. Determination filled her eyes as she started channeling color into the weapon. Once the energy had gathered, she warned everyone to get clear. Mary knew she hadn't fully mastered this power yet, and if anyone stood in the path of her attack, she wouldn't be able to stop it in time. The color at the tip of her weapon grew denser and brighter. Even the giant creature sensed it, letting out a roar that shook the sky as it tried to intimidate her. But Mary didn't back down. She realized the amount of color she'd gathered this time was far more than before, and she felt she could still push it further. There was only one shot. Mary pushed her power to its absolute limit, then released everything at once. A massive blast of light slammed into the giant creature. Everyone went silent. In a single attack, Mary had taken down the giant monster by herself. Mary herself nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Every bit of her color had been drained. Her body went weak, and her vision started spinning. She realized that if she'd pushed even a little further, she could have turned colorless again. She silently promised herself she'd be more careful from now on. The soldiers swarmed around Mary from every direction, cheering with excitement. They called her a new hero, the one who'd single-handedly destroyed the monster that had overwhelmed the entire army. Still catching her breath, Mary just asked them to calm down and told them to check the surrounding area. Elsewhere, Camellia and the colorists who'd just arrived stared at the giant creature's corpse, completely stunned. The red-eyed man looked around in confusion, while Raven explained she'd rushed to the location the moment she received the emergency report. But before they could act, someone had already ended it. Camellia stared at the unmoving body, struggling to believe a single colorist could have done this alone. Seeing that everyone was safe, Camellia quietly felt a wave of relief. In her mind, she thought recruiting Mary into the Dawn Pioneering Corps might have been one of the best decisions she'd ever made. The cleanup process began. Camellia praised everyone who'd fought to their limit, while Red admitted they'd gotten lucky, since this threat had turned out smaller than expected. Camelia's uncle added that the Black Hand group had also pulled back, which let them get the situation under control faster than anticipated. Once things had settled down, Camellia suddenly remembered her juniors and asked where they'd gone. Red answered that Kay and the others were fine, but something was still bothering him. Before the incident ended, he'd seen the group following Nero toward somewhere, as if the little cat had been leading them to something important. Camellia caught the hesitation on Red's face and asked if something had happened. Red just shook his head slightly. Even if they were dealing with something, he believed the group could handle it on their own. Meanwhile, Mary had already rejoined Kay's group near the giant creature's corpse. Not far from them, a swarm of small creatures had gathered around the body, with Nero sitting comfortably on top of them, playing around happily. The adorable sight immediately caught the girls' attention, and they wanted in right away. Mary finally saw with her own eyes why Nero was so special to the small creatures. Just like Kay had told her before, they kept showing up and gathering around him non-stop. Gale could only complain as their numbers kept growing. Kay explained that the giant creature's corpse was a massive source of energy, its body packed with raw, contaminated color crystals, useless to humans, but that same energy was what drew the small creatures in to feast around the remains. Ellie listened, clearly not getting why they'd even come here. To her, the area was nothing but leftover remains, with nothing special about it at all. Kay explained that Nero was the one who'd led them here. Every time Nero pointed somewhere, there was always something rare or worth seeing there. This time, Kay was sure Nero was trying to show them something too. But while they were still talking, something terrifying happened. The giant creature, which should have already been dead, slowly opened its eyes. Everyone froze. Gale screamed in panic, suggesting they call Red or another colorist immediately before the monster went berserk again. But before anyone could move, the giant creature slowly closed its eyes one last time. It was as if it had opened them only to see Nero one more time before finally letting go. Gale still looked anxious, worried the monster might come back to life. But Nero had already moved on. The little cat meowed and pointed in another direction, as if telling Kay to climb onto the giant creature's body. Kay followed the cue without hesitation. Ellie panicked the moment she saw it and tried to warn him, but Kay kept moving forward anyway. Kay activated inverted vision. In the darkness, a glimmering light appeared in the distance, shining like a lone star surrounded by thick black. As Kay got closer and examined it, he found a glowing object floating with a dark aura swirling around it. He understood immediately what it was. The giant creature's core, the very thing that had kept the monster alive all this time. Something extremely rare and worth an enormous amount. Kay pressed his hand against the creature's body to confirm what he suspected. A moment later, his expression changed. From the monster's body, he picked up an energy trace that felt strangely familiar. Looking at the pulsing core in front of him, Kay realized absorbing it wouldn't just be a simple recharge of his color. Something far bigger, far more real was about to happen. Without hesitation, Kay activated absorption. Thick black energy exploded out from his body, swallowing the entire creature's core into the darkness. Ellie and the others were stunned, watching what Kay was doing. Mary couldn't believe what she was seeing. The entire corpse of the giant creature getting pulled in, completely devoured by Kay's black vortex. Camellia, Red, and the other pioneers could only stand frozen, watching the massive corpse vanish into the dark. Red let out a long sigh. This wasn't the first time Kay had done something beyond reason. Then something unexpected happened. Hundreds of colorful chromatic auras began falling from the sky, scattering in every direction. The pioneers cheered with excitement. Pure crystals, completely free of contamination, lay scattered everywhere, something almost impossible to find even on the official market, now spread out for free right in front of them. Camellia picked up one of the crystals and examined it closely. Her eyes went wide in disbelief. This wasn't an ordinary chromatic ore. It was a top-tier color crystal, the kind that almost never circulated in the market. Only then did she realize what had actually happened. Kay had absorbed every bit of contamination from that giant creature's corpse, all on his own. Realizing it, Camellia immediately shouted for Red and her uncle to gather up every chromatic ore scattered around. All of it belonged to them, and not a single piece could be left behind. Shortly after the battle ended, Shining City broadcast an official announcement that the Eastern Gate had been cleared and the creature threat resolved. The broadcast played citywide, letting residents know things were safe again. Once the dust settled, a man in a yellow jacket felt relieved the damage hadn't been as bad as feared. His friend still shuddered. He remembered how close that giant monster had gotten to the city barrier. Nearby, a man in a hat regretted skipping the fight for the reward. Someone mocked him, pointing out he'd never even fought a creature before. Even with the danger gone, some residents stayed haunted by the siren. The sound brought back memories of the fourth wave from their childhood. Others reminded them the pioneers were ready to protect the city now. That privilege existed exactly for moments like this. The crowd agreed the Dawn Pioneer Corps had played a huge role in handling the incident. Then they went back to their day. The scene shifted to the Dawn Pioneer Corps headquarters. Camellia was exhausted. She dropped her head onto the desk, groaning that the paperwork felt like hell. Raven just watched her. Days of non-stop documents and leftover chaos had piled up. Camellia thanked Red's team for cleaning everything up without a single complaint. Ellie spotted Kay. She immediately asked how he was feeling after absorbing the giant creature. She worried that power might leave some kind of side effect. Gale looked concerned too. Kay assured them he felt completely fine, no strange symptoms at all. Still, Gale found it hard to believe Kay could absorb something that massive without any consequence. It only made him more curious about the ability. Kay admitted he hadn't expected his power to grow this far either. If anything, he was more confused about it than anyone else. Gale asked if anything had changed since absorbing the creature. Kay explained he could now control his color far more efficiently. Going colorless had become much harder for him too. Still, he suspected there were other changes he hadn't noticed yet. Camellia wondered what had made the giant creature suddenly go berserk in the first place. Still, she felt grateful Kay had absorbed the entire corpse. That spared them the cleanup and the extra paperwork. She also couldn't believe how hard the pioneers had fought over the chromatic ore earlier. Raven teased her, telling her to act a little more dignified as captain. Camelia's face turned red. She snapped at Raven to be quiet, insisting it was all for the Corps' finances. Besides, her juniors had taken down a giant creature and prevented pollution in the process. Every bit of that ore belonged to them. Camellia leaned back. She mentioned the guild hall had been buzzing about Kay's group. As rookies, they hadn't just beaten a giant creature. They'd face down the Black Hand and come back without losing a single member. No surprise it became the talk of the town, exactly matching the public's high expectations for Red's legendary team. As a result, Camelia's desk had piled up with recruitment offers and transfer requests for Kay's group, stacked like a mountain. Camellia exploded. She called them shameless vultures trying to poach her members. Not while she was still breathing, she said. Ellie responded flatly. All that praise felt completely overblown, she said, since they'd only survived through pure luck. Against the Black Hand, they hadn't been able to fight back at all, just tossed around like ragdolls. Without the chroma technique Red taught them, she added, they probably would have died. Camellia tried to reassure them. Holding out that long against the Black Hand was already an incredible feat in her eyes. She turned to Raven and asked where Red had been since yesterday. Raven answered briefly. Red had gone to meet Lord Luminous. Kay and Mary both froze in shock. Mary wondered how Red could just meet Lord Luminous whenever he wanted. Kay questioned why only Red got a private audience, especially since Lord Luminous wasn't someone just anyone could casually visit. Ellie heard their confusion. She asked, almost amused, if they really didn't know. Casually, she revealed that Red was one of the legendary 3 primaries. Red, it turned out, was Lord Luminous's personal colorist. As one of the 3 primaries, he represented the highest military power in Shining City. That was exactly why their missions and official business always got approved without hassle. Kay looked stunned. He admitted he'd never even heard of that title. Ellie explained, most people only knew him as Colorist Red, so the primary's title rarely came up. That title was better known among noble families with official house names. Kay still looked confused. If Red held a position that high, why was he still leading a team? Before anyone could answer, the door opened. Red walked in casually. He asked if they were talking about him. Kay jolted, startled. Camellia looked a little surprised he'd gotten back so fast. Red said the meeting hadn't taken long. It was just a routine report. He looked between Kay and Mary. Something more important had come up, he said. Lord Luminous wanted to meet them. Kay and Mary exchanged confused glances. Kay asked why only they'd been summoned. Red shrugged, admitting he didn't know either. In his view, Lord Luminous just wanted to speak with them directly. Kay agreed, still confused. He asked where they needed to go. Red smiled faintly. They wouldn't need to go anywhere. They'd be sent there directly. Rainbow light burst from beneath their feet, wrapping them in a blinding glow. Mary panicked, unsure what power was at work. Kay recognized it instantly. He'd seen something like it before. The light kept growing. Red added that Lord Luminous wasn't as intimidating as they imagined. Since Kay had already met her once, he said, there was no reason to be nervous. The glow intensified. Their hair whipped in the wind as the teleportation completed. In an instant, they appeared inside the colorful palace, a grand hall glowing with shifting color. A tree of shimmering stella fragments stood beside them. Mary still couldn't believe they'd been teleported. Kay took in the room calmly. A gentle voice welcomed them. Lord Luminous stood at the far end, bathed in light. Kay and Mary froze, speechless. Lord Luminous greeted them warmly. She said she'd been expecting them and understood how sudden this must feel. unable to believe she was facing Lord Luminous. Her aura alone left Mary stunned. The light and color around her felt impossible for one person to carry. Mary couldn't look away. Lord Luminous noticed her awe. She smiled and called Mary an adorable child. She stepped closer. She said she'd already heard about Mary's beautiful color. She'd personally seen her take down a giant creature in a single strike. Mary stammered, still in disbelief. Lord Luminous nodded. That act had left a real impression, she said. Mary, in her view, had more than enough potential to become a true colorist. Her light shone bright, overflowing with energy. Mary thanked her nervously. She never imagined she'd get praise straight from Lord Luminous herself. It felt like a dream. Lord Luminous smiled again. She'd always favored talented people like Mary, she said. If more generations like her rose to light up the darkness out there, humanity might genuinely stand a chance. She looked at Mary calmly. Her contribution deserved a reward worth its weight, something beyond money or ordinary gifts. She gripped her staff. She decided to grant something only she could bestow. She recalled the golden light Mary had unleashed on the battlefield, lightning striking in every direction. A color that beautiful, she said, deserved a name of its own. Light filled the room as Lord Luminous announced she would grant Mary a house name. A name echoed through the room. From that day forward, Lord Luminous declared Mary would be known as Mary Gold. With a warm smile, she said the name suited her perfectly. Lord Luminous explained the House Gold bloodline had been severed since the fourth Black Wave. Now, Mary would inherit that name. She would restore its glory through her own color. Color light radiated from Lord Luminous's body. Her hair swept majestically. With full authority, she officially proclaimed the decision. From that day, Mary would be recognized as the new head of House Gold across all of Shining City. Hearing it, Mary's mind went blank. Her eyes turned empty, like she'd lost herself on the spot. Kay patted her shoulder. He asked if she was okay. Watching that, Lord Luminous laughed softly. She told Mary not to feel pressured. Mary had no special obligations, she said. Just live normally and keep doing what she did best. Lord Luminous turned to Kay, her tone full of regret. A gift like this, she said, should have come much sooner. Kay just smiled faintly. He said it wasn't necessary. As the holder of Black, a title like that would only draw unwanted attention. Things were better as they were now, he said. Kay asked if a one-sided decision like this would cause trouble. Lord Luminous answered casually. The council might protest, she said, but it didn't matter. Mary's color and potential already proved her worth. The paperwork was already finalized anyway. In the quiet that followed, Lord Luminous smiled faintly. Fate was strange, she said. The golden light that once vanished had returned at exactly the right time. Kay thanked her. She smiled back gently. She reminded him that every act of kindness had its own reason. Nothing in this world happened without one. Lord Luminous announced Mary would be sent home first. There was a private matter she wanted to discuss with Kay alone. One swing of her staff, and Mary vanished from the room. Once Mary was gone, Kay asked what she wanted to discuss. Lord Luminous cut him off with a smile. There should be one more person joining this conversation, she said. Her gaze dropped to the shadow at Kay's feet. A figure had been hiding there silently the whole time. Kay startled, realizing she'd known all along. He told the figure in his shadow to come out. The shadow shifted. Nero peeked out cautiously. He muttered softly, breaking the silence. Lord Luminous smiled. She confirmed Nero was exactly who she meant. Her expression turned serious. She told Kay to listen closely. What they were about to discuss had to stay a secret between them from this point on. The scene shifted to the Black Land. The sword demon lay in pain. His body was wrapped in Viper's green healing energy. Standing beside him, Viper admitted she was impressed he'd survived. His survival instinct, she said, was genuinely worth acknowledging. Suddenly, Viper's gaze sharpened. She noticed a group approaching, like spectators gathering for a show. 4 Black Hand members stood on the rocks above, watching from the dark. Viper met their stare coldly. She asked if they'd only come out of curiosity to watch the city burn. She added, mockingly, that people always loved meddling in business that wasn't theirs. She questioned the Black Hand's sudden change in behavior. Normally, they stayed hidden in Shining City's blind spots, avoiding pioneer patrols. Now they dared show themselves. With a mocking edge, she asked if they'd gotten tired of running like rats. One of the Black Hand finally spoke. Asura demanded an answer, his tone threatening. He wanted to know how Viper had controlled a giant creature. He ordered her to reveal the secret. Viper just laughed dismissively. She called Asura just as foolish as the sword demon. She asked if he really thought she'd hand over information she'd worked so hard to get, for free. Asura snapped. He called her an annoying little venomous snake. Before long, the executioner spoke up too. Controlling a giant creature wasn't easy, he admitted, but attacking the city wasted the opportunity. They were preparing for something far bigger. Viper's actions had just stirred up unnecessary noise. Coldly, he warned that if her recklessness ended up disrupting their plan, her life would be the price. Viper showed no fear at all. She met the executioner's stare with a sharp look. She asked who exactly thought they had the right to control her. If he disagreed with how she worked, she said he was welcome to face her himself. The executioner answered coldly. He reminded her that her power was nearly drained. Her body could split apart again, just like before. In his view, Viper needed to consider whether she was actually ready to face that consequence. Viper just smiled faintly. In the end, she said only one of them would be left standing, and that person clearly wasn't going to be him. Suddenly, the Watcher raised her hand. She asked everyone to calm down. She claimed she already knew the reason Viper had moved alone, without coordinating with anyone. Viper's eyes went wide instantly. She asked if the Watcher had really seen everything with her own eyes. The Watcher flashed a wide grin. Her sharp teeth showed, looking genuinely unsettling. She admitted she hadn't expected Viper to find something this extraordinary. So his name is K. She pressed her hands together. She said Viper was hiding something incredibly important, a key capable of opening the Black Witch's veil. Keeping a secret that big to herself, in her view, was a deeply selfish move. The tension exploded instantly. Viper snapped, telling the Watcher to shut her mouth. The other Black Hand members demanded an explanation about what opening the veil even meant. The Watcher just laughed softly. She said that was enough revealed for today. If she kept talking, Viper might actually kill her. Still smiling, she admitted spying on other people's secrets was always fun. Before the argument could escalate further, another Black Hand member finally cut it short. In his view, there was nothing more that needed to be said. Viper stayed silent. He admitted he now understood why Viper had acted outside the plan after hearing the Watcher's explanation. This time, he said, he'd forgive her. But from now on, Viper couldn't act alone again if it risked disrupting their larger plan. He made it clear all of this was part of a grand design already agreed upon by the entire Black Hand. He also reminded her not to forget she was just one piece on that game board. Hearing the warning, Viper stayed silent, unable to argue back. Every Black Hand member had always moved alone, until now. For the first time, they'd gathered for a single shared goal, and that chance couldn't be wasted. Their allies in the Undercity were already preparing things step by step. The tunnel beneath Shining City was nearly complete. That day wasn't far off. Shining City, a city wrapped in its own light, wouldn't last forever. Once its foundation began rotting from within, it would collapse on its own. The Black Hand would start everything from the city's darkest corner, eating away at it slowly until all of Shining City sank into darkness. That was when their leader finally appeared. Black Hand Meister stood there in a black cloak, bright blue light glowing from his chest. The scene shifted. Kay suddenly woke up in a strange world swallowed by darkness. He figured it had to be a dream, so he started walking across the barren wasteland to figure out where he was. Strangely, the place felt oddly familiar. Black color slowly started crawling up his legs, like he had stood in that exact spot before. Kay stood frozen in the middle of that dark expanse. Ripples spread across the ground beneath his feet like water, as if something was rising from the depths of the darkness. Kay looked down. He felt like his memories were slowly starting to come back, but instead, his body got dragged straight into a massive black hole. Right before he fell in, a mysterious voice stopped him and pointed him toward another path. A moment later, a bright light that looked like a colorful star appeared in front of him. The voice sounded oddly familiar. At the same time, the black aura on Kay's legs slowly faded away. The mysterious voice reminded him that the light he was searching for wasn't down there. Beneath his feet, a dark chasm was packed with monsters, big-eyed, sharp-toothed, crammed together. The sight made it clear what kind of danger had been lurking around him this whole time. Back in the real world, Kay woke up to Nero patting his cheek. He opened his eyes to find Nero meowing non-stop, as if reminding him it was already daytime. Kay answered lazily, then got out of bed and stretched. Kay started walking. The dream came back to him, the one that had felt so familiar, but he couldn't remember any of the details, and figured his new place was just messing with his sleep. A moment later, Kay opened the door. Shining City stretched out in front of him, packed with rows of crowded housing. Elsewhere, Mary kept trying to wake Ellie up, reminding her they'd promised to head to Lumina District that day. Mary combed through Ellie's hair while coaxing her to get up, but Ellie, still half asleep, just asked for a little more time. Mary immediately scolded her. According to her, Ellie was usually sharp and quick, but every morning, she somehow turned into the hardest person to wake up. Mary laid out Ellie's clothes and told her to hurry, so they wouldn't end up late again. Not long after, the two of them headed out. Outside, Kay and Gale were already waiting. Mary immediately apologized for being a little late. Gail guessed right away. It was because Mary had to wake Ellie up again. Mary confirmed it. According to her, Ellie really was the hardest one to wake up every single morning. Ellie quickly apologized for being a hassle to everyone, but Kay reassured her. He told her it was just a side effect of the incredible ability she had, so she didn't need to blame herself. Mary smiled. She never imagined they'd all end up living together in a place like this. Kay looked over the Red Team's new headquarters. He still couldn't believe Red actually managed to buy a building this big. His mind drifted back to when they'd only meant to find Mary a new place to live, after her old house got destroyed and stopped being safe because of the gangsters. That was when Red suggested the whole Red Team just live together under one roof. Kay and Mary were both confused. Gail couldn't even believe Red wanted all of them living in the same house. But Red explained that living under one roof would make it easier to move fast in an emergency, and it would make team training way more effective. Kay snapped back from his thoughts. Things had felt a little awkward at first, but he was starting to enjoy the noise every morning now. Ellie apologized to Mary again for being such a hassle. Mary just smiled and told her it was simply part of how her body worked, so she didn't need to keep blaming herself. Kay then asked if Ellie was really comfortable living with all of them. Ellie nodded. According to her, that kind of lifestyle wasn't anything unusual for nobles. Gail explained that in noble families, only the main heir got to lead the family, while everyone else had to prove their own worth. Mary looked a little confused. Gail added that Shining City didn't let anyone with color just sit around doing nothing. Even nobles had to contribute something, because if they didn't, they'd just be seen as a burden on their family. Gail explained that Ellie didn't actually need to worry about that, since she came from one of the 3 great houses. Still, plenty of noble descendants joined the Pioneer Corps just to prove their own strength. That was why Ellie saw a life like this as completely normal. Gail also reminded Mary that she now had a house name of her own, so she needed to understand how that world worked. Mary finally got it. She thanked Gail for explaining, since she'd never really understood how nobles lived. Kay got curious about how Gail knew all of that. Gail went quiet for a second at the question. Then he quickly changed the subject. He told everyone to hurry up, since the color workshop was always packed with visitors. Mary called him out for that. She pointed out that Gail was the one who brought up the topic in the first place. Gail just walked ahead anyway, pushing everyone to catch up. The scene shifted to Central Boulevard, Lumina District. They reached the color workshop and found a long line already waiting. Gail groaned. His guess had been right. The place was already packed with people. Gail joked that Ellie should use her 3 great houses' influence to get them priority. Ellie shut that down immediately. She said her family's authority wasn't something to use for personal convenience. Just then, a color workshop staff member walked up to them. He welcomed the Dawn Pioneer Corps group and told them they were expected. The staff member introduced himself as the one assigned to guide them during their visit. He explained that Lady Raven had already contacted the workshop ahead of time. Kay and Ellie both felt relieved hearing that, since it meant they wouldn't have to come back another day. The staff member then led them toward the VIP lounge. The scene shifted. Once inside the color workshop, Red Team froze in place, staring at a showroom packed with weapons and gear behind glass display cases. The staff member explained that every piece was made by master artisans using premium material sourced from within the deep, processed with specialized techniques. Because of that, the quality far outclassed anything mass-produced. Mary stood there, completely mesmerized by the craftsmanship. Kay got curious about the equipment used to make gear of that quality. The staff member explained that they served plenty of important clients, from famous corps to nobles to influential figures across Shining City. Because of that, wait times were usually long. He asked Red Team to be patient and promised to call them once it was their turn. The staff member cleared his throat and glanced around the room. He said what he was about to share technically wasn't supposed to be said, but they should know it beforehand. He told them Claude of House Yellow, another member of the 3 great houses like Ellie, was currently inside the color workshop. Kay immediately asked if Claude's presence would be a problem. Kay then asked Ellie if she knew him. Ellie said they'd never actually met, but she'd heard plenty of rumors about him. According to those rumors, Claude loved insulting people and treating his servants badly, and wouldn't hesitate to get violent over the smallest things. Because of that, he'd earned nicknames like the Shame of Yellow, Mad Dog, and Degenerate. The staff member explained that was exactly why he chose to warn Red Team. He'd also already informed the workshop's owner about Claude's arrival. Ellie thanked him for the warning and told him they didn't need to worry about it. The staff member excused himself. He said he'd be back once everything was ready. While they waited, Red Team started wandering around, checking out the gear on display. Mary looked so excited she seemed almost overwhelmed by how much was on display. Ellie smiled at the reaction and asked if this was Mary's first time at a color workshop. Mary nodded and said she'd already fallen in love with the place. As they wandered, Ellie's presence started drawing attention from the other visitors. People were caught off guard seeing a member of House Cyan at the color workshop, and word spread fast that she joined the Dawn Pioneer Corps under Colorist Red. Seeing the opportunity, some visitors approached Ellie directly, trying to build a good relationship with House Cyan. One of them even ordered a servant to fetch an item from another room just to give it to her. The other visitors immediately swarmed around Ellie. They greeted her, asked about the Cyan family, asked about her life in the Pioneer Corps, and even brought up potential cooperation with her family. They also praised her decision to join the Dawn Pioneer Corps. In their eyes, a member of the three great houses willingly stepping into the Black Land was something remarkable. Kay and Gale just watched from a distance. Gale found himself amazed again by how much influence the three great houses actually held, while Kay was only now realizing just how respected Ellie's family really was. Meanwhile, the commotion caught Claude's attention. He asked one of his subordinates what was going on. One of them started to check it out, but his colleague figured no one there could possibly outrank Claude, so there was no need to bother. Still, Claude's attention drifted toward Mary. From a distance, he noticed a yellow glow radiating off her. At first, he assumed she was from House Yellow, but he quickly realized something felt off. Even so, the color looked incredibly bright. Claude decided to walk over and see what the fuss was about. The moment he spotted Mary, Claude greeted her directly. Mary immediately remembered the staff member's warning. She realized the man standing in front of her was Claude, one of the three great houses. Claude looked her up and down with a satisfied smile. According to him, Mary looked even more striking up close. He then asked which house she came from. He guessed House Yellow, but if not, he said, then she was probably just an ordinary person who happened to join the Pioneer Corps. Mary's temper started rising at that. She had to hold herself back from decking him right there. Claude kept talking her down. According to him, whatever color she had wouldn't change her status. He even offered to let her leave the Black Land and live in his estate instead. Mary was furious, but she held it together and just thanked him. Then Kay showed up out of nowhere and knocked Claude's hand away from Mary. Claude's eyes went wide, while Kay glared straight at him and told him to say that again. From a distance, Claude's two subordinates only just noticed their master had walked over to Red Team's group. Claude snapped. He called Kay a lowlife who didn't know his place. He grabbed Kay by the collar and mocked his color as disgusting. He claimed he'd teach Kay a lesson he wouldn't forget. But while he still had a grip on Kay's collar, Claude's hand accidentally brushed against Nero, who was perched on Kay's shoulder. Startled, Claude reflexively smacked Nero out of surprise. Nero dropped instantly, crying out in pain. Kay's expression snapped into pure rage the second he saw that. Claude kept ranting, completely unaware of what was about to hit him. In one clean motion, Kay's fist shot forward and slammed straight into Claude's face.